12 seed Duster versus 21 seed Cote. 11 and 12, 13 seed Lizzie versus 20 seed Paul Younts. 13 and 14, Trzowski, 14 seed versus 19 seed Jonathan Orozco. 15 and 16, 15 seed Carnati versus 18 seed Shank. And on 17 and 18, your 16 seed Riley Woodard versus 17 seed Cesar Padilla. Give everyone a couple more minutes to get to their lanes. Once again, all these matches are best of 3 game matches. So the first to win 2 games wins the match. If you tie, then you have a roll-off to determine who wins the game. For the top 8 seeds, we'll have lanes 25 through 28 turned on for you guys to stay loose. Every round, we will give you guys 5 minutes of warm-up. And every round, the winner of the match will skip a pair and move to the next. So if you're on 3 and 4 and you win your match, you will be going to 7 and 8. We're using 3 through 18. Again, for the higher seeds, since every round is highest versus lowest, I don't know who your opponent will be until we have all of our winners. Is there anybody that is not ready to start their warm-up? Please throw your hands in the air. Like you just don't care. All right, we're going to go ahead and turn lanes on for 5 minutes of warm-up. And as Carl said before, everybody that's cashes today does need to fill out a W-9 form. You will not get your check until that is filled out. And give them just a few more minutes. Leah is working on writing out all of the checks for you guys. Thank you. 15 seconds.
Sweet.
All right, bowlers, please hold up on your warm-up.
Yeah, do my mic off the action over here. No
When I bring
worries.
score sheets around, I will do my best to write on the sheets who in the
Where's this laying at? Bull stream, yeah.
5 or 7 pins.
Bull
If you are getting pins,
Bull stream
please
TV.
be
Bull stream.
nice and let your opponent know that you
TV.
have 5 or 7 pins so they know what they're bowling against.
10,000. Let's go. Got it. Yeah. During the action.
Higher seed will get choices
Hell
who gets
yeah.
to start the match on which lane. Good luck, guys.
Well, so we got some folks not wasting any time on these matches. Shoot, we were trying to get a snack in. I didn't even eat.
And the cheese and the butter. Great.
All right, so I'll tell you what's happening in front of you in a second.
Schlem's fat. That's what's happening.
Whoa.
I'm just short for my weight.
Yeah, coming in hot.
I identify as unexercised
Coming in hot.
as I'm stuffing my face with a bagel.
All right, so we've got official match play going down now. Emil Williams Jr., Roto, Schlem still with me, Chris Schlemer, and now joining us for a round is vitamin D. You can never have enough vitamin D. That's actually very important. The doctors won't lie about that. Darren Tang has joined us. So we appreciate you, DT. How, first of all, I know it's not the place you'd want to be, but we do appreciate it. How's everything going?
Next best place. I mean, you could definitely get too much of this vitamin D, I'll tell you that. But everything's okay. Riding the ups and downs of bowling, but that's how it goes.
All right, so we'll run down the list of matches like in just a few minutes, but directly in front of you currently, Brianna Cote taking on Kyle Duster on 9 and 10, on 11 and 12. Paul Younts and
Lizzie Reese.
Thank you, Lizzie Reese. On 13 and 14, the 14-year-old Jonathan Orozco taking on Sean Wyatt Truskowski. Next door, Landon Carnett and Cortez Schenk. Very nice opening match.
Interesting match.
Yeah. Cesar Padilla.
Oh, hey now.
Riley
Channel
Woodard,
surfing.
17
He's
and 18.
playing in. Wow. Okay.
7 and 8, Keith Fung. Jessica Noshbush, 5 and 6. Anthony James, he got in, as we talked about, taking on Brett Wolf. On 3 and 4, Jeremy McElliott versus Gabe Alvarez, and that's actually the 9 versus 24 match. If you have questions, of course, about a particular match, player, we will do our best to keep track of the updates. There's a lot happening, obviously. It is best of 3, so we'll try to keep an eye on at least the 9 through 16 matches and the best we can on 5 through 8. So, you know, I know there'll be some bowlers outside of range. So we'll do our best to get you the updates and keep you as updated as we possibly can. All right, Mr. Tang, I'm going to start with you here because Schlem and I obviously have been watching the same things. And you competed. How were they different today, if they were? And kind of what did you see that was maybe troublesome as you tried to get a 4-game block to get you to match play?
Yeah, I think I put a little too much stock into trying to break the lanes down to give myself a little more room rather than actually figuring out what I needed to do. Because they were so different block to block, day to day, it was really just, in hindsight, just kind of play what's in front of you and then create a game plan based on that. Because I bowled 2 squads. The second squad I bowled I tried to throw a mix up the lane to create a little bit of hold, and then the other guys on my pair were throwing reactive to the right. So we tried to create a little something. But come to find, I spent way too much time doing that. Didn't shoot any spares, and didn't figure out the lane-to-lane difference. So that bit me pretty hard. And when they're this hard, you just can't afford to miss things like that.
Yeah, I think that and so that's an interesting plan of attack, as we talked about what the mindset would be for a 4-game block like this, right? Because it was, in essence, not necessarily a sprint, but with everybody starting from square one, you were thinking get out of the gates early and then milk it, or because again, going to the next pair, you didn't know what you were going to get.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, 100%. I think that's my game plan every single time.
Okay.
I always try to break the lanes down for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll take reactive for the most part and just try to create some hook to the right. I like to know that if I get my ball a little steep early, it's going to pick up off that spot.
Okay.
So it's a little more of a bread and butter is seeing the lanes and picking the right ball at the right time. And when they're this difficult, that's just not really a skill that you can lean on. Like, you got to make shots.
Right.
I mean, obviously, you got to be in the right part of the lane, and throwing the right ball helps. But if you can throw the wrong ball but keep it in play, and you're hitting the pocket, I mean, at least you're squeezing out 190 if your spare shooting's good.
Yeah, so and that leads us to your strategy as far as where you're playing on the lane. I mean, obviously, we've seen a variety of, a smattering of things, right? Obviously, Kennedy was playing the lip, right?
Yeah,
He's playing
yeah.
1-2, and he's got that little kind of trick with his hand, and he can kind of fit it, shove it in there. We're seeing others, and it kind of started to happen not on day one, but day two. Like, we're watching kind of in and curving it here on 7 and 8. Cortez doing the same thing. A lot of folks playing kind of that. I can't really call it a trap, right? No, in reference to trapping the track, but feeding it to the track, whether it's a tumble or you got a little bit of a soft float.
Yeah.
Kind of like Brie Cote, right?
100%.
Like, she's in that. She knew. She told us the other day that she actually, her idea or philosophy came from watching Wesley Lowe. What he was doing, even though he's left-handed, watching where his ball was feeding and doing, and she's like, I kind of came in, knew I needed to get this, that. I kind of was trying to mirror that to my side.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. And I think whoever built the pattern did a really good job of taking the distance and the preconceived notion of how you play a short pattern.
Yeah,
just taking that out of play.
Yeah, we use 30, the rule of 31, 35 feet, and you're like, okay, well, your break point's supposed to be 4.
Right.
Well, on certain pairs, I think it works, and other pairs it doesn't, right? And so that also gets into, we've talked about it, talk about topography, lane surface friction, all those things. So anyway, getting back to that, your strategy or strategery today, did you feel like it was in the track area? Do you feel like it was farther left than where you were before?
Yeah,
Similar?
so just based on assessments of my prior blocks and games that I bowled, my gut was telling me one thing, but the second I started throwing shots and seeing what I was seeing, my eyes were telling me another thing. And then every time I'd bowl a game and it wasn't very good, I'd go back and go, maybe we should have stuck to the game plan. Like, play the track, tumble it up, 10, 11, 12, throw it to about 7, 8, and try to roll it off that spot. But every time I kept tricking myself, and I got into that zone, between 5 and 8, trying to throw it to 3, 4, because that's just what my natural instincts were telling me to do. And I kept getting trapped. I get one steep, didn't hook, get one up the lane. It was weird. They weren't flat enough for them to go Brooklyn, so I was big fouring a lot today.
Okay.
So I just kind of trapped myself to start, got off to a slow start, and then felt the press. And then obviously when they're not easy, you're getting very uncomfortable. You make a lot of bad shots. And, the shots that feel bad may not be as bad as you think, but the result is telling you that it's much worse, visually at least.
Yeah, because so it gets into that pocket, right? Like we talked about in the fact of you had 4 games, and, I made mention to start the day, and I'm like, okay, you bowl 160, 170. That's about the lowest you can have,
Right.
and still kind of milk it and try to battle back to get, figured that numbers would be close to even, right? And and then with a game to go, now you kind of know where your number at or where you need to be, and it's like in the mindset of for you being a tour player, right? And and as I've tried to explain, like from the tour perspective, right? And even Jones, Matt Jones made mention of it. He's like, oh, yeah, you got to get 240. I'm like, dude, you can't get 240 out here.
Right.
But you also didn't want to have that thought process going into that last game going, oh, man, and you shoot 240 right here.
Yeah.
And hope I got a good pair. Like, it's not a thing. So, like you said, so ultimately it kind of feels like you were, like not second guessing yourself, but you feel like it was self-inflicted of where you put yourself.
Certainly, yeah, a little bit.
And making some of your choices of, man, I could have made a lot easier on myself.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I made great decisions.
Okay.
I started to lose some confidence a little, because you're doing things that you think you need to do and it's not working, and now you're starting to think, okay, am I physically not throwing it well? Is the lane playing bad? You just start thinking about all these things that you shouldn't be thinking about. You know, it's really just that next shot mentality and trying to move forward. And then I actually threw reactive the last 2 games, and I hadn't thrown reactive the entire tournament.
Okay.
And I kind of figured I was turning 320, 330 after 2. I had 170, 150.
Okay.
And I said, if I could do that with a urethane ball, I might as well, throw the ball that's going to strike when it hits the pocket.
And what ball did you go through?
Swing. I threw a Rockstar.
Okay.
Pretty strong layout for me. My PAP's moved over a little bit. It used to be 4.5 cube, 2LS. I'm assuming that pin's getting a little closer to 4 now, that I'm staying up the back of it a little more, and my track's getting off my fingers.
Yep.
It was hard because, I had 2 games to go. Wasn't really sure what reactive balls were going to roll good.
Yep.
And
that's a smart play, too. And I've been talking about bowling balls, right? And so Rockstar, with it being the Nanostar cover, right? 50% nano load. So it's not super early, but it's also not super responsive, right?
Yeah.
Low RG, medium high diff. And that's what I was going to get into, as we're now into the best of 3, right? You made it through the sprint. You got to a secured top 8 spot, just grinding out and feeling like you made some bad choices. But now that mindset changes as we're watching the matches unravel in front of us, right? Like, you just have to win 2 out of 3.
Right.
And so does this go back to your strategy that you maybe focused on this morning of trying to set up your pair to get the first 2 and just be done? Is that what you're thinking right there as you're watching what's unraveling in front of us here?
If it's me, well, given this is on the burn, it's definitely going to be a different strategy than when they re-oil. If I had to do it all over again, I stick to my gut, the post-bowling gut feel, the hindsight bias.
Yeah.
I'll go, just do what you can to create something so that you can play that spot. Like, stop tricking yourself, stop breaking them down too far right, and then thinking you can play, the gutter throw it at 1-2. Because after the first block I bowled, I knew that just wasn't a thing. And crazy enough, we were watching the live stream on Thursday, I think. Me, Tim Smith, and Simo, we were all practicing together, but we have a TV up on lane 1 watching the stream. And Simon makes a comment.
And where was this at?
Gold Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Shout out.
We practice there pretty often.
Yeah.
And he made a comment. He said, "The gutter's a trap." And our friend Tim Smith goes, "How does he know that?" And Simo's been bowling for so long. He's got so much experience, and he is young.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is he's not even 30, right?
Yeah.
And I made that comment.
He's got so much experience.
He's in that regard. He's an old. You can quantify it as an old soul, but an old
he's a bowling
He's
nerd,
an old
man.
knowledge.
He's a nerd.
Super nerd.
In a good way, though.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah, it helps him a lot. Just think of certain things and thinking outside of the box. It's really cool to watch and see, and just to practice with the guy. Obviously you size yourself up. You're like, okay, where do I stand next to this guy? And he's one of the best in the world for a reason.
Correct.
Like, he makes me look like a league bowler.
And what's funny about that is some of the stuff, and I was out. It's a little off topic right now, folks, as we're getting towards the middle back half of game 1 in a race to 2. When I tour up to the tour finals, right, in the longer pattern, he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to jam a level in that spot. And so he threw a couple shots in practice, and everybody, even EJ Tackett, looked at me and goes, what's he doing? And it's like Simo being Simo. Simo doing Simo things, right?
He does as he does.
He does as he does.
You don't question it.
Correct. And as I've made mention and discussed this whole week, and that's what's cool about bowling, and the fact of you have to do what you're good at and know what your capabilities are, and not question it, right? Like,
that's where you're going to be most confident.
You got to be confident, and it may look confusing or not. Somebody else may not understand it, but if it works for you, hey man, I'm all for it. I'm here for it.
Absolutely.
And watching Bricote, this match right here in front of us, again, a lot of the matches going back and forth. Currently, we've got Landon Carnett And Cortez over there, Tez actually, even though he holed there in the 6th, he did have a 3-bagger lead into that, so he does, I think, hold a small lead in that game?
Yeah, he took the lead on the bench.
Okay.
Landon just opened in the 7th.
All right. Well, I guess, by definition, yeah. Because he hasn't thrown his 7th frame yet.
Right.
And then, yeah, it looks like way down there.
Looks like Caesar's got a pretty sizable lead.
I was going to say, that's a pretty solid start.
He's pacing 230, and his opponent needs all of them for 2-0.
That looked pretty good right there.
Caesar's a good player.
Yeah. Yeah, we watching some of the ASU kids play through this week, and yeah, there's definitely, as we've referenced, college bowling and the skill set and the abilities, pretty impressive.
Yeah, I really
these
like
days, as opposed to, by the way, not that you're old,
Sure,
but
yeah.
back in your day, college bowling wasn't at the level that it is
not
now.
at all, not at all. I mean, I love that they're bowling events like this. You get massive experience. You know, I hear so often people go, "I'm not ready for this event. I'm not ready. But when are you ready? I think you're only going to know where you stack up when you throw yourself in there.
Right,
and that's how you get better, because that hits the pain point. You know, when you don't bowl well, that's what pushes you to be better, because like for myself, I felt like I bowled awful this week, and they were hard. And you can't bowl awful with them being hard and expect to bowl well and make match play. And that's exactly what happened for me.
Correct.
I'm going to go home and I'm going to go work my ass off, because I know that I don't want to let this happen again.
Right.
And the same thing can happen for everybody else out there that thinks that they're not ready to bowl. I think you just got to throw yourself out there. Be okay with not bowling well, not making cuts, maybe losing a little bit of money, because it's going to make you work harder.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing when you watch Cortez throwing a shot. He's in, I believe that's a level.
It is a level. It's
shaping
very impressive what he can do to a bowling ball.
You know, and well, we talked about him being a rookie of the year, and, you know, he didn't bowl much on tour this year. He's got, obviously, his life,
Right.
things changed. He's doing different things. But like the other night, you know, he was practicing, just trying to get some shots in. And, again, it's one of those things, as his squad unraveled, you could see the rust kind of starting to fall off.
Yeah.
And, again, we're not surprised that Cortez is in this position based on what he has done and what he can do with a bowling ball, right?
Super, super talented player. I've had the pleasure of bowling with him and against him for a long time now, and really good human too. I like Cortez.
And I tell you, the other surprise one, and I made mention of it, Landon, right? Like, he's the guy that I know when he popped up at a couple of the majors, and everybody's like, where does this guy come from?
Yeah,
like,
very
right?
unassuming, right?
Unassuming,
Yeah.
and man, if he can get lined up, he can strike with the best of them, right?
Landon's a good player. He, you know, this might be a stretch comparison, but he kind of reminds me of Norm a little bit in what he can do with the bowling ball. You know, he can hook it, he can play straight, he can soften his hand up, and that's just
It's versatility,
that's an art that you don't really see
There's
anymore.
especially his age group, right?
Right.
I think under 30s, there's not too many folks that have the touch and feel. You know, as far as a feel guy, Simo is one of those guys, right?
Yep.
But Landon is a thumb in, touch feel guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was fluffing a reactive ball up the gutter. The last game I bowled with him, we were right here on 9 and 10, and I was watching him do his thing. I was like, man, that's pretty good.
Oh, well, he left a 3-4-7-10 and got 0-158.
Yeah, that one might have been a tester. He's getting blown out here.
Yeah. So he's down. That one definitely was a tester here. So, and again, she always keeps around the 1-3.
I think she's going to be searching a little bit the rest of this game.
Yep.
A nice bounce back over there for Keith Fung. He had gutter 9 in the second frame, and he's now on a 6-bagger.
9 spare, yeah.
He's going to win game 1.
Yep.
High scoring match down there on 3 and 4, 239, and then whoever's finishing up down there's got 227 left. So, yeah, who is bowling down there?
That is Jeremy McElliott and Gabe Alvarez.
Okay.
McElliott, I believe McElliott shot 239. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a really good qualifying block.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a beat, like a step.
Yeah.
Since his 6-game qualifying block, this morning was still good, and he's still good.
Yeah, so it looks like Gabe maybe went and looked for a different bowling ball, as he's going to try and figure something out to, again, this is a race best 2 out of 3. And it's not total pins.
Had a question, or got a question, I should say, in the chat. I'm going to pose it to DT in a moment. But I do want to focus, or at least watch Keith Fung's final couple here.
It's pretty good right there.
Yeah, you talk about a nice rebound.
Well,
Jeez.
yeah, that's what, when I glanced, when we started talking, I glanced over there and it was like, he's playing in there, but he threw it right in the gutter, and I'm like, whoa, okay. Is that pair going to be that squirrely? But yeah, obviously put together a nice little string.
Just needed to trust one out there one time.
Yeah, exactly. Trust is a must.
Yeah, I think the question that Emil was going to
Hey,
allude
look at that.
to.
Picking the 1-5-7.
Do the tour players find it more difficult when playing in a field with non-tour players? I wouldn't say it's more difficult. I think it's just different. All right, there's always variables in this game, and the variables are changing depending on the field. And it's just understanding how the variables change based on the players in the field play the lanes. But there's still there's a lot of talented non-touring pros out here that can play, for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
So like an Eddie Van Dander, he bowled on tour for a little bit, but maybe not a name that a lot of people would recognize, but he's very, very good.
I mean, obviously McElliott, right? Like
McElliott, yeah.
I know he bowled some regionals and out this region, but again, constant factor. And, we had, prior to him coming in and leading his squad, right, the vibe and feel was urethane, and he comes in, throws a tumble and reactive, and, he paces his squad, and we're like, well, that's a thing. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the game for this.
So that's
for
a
sure.
thing. And I think that was the deal of opening that, I don't know, that option. I think people saw that and are like, oh, hey, so I can throw reactive.
Yeah.
Not feeling like, I got to throw urethane-ish.
It was definitely a viable option in the latter half, because I think the concentration of shots thrown up the track, in the track area with the urethane balls really opened up the pattern for that, and a lot of people were trying to play it safe, so they stayed in urethane for as long as possible. I definitely tried to do the same thing. But starting to realize, I'm starting to fight the front of the lane really bad because people are using a lot of surface, 500, 360, 180.
Yeah, just like on tour.
Yeah, just like on tour. Except, typically we're a little
220,
further,
220, 221,
right.
whatever it takes, yeah.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of guys that are just big hooking the urethane ball. So there's this funnel that just gets created in the track. And typically, if you're really good with your speed control and you can feed to that spot pretty well, you're going to have some success.
Cortez down there shoots with 2-0.
208.
And wins.
And that is a W.
All right. So I think that one, we're in for a good duel with those two. Here in front of us, Kyle Duster. Yeah, this match is definitely
down
not
a
over.
hit. Yeah,
this
close.
is going to be who can show up. Who can show up and show out.
So he's going to need a spare here and a double to force Bree to get to also double.
Folks, I'm going to try to do my best to keep everybody updated on every match.
Oh, isn't that nice of you?
I'm going to try.
We appreciate you.
I try very hard. So,
hey, it's your channel. We're just living on it.
Keith Fung, 248 to Jessica Nosbush's 171. So he's up 1-0. It's best of 3. All right, so best of 3. First player to win twice wins the match and advances. I believe Jonathan Orozco has the early lead. John, did any of you catch that one? Before I make the walk, Jonathan Orozco and Sean White, Scousey on 13-14. Just happened to check or see who won the first game.
Jonathan lost the first game.
He lost the first game. Okay,
White. Yeah, White had quite a bit.
All right, so 197 to 158. Sean Wyatt. All right. Paul is going to take a 1-0 lead in front of us here over Lizzie Reese, who still very impressive today. Brett Wolf's going to have a 1-0 lead over Anthony James. He is finishing up a possible 224 on 5 and 6. Makes it 223. All right, still in business here on 9 and 10.
Yeah, we get a pressure cooker right here. This is who's going to be. Whoa. Wait, what was standing right there? That felt like it was a 4, 7, 9, 10.
Yeah, I know the 10 pin went late.
And the 9 was still there at kind of one point, it felt like.
A little funny rack.
Was it a back row?
Kind of looked like it.
Okay, it wasn't. Make sure it wasn't. I'm only on my second coffee this morning. It's not like I'm seeing anything wild and wacky there, right?
A few more in there. We gotta get Schlemer going.
Yeah. Well, yesterday was funny as I posted the deal on I think Snap of telling me you're at the day 3 of Age of Dong without telling me, and I had a coffee, energy drink, and I think a diet soda in front of me, and everybody's like, "You all right?" I go, "Oh, I'm great. I'm good now." It was a long couple days doing this, but yeah, we're to see. And converts the spare there. So
Bree's going to need a mark to shut this one out.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a little info on 9 and 10.
Oh, you
Lane
do?
10 was playing about 4 more for me with the reactive ball.
Okay.
It was a lot harder to trap it on that lane. Maybe a little bit flatter as well. You know, I got some a little steeper there, and they didn't want to come off it. I think I was just in a zone where I needed to throw a different ball, but again, you know, not really sure. Not throwing any other reactive balls the entire week. Had no
Gotcha.
idea what to go to, but lane 9 definitely had a little more freeze in front of the pocket. It's actually pretty crazy to see where Bree's getting her ball down lane right now, given it was 35 feet.
Yeah, because she's at her rev rate so much higher than yours.
Yeah.
Oh, tumble in the 5 forward.
Okay.
She knows what she has to do. But yeah, that was kind of her, and that was an interesting play on her part too, in the fact of, like, she talked about using all shiny balls. So when her qualifying squad, everything was shiny. She used a Hustle. She had a Ion Pro and a IQ AI.
Sounds like she was just trying to keep that thing online.
Yeah, and like that's what I mentioned, right? She took the solid Hustle, shined it up. Every one of those balls is a lower differential, right? So they're not going to torque or tip off of it. You're right. It's more online, not a big boomerang, and yeah, she's one of those kind of like, and Dallas made reference to it too. Like when you don't strike a lot, you get really good at knowing what your bowling balls do, and you know, pride yourself in saying, oh, I'm going to use these in succession. These does this, and that's kind of just been her thing, and that's helped her get to where she is. I mean, she was Player of the Year.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's, you know, as we said, 14 pounds of fury, right? Like
she throws some balls that make me and Vi question it sometimes. We're like, wow, that makes no sense. Like, your ball progression makes no sense.
And
but
it looks like it weighs 20 pounds, right?
If
and
you
you're like,
understand
wait,
what your bowling balls do off of each other and know what to go to when, that's really all that matters.
Absolutely.
And I think that's good. That's a good tip for everyone at home. Like, try to understand what your bowling balls do, what they do in succession. That needs help.
Oof.
Yeah, she's going to have to spare that one.
You gotta make it.
And what we've seen this week, anything's possible, right? Like, so.
Yeah, I actually fell out of this tip that I'm about to give, but if you know what to go to when one bowling ball starts to go away, it just makes your job easier. You're not scrambling. You know what to do. You should know, like, I got to move 2 left off of this ball and go to this one, and then you can confidently go up there and make a good shot. It makes the game a little bit easier. But when you're constantly scrambling like I was this weekend, it makes the game very difficult.
So would you say scrambled like scrambled eggs?
I think my brain's still trying to unscramble. Oh, that's gonna chip.
She was giving it a run, but
too many 2-2s. We actually don't know how many 2-2s.
How many do you think?
72.
Based on your experience.
My gut says 8 or more. That is what my gut is telling me. Because they do not hook very much when you get steep and throw it to the right.
Briefly, next door, because we've got matches down there, at least on 13 and 14, that are in frame 5. And Mr. Trichkowski having himself, this is about the time he started to shine yesterday, too.
Your second text messages or his fantasy app. He's throwing an old school vintage blue hammer.
Wow.
Is what that is.
Don't see that one too often.
Yeah, he's got one of the old, I'm assuming St. Louis pours, because it's, you know, the fab and the cursive and that darker, dirty tone of blue.
Yeah, it's getting a little discolored. Maybe closer to a green hammer.
He does. He does know Brett Wolf very well.
Yeah, him and Brett are buds. So
the legend.
That's a commonality here in the Phoenix area.
Very fortunate spare over there.
Lizzie, by the way, made a ball change. She's now at the bottom right of your screen. or I should say she tried something on the fill. I can't confirm if she made said change for game number 2 yet.
Can't confirm she did. She actually came over and asked if that ball was released yet, because at this tournament you have to throw all bowling balls that have been released.
And good for her to ask the right questions.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, because her opponent was throwing the same ball. So,
Well,
I mean, if it wasn't, then
yeah, that one came out. That came out a while ago. The only Roto ball not in play this week was Rockstar Amped.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, you and Bree as well. She came up and she gave me a hug and she goes, "Hey, thank you for the Rockstar Amped."
Yeah, that ball is special.
Because her back-to-back weeks in league, she had eight something, and then I think 770 something last week.
It's been real nice.
She goes, "I like you." I'm like, "All right, sweet."
Quick shout out to Jordan Snodgrass, who was watching her
Yo,
good friend
JoJo.
Brianna Cote here at the Agent Open, the trilogy.
You're right. Bree only throws shiny balls. That is fact. Yeah, her definition of service is like a 4,000 polish.
My dull ball is the solid one.
So maybe we should all start it. We should start trying it. It's
Join
clearly working for us.
Join the revolution.
14 pounds and shiny balls.
Well, there could be something to that.
Gabe on 3 and 4 is riding the struggle bus. He's going to need to figure something out real quick if he wants a chance to stay alive.
Again, it's best of 3 single elimination, folks.
Uh-oh. Landon, little channel surfer, came back, pulled the glasses off, rubbed his eyeball.
Seen that one before.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those deals.
Whoa.
I got to think that Cortez is maybe in his head a little bit, because Cortez had a pretty good look, and then now he's got spare double.
Definitely.
And Landon has yet to strike this game, so.
Starting to scramble some eggs here.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're building towards an omelet right now.
Jessica Noshbus came out with the front 4.
She's swinging right now.
Long.
It's like, hey, by the way, I'm not going away. Yeah, she's got a stranglehold on this one a little bit.
You got to swing.
So that's a pretty good pitch. Got her spare?
I need you, Slim, to keep us honest.
Informed?
Just as an additional reminder.
Did the Bears win?
They were winning.
Oh, okay.
But that's not the one.
Oh, that's not what you're asking.
That's not what I'm
asking.
Okay. I need you to remind me that Jessica Noshbush and Lizzie Reese get 5 pins a game.
Yes, facts.
So as I'm writing these scores down, I'm not thinking about that. And so I went through them again, and I'm like, oh, they each get 5. So their scores are technically different. They still would have lost game 1.
Correct. Yeah, so it gets to where if
we need to know it.
Within shouting distance, we got to make sure we add that to the equation. And you're right. Down on 3 and 4, Gabe Alvarez, unfortunately, kind of ran into a buzz. I can't even call it a buzzsaw, but because McElliott has had a good look all week. And again, with the track, the way he feeds it to the track and his ball roll, he's got that little thing.
Yeah, he's got the variables to counter these variables.
How often do you think DT does that happen? Is it just every few tournaments? It just random, like when you've.
Are you saying like kind of fall into it?
You've got a counterattack for everything that you see. Like you're prepared for every single counter, and I know there's no number on it per se.
I think you mean like how many times has that happened for me?
Yeah, but and when it happens, you generally are on the winning side, or at least close to it, right?
Definitely. I felt like my singular PBA title. I felt like that. It was a Coldwater, and they say that's one of the hardest buildings.
It
in
is.
the world.
I've been to that event a few times. It is definitely not.
Yeah, it kind of blows my mind that was the title that I won, but I can't make the cut at the U.S. Open. And I mean, this event felt very similar to, it was very U.S. Open-esque.
You're like the 5th person to say that.
Yeah, it was just I don't even know how to explain it. I played every single part of the lane. I went from lofting the cab, landing on 39 to we ran out of room. We had to move back to the right and play 3-4. And then the title match, we're playing in the middle of the lane. So it was one of the most complete tournaments I've ever felt like I've bowled. Being able to execute on every part of the tools that I've worked on.
Gotcha.
But yeah, how often that happens? I couldn't tell you. It doesn't happen very often. But it's really cool when it does happen.
Went away briefly from Tez and landed down there, and Cesar, Riley. Cortez did strike down there. Just wanted to pop in on Brett Wolf, Anthony James. Again, James was our Desperado winner last night.
Yep.
Brett Wolf a couple weeks ago took down the Oasis Invitational for 6K. He's trying to add another 10K possibly today. We talked about McElliott. He is all but locked up. I think that actually made it a lock up there. He's going to defeat Gabe Alvarez. Front 4, maybe 5. Indeed, for Jessica Noshbush against Keith Fung.
She's got a chance to bowl 305.
She does have a chance to bowl 305. Lizzie Reese.
Oh, look at
nice
that.
break.
7 into the 4.
A little momentum shift there.
A little slap out there. I like it.
Momentum.
I like it.
Foisty.
That's
Showing a little for you.
That was a great spare on lane 10 by Bree.
Yeah, that was, well, definitely not an easy spare. But
Dead up the lane with the
369?
plastic ball, the double wood.
Yeah. 369 and ran it over like it was her job.
That's a great
wait,
spare
that is her
shooter.
job. She does play the bowling for her lifestyle.
And with the jinx.
The 248 on the other side.
My man, dude, he's got multiple clouds in his pocket. We were off and running day 1, squad 1 by the middle of the second game. My man was already like dinged 5 times, like cloud. I'm like, wow, you're setting a real scary tone for this week. we're in squad 1.
To be fair, this is
Self-induced.
the kind of pattern to definitely allow for the misses and the clouds to be on point.
Pretty good pitch by Bree there.
Yeah, the funny part about Jonathan, earlier in the year, maybe 3 months ago, I bowled a Pro-Am with this kid.
Wow.
Yeah. And now he's out here bowling for $10,000 on one of the hardest patterns that I personally bowled on all year.
Which event was it, you remember?
Actually, the one that I won, my first 2-handed title, Santa Maria.
How about that?
Yeah. That's why I even remember back then. I was like, man, this kid throws it pretty good.
Yeah, little you expect a few months later.
Yeah, he can play too.
You guys are on the same environment, same playing field.
And he is.
And he looked at you. He's like, "I'm coming after you, old guy."
Yeah, he ran right by me.
I'm not scared of you.
Yeah. Go. We got the urethane free skis for Duster.
Unforced error there.
Fortunately, Jonathan's run's going to come to an end here.
Yeah, I think.
Great week though for him.
Yeah, can't be mad about it, right?
14 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Roscoe. Cortez, wheel and deal.
Bang.
Yeah, that kid
Boom
makes
shakalaka.
makes some balls do things.
Sorry,
that
I can't
they
steal
shouldn't
his catchphrase. My bad.
It's okay, brother.
Nope.
That's how you know it's a good catchphrase.
do. Sharing is caring.
I know. We've been trying to do that all week, right?
Oh, Paul. Yeah, Paul gets back to a pair. Well, I think he finished on 11 and 12, I want to say, or at least he did bowl on it one of those games in the Casters round. We were talking about it took him a few squads to see what he wanted and with the right ball, but his A game, I think, came to effect. And I don't even know him, but I can he just does that so naturally. It's got to be his A game, or at least close to it.
Yeah, it's looking quite nice right now.
Yeah, you're right. That's a rope for a double.
Roping it.
All right, so we'll get you back to 9 through 12 momentarily. Tez, though.
Ooh. Ooh.
A lot of 9 right there.
Whole lot of 9.
Gabe Alvarez, unfortunately, his run has come to an end. 207. He shot game 1 in a loss, and he shoots 156. McElliott is going to shoot 232.
Yep.
He went 239, 232.
Monster.
McElliott, the 9th seed. He is moving on to round 2.
Bree definitely got through that one. She was making sure she was keeping it on the line.
Yeah, that one was fast.
A little firm.
Easy miss to make after almost missing the head pin to the left.
Yep.
Steph, hard to tell, but I think, and Steph's question in the chat is, what ball is Jessica using this game? After talking to her husband, Sean, it looks like the 1, maybe, because he mentioned the 1. I'm going to try to get another look at it. She did go front 5, unfortunately missed that 7 count. And that's music, of course, to Keith Fung's ears.
That tipped up there.
Good spare.
Jessica's going to appear left of your screen. Again, working on an open. This is frame 7.
All right, trips to 4.
We have 2 advancers now, officially. This is Sean Wyatt Friskowski. Good shot there from Lizzie. Young 22-year-old. I can't wait to see her bowl on the PWBA tour, assuming that she'll bowl some events, but I feel like she has bowled 1 or 2. If my memory is right, which I'm getting up there.
She's come quite a ways. I haven't seen her bowl in a little bit. I crossed with her in California a couple weeks ago, and she had some tools. You know, she had the slow hook working. She had the freeze in front of her and firm. And you don't see that too often with the female players having multiple tools like that. So it was very impressive.
Brett Wolf next door. Got the lead over Anthony James. Just not in
much though
in the series, but a little bit in this game. He's got 115 in the 6th. 14-pin advantage for him at the moment.
Yeah.
James still hanging around. See what the frozen rope here has for Kyle Duster.
Troop side.
Paul going Dutch pace through 5. Jessica. And 10-pin over there. Duster needed a reset.
Yeah, we're getting. He was trying to go. I think he was catching her out of the corner of his eye. He had some chuckles and laughs back here. Yeah, and that's one of those deals, right? You got to be confident in yourself to know that, hey, I can back off and not trying to put things in motion and get mad at yourself or balk or whatever. And that's a pretty good pitch there.
Just wheel and deal.
Don't want to have regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets. No regrets.
Where is Mr. Sean? Right, there we go. 206, 147, just making it official. Brett Wolf, 5-count spare in the 8th. So Anthony James still with an opportunity down there. So far, no matches are going 3 so far. And check back over on the Padilla and Woodward match.
That one's pretty close.
That one's actually pretty close down
That's
there.
a one-hit match.
Keith Fong trips a 4 in the 8th next door. Anthony James.
Yeah, so this one would be the one that potentially goes to 3.
Yes. Oof. Wow.
Somebody says oof.
I just,
That was a good sign.
honestly, for me, watching Paul in the first squad he bowled, and he probably had about 3 gutters in the first couple games.
Respect.
Trying to do what he was doing and then bowling multiple squads and some sweepers to iron it out. Man.
Oh boy. That's big.
Wow.
That's a big spare right there. It's the old thank you, walk away, and go on with your day.
Derek, here's what's next for you on your bowling schedule as we close out 2025, which is weird to say because like the year went by really fast.
Yeah, I think the RPI qualifier in Las Vegas will be my next tournament. Got a couple of weekends off. Enough time to put my brain back together after this event. And, you know, a couple weeks of some grind time, hard work, and hopefully we'll be ready to give it another go.
It looked like Anthony had maybe stuck with the strategy of kind of maybe going right at the head pin.
Okay.
Just like he did at the end of game 6. At least in the last couple of frames, it looks like that's what he was doing there to try to stay afloat. That one's still not over. Brett's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, but he's just feeling like he can't get it to do the right thing. So he's going to
absolutely
try and do what he knows how to do, I guess. And the fact of, like you said, maybe take the lane out of play, concentrate on the 1, 2, 3 pocket.
It's looking like 7 and 8 is going to go to 3.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, Keith was trying a ball there. See something different.
If you are just joining us, we welcome you in. Match play here at the Agent Open, the trilogy. Emil Williams Jr., Chris Schlemer of Roto Grip, Roto Schlem, of course. Make sure you follow him on social media. And also, welcome Darren Tang in the booth, hanging out with us for round Make sure you follow Darren across all of his social channels, including his YouTube channel as well. 245 for Cote as she motioned and said to her husband Randy, who's to my left, that one was better.
Boom.
And we're going to game 3 next door.
Overtime.
Let's take a quick gander at the Cortez. Oh, that was a replay. Sorry.
Tez will be moving on.
Well, since
Yeah.
we have it,
Yeah, Tez is.
the Paul Younts 4th arrow, just wheel and deal.
Man's got the strap.
That's crazy. Yeah, Tez is.
Moving on.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. It's throwing the wood. Oof.
And those.
Ooh, Riley with the bird dog.
that
He's
one-
gonna force Caesar to throw a double here.
That one could go 3, right?
I like his chances. If he fills it here, Caesar's gonna need to fill 29 to win by 1.
We'll give you the radio call on that one. Brett Wolf will advance. He's defeated Anthony James 2-0. Again, highest remaining seed in each round will always bowl the lowest remaining seed in each round.
Stuff on.
223 for Riley.
So you're saying that's going to force Caesar. Caesar's got to get double?
Double and 8.
Double and 8. All right.
It's not quite over yet on 11 and 12. Paul's going to need a spare here and good count in the 10th. As if Lizzie figures out how to get the 9th and 10th rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Bree's been very consistent this game. She's got the clamps
That
on
was
the left
10
lane.
back quick. That was a good pitch.
Bang. 7 spare
Bada boom.
every frame on the right.
Consistency. Oof.
All right, that all but wraps up the match here.
Gotta say, that kind of sign seals delivers it.
Keith trying a different ball again. Schlem, if a shot stones an 8-pin, do we feel good about that ball?
Yeah.
Do you move off an 8-pin?
Only if you leave multiples. Then you're going to have to question what the rack looks like.
Okay.
We briefly touched upon that, and in reference to re-racks, because some of these racks, we've seen some weird leaves, and that was a pretty good pitch too.
Little snapper on the 10.
Yeah.
8 for the win.
Yeah, so he's going to need 8 down there on lane 18. Yeah, and you can actually maybe shed some light on it right quick, because we're going to a third game over here on 7 and 8. In your experiences on tour with re-racks, is that something that you focus on and utilize as focusing on the pins, or do you just, because there's a lot of guys who use re-racks for a time reset.
Yeah.
There's different mindsets in re-racks, and I just want to get your hot take on how you, you started and stopped. Okay.
I'm a rack guy. Like, if
Okay.
it doesn't look right, I want as few variables to change as possible.
Okay.
And if the rack is not how it's supposed to be set, I think that's one extra variable that changes that shouldn't change. That's a really good shot.
That's a pretty
there.
good pitch right there.
Now 1-pin match here. No, actually it's 11 pins. The math ain't mathin'. 11. Duster up 11 going into the 10th. Yeah, I think a little less now that I'm bowling two-handed just because of the power. And actually bowling last weekend up in Lakewood, Washington, the racks were real bad. I had yep, there we go. Caesar closing it out. That was impressive.
Game, set, match.
Boom, moving on.
Moving on up like George and Wheezy.
We had a rack First game of the catcher's round, I'm bowling with Rash and AJ, and the 6 and the 3 pin were very far apart on the left lane.
Okay.
So I strike in the first frame. I go to that lane. I take a re-rack. I look back, and Rash goes, "There's no point." And I go, "You're probably right, but I have to try." So it racks into an even worse rack. So the 6 and the 3 and the 6 are so super far apart. I throw about as good a shot as I can throw, flat 610. So I bowled 259 that game. I'm gonna let you guess what I left in the 9th frame.
6 pin?
Stone 8. My 2 misses were a flat 610 and a stone 8.
All right. Yeah, no, I made comment, obviously it's a deal out there. You guys, and obviously you're talking about a regional, but on a national tour, you guys get 2 a game.
Yep.
There has been times where the tournament director will issue 3 a game, and I made comment, I can't remember the event. There was one year, early 2000s, long before you were out there. I think Kirk gave the guys like 5 a game, because it was just like, there's a couple pairs that's like, you could go 3 in a row. And like exactly what you're talking about,
like it's not really fair.
And again, right, and that was kind of the vote. I think some of the players voiced the concern, and Kirk talked about it, and roll call or whatever kind of thing. But and if it's one of those things, you can, and if they don't vote to do that, right, or make the judgment call, you can call a tournament official down and say, hey, can I be gifted another re-rack because of that?
This year they changed the rule.
Oh, okay.
They don't let. There's no more tournament director call. You get 2, and that's it.
That's it. Okay.
Yep.
See, there you have it. There you are. Times have changed.
I don't love that rule.
I wouldn't love that rule either.
It's not. Yeah, because I mean, you get stuck on a pair, and there's some rounds where not everybody hits the same pairs.
Right.
And it's not really fair to the players that have to deal with that. In a catcher's round, if there's only 4 pairs in play and you bowl 4 games and everybody hits the same pair, then okay, a little more understandable. Everyone has to deal with it. But in the case where if I don't have to hit that pair, then cool. But if somebody else does, and that 1 and 3 are buddy, that 10 pin's going to be a little difficult to knock over.
Yeah, the 1 and 3 are touching, or the 1 and 2 are touching.
Yeah. For the viewers watching too, these racks, a set rack is pretty important. I get a lot of comments on YouTube going, "Oh yeah, it's just a pro complaining." I'm like, well, I mean, if you look at the physics of how a bowling ball enters the pins, it does make a big difference.
Exactly it. We're watching the shot here. Kyle Duster.
Does he need here a mark to win? Does he even need a mark?
He's in the good count perspective,
That's
I believe.
Close. Yeah. It's the best kind. So this match is wrapped up. The only one 7 and 8.
Yep. We're off and running in the 3rd game here.
Keith went to his stone 8 ball.
And that would be a 2-8 ball on that one.
Yeah, on the left lane, that's a 2-8 ball. Yeah, I probably would have went to the stone 8 ball too.
Why?
Well, on this, considering it hit the pocket. I do have a fun little stat from last night from my block. I had 1 split. 6 games, only 1 split.
That's impressive.
And it came in the last game, the first frame. Funny enough, I hit the pocket less than the other block that I bowled.
You hit the pocket less, but you had only 1 split.
Yep. The first block I bowled, I probably had closer to 10. I was striking way more. The Brooklyns were carrying. 2-8's always a good spare. I mean, there's no bad spare, but the 2-8 feels extra good.
Well, so does the PBA washout, the 3, 6, 9, 10.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did miss one of those today.
All right, so just a quick rundown on winners. Jeremy McElliott defeated Gabe Alvarez 2-0. That was a 9 versus 24. Brent Wolf, the 10th seed, defeated Anthony James, the 23rd seed, 2-0. Jessica Nosbush and Keith Fung locked in a 1-1 battle. Nosbush is the higher seed there. She's 11th, Fung 22nd. Kyle Duster just defeated Brianna Cote 2-0. The 12th seed moving on. Paul Yossi got to 218. 2-0 winner over Lizzie Reese. And Lizzie actually is the first lower seed to go down in that situation. Yeah, it's the 20th, 13 and 14. We had, who was over there? Wyatt Truskowski defeated Jonathan Orozco 2-0. In a 14-19 scenario. Cortez Shank defeated Landon Carnett, and Cesar got it done, right?
Yes. That is a pretty good pitch.
Right,
In very convincing fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Padilla defeats Riley Woodward. 1 match remaining here in round number 1. There were 8 players to receive a first round bye. That was the top 8 from this morning's Cashers round. Those players were top seed Kyle Troop, 2nd seed Josh Kennedy, 3rd seed Anthony Simonson, 4th seed Bob Wiley, 5th seed Chad Lucci, 6th seed Wesley Lowe, 7th seed Dylan Taylor, 8th seed Michael Haugen Jr. Those players will hit the lanes.
I didn't hear you say Emil Williams Jr. in that top 8.
Yep, we received no buys.
I thought you got the. I thought you got an automatic bid.
Been here every round.
He's all the way at the top.
I guess I got both. I got an automatic bid to each round and no buys.
4.
Oh my. That's 4. And he's
slight confusion there.
I was just about to say, like, what
And
I
I
will
will
see.
Well, I think he just got soft weather. What it looked like to me, and I was going to say we did see a couple times this week 4 and 4. So we'll see how many pins he can pick up here.
Make it.
He's got 5.
He got 5. He got more than most.
Next best thing. That's kind of the risk you take when you go to a ball like that, bowling on something like this, right? I mean, it's about almost as erratic of a choice as possible. So any little variables.
And you know what? That's interesting too. And obviously with hyperdrive, that's because they were both using it here. He's using it over there.
Yeah.
The reason for that ball, I can tell you from a design standpoint, there was some method to my madness with that one, in the fact of getting something back similar to like an X2, right?
Yeah.
Higher RG, ASIM, putting a cleaner cover, and that UR1. Again, it's cleaner material than what's on the Gremlin. The ultra response there on the Hyperdrive Pearl, and yeah, it lets you get it down the lane, and you've thrown them enough to know it gets you to the back part of the lane. It's just interesting that we're on a 35-foot pattern, and now they're feeling like they're going to bigger higher RG ASIMs with cleaner covers.
Yeah.
To get it to a spot down lane, right?
Just get a little sensitive sometimes, if the angles aren't steep enough, you catch it just a little too much the wrong way.
Well, and that's what he saw, right?
Yeah, you got a little responsive
cutting
there.
the 4 through the middle, right?
Yep. So it doesn't quite let you get away with the left to right miss as much. And,
correct.
11 and 12 might have been blown open a little bit more than 7 and 8. Definitely because Paul got a much higher rev rate, a little more ball speed, so he was probably carving up the lanes pretty quick. Keith being a little bit lower rev rate. Lanes may not be changing as fast.
Fill in the frames. I had a sneaky feeling that was going to come down to the 10th.
As viewers, that's what we always ask for. We just want to watch a really good match.
Yeah. Kind of like we had the other night with the action match between Kyle Troop and the Matt Jones, the local Hall of Fame version, or we've been calling him Tat Jones.
Tat Jones. That's what a nickname.
Yeah, my man did good at the Tat. So Tat Jones, I was calling him Hat Jones for a little bit. Because you probably know California Matt Jones.
Yep.
And then the funny part is, crumbling the bucket, getting forward.
Big, keep it in
huge.
play.
They bowl together in the same squad or same group for nationals.
I think I was listening to you guys on the stream when you were talking about
they're trying to bowl. They want to bowl some doubles tournaments so they can get Matt Jones on a trophy.
That'd be cool. You should just put Matt Jones ×2.
Yeah, here it comes. Watching the replay, little light. Throws the mix into the bucket, and here it comes forward.
I don't even think the best part about that is the strike. I think it's what it does to your opponent mentally.
And that right there is pretty good. Better than most.
Good call right there. Good call. Even at your level?
100%, yeah. I mean, there's some guys that get pretty ticked off when other guys get breaks.
Like Brooklyn's or anything.
Yeah,
but then and I made reference to this earlier in the week, too. because there's some guys and girls that won't even watch their opponent.
Right.
Like refuse to. They'll turn their back to the opponent. They'll stare at the wall back here towards the bathroom, and because they don't want to have that inclination or that thought in the front lobe.
Because you can only control what you can control.
Oh, absolutely.
Like it's going to happen. I mean, as soon as the ball leaves your hand, there's no telling what it's going to do.
Look at that.
2 really good shots.
Well, no, he was questioning that off his hand.
Yeah, I'm betting that he's going, that one struck in the fourth of the middle, did it? I think that's exactly what's going on.
I was going to say, off his hand, he's like, where's this going? And then it sucked 10 back, and he's like, oh, okay. Well, I'm not mad about it. So, yeah, we'll see if she can capitalize.
Yeah, no.
And this is where you, after a break like the last strike, you want to parlay that into something more.
Yep. The even better thing you could do here is flush a Brooklyn.
True story.
Oh, my goodness.
Speaking of.
Oh, man. I don't feel bad when I get breaks. Yeah, it depends on who I'm bowling.
Yeah, you got to take them.
Like, I'll dig in a little bit, you know.
Because you can't give them back. That's my thing.
Right. It's like
nothing on the scoreboard says, oh, by the way, they crossed over.
Yeah. Like, I'll just give a little smile at my opponent as I walk by.
You're like, you like that?
Yeah.
I did that just for you.
How much gamesmanship is still out there in professional bowling?
Oh, plenty,
okay.
plenty.
That's good.
It's fun. I like it. You know, I think a lot of the veterans try to play mind games with the kids that are a little younger.
That's the old school mentality, right? Like that was. I can remember when I went out there. You know, I was young myself, tour repping, and I started in 01, and the older guys, man, it was full court pressed from the old guy. When the new guys would come out, and they're like, and again, I love him like a brother. Shout out to Norm Duke, right? Norm is the king of finding things to play with, do.
It's so fun to watch. The
stall tactics, and those who don't know what's going on absolutely sizzle.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've watched Belmo for a little bit.
He's gotten pretty good at them too.
He's really good at it.
He's gotten good at them too.
It's kind of funny because it's almost self-deprecating, but the guys just go, this is the best player in the world. Why is he saying what he's saying? And it just starts to get you thinking about things that you're not supposed to think about. And,
correct.
And he knows. Yeah, he definitely knows.
No, it's by design. So Jessica with a shot right there. Hopefully she's running this down. Yeah, it's a good conversion. So she's staying clean. She's not letting it get out of reach. And now it's just a matter of she's gonna need a mishap.
Yeah, a little bit of help here
from Keith, and we'll see how this shakes out. But again, it's not over till it's over.
Again, top 8 players who had the first round bye still down there warming up. They will be on the lanes in round 2 at the conclusion of our final match here. It's the only one to go 3.
Ooh, big.
There it is.
The inside out miss is there now. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I actually made a comment earlier.
So you just made that comment, and that's a cutoff
for
order.
You're good.
Is it just that pair? I think it is.
I
don't know that that's on some of these other pairs.
I want to say a lot of the pairs are getting that way because of the amount of urethane balls that have been thrown.
Okay.
I think there's a good amount of oil, and with them using the red, the Bowlero red oil or whatever it's called.
Lucky
I think
Strike
it's
Red.
49 viscosity, a little thicker than what most people are used to. I think the mud gets thrown around a little more than your average oil used. So. That was a great shot there.
Pretty good.
So I think more of that sludge is getting put in front of the head pin. So there's
sludge. I like that.
Yeah,
sludge.
It's not quite as bad as terrain, but it's a little thicker than normal.
Engine buildup. You need an oil change. Some sludge in his engine.
The lanes might need an oil change.
Yeah, they might.
But I mean, speaking of, I think they are getting an oil change soon.
That's a good point. When is the? I think there is a. I'll double check on that. Which round that would be.
It's just an interesting thing that not a lot of people know about.
Oh,
realize
hey
that's
now.
big.
Take it.
Keeps Keith honest.
Take
throw
it.
Another one right here.
Yeah, no, for sure, right? And again, it's catching a break, and you can never have too many of them. And then, if she puts a double on there, I mean, he's throwing some pretty good chops. Don't get me wrong. Not taking nothing away from him. He's been throwing it pretty good.
I think as soon as he threw that one he didn't really like so much, and it was perfect.
It fed and sucked 10 back. He's like, oh, hey, I kind of like that.
a little bit of room here.
Yeah. Again, that helps the psyche. It helps the swing.
Get you loosened up. He might have had a little chip on his shoulder from the the roll bucket too.
Yeah, you think so?
Some people feed off of that. Some people get a little peeved.
That's good.
Tripping the bucket
Can't you
again?
do it again?
Oh.
Well, spare here, you never know.
So what flavor of chip do you think it's on the shoulder? Is it like just regular
I feel like it's
potato
got to be a
chip with
pretty
salt?
sweet one.
Or is it like a Dorito? Is it
like
barbecue?
a chocolate chip right now. He's got a 5-bagger. It's
Oh,
got to be pretty sweet.
Oh, it's a chocolate chip. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, a
not,
sweet
not
chip.
salty. I don't think it's salty.
It's a sweet chip.
Yeah.
All right. I'm right. I like it. I like it.
Dude. Oh yeah, back to my thought. So
Meanwhile,
to start, it almost felt like with the urethane ball, it kind of simulated
we got pins on the deck. We're trying to get it figured out.
deadwood clearage.
Yeah.
I kind of
So-
referenced it to how you would play maybe like a 41 flat pattern with a reactive ball. That's kind of what we were doing with the urethane balls. Kind of comparing apples to oranges. And I think that allowed the lanes to transition in a way that got us to where we're at now.
Gotcha.
I guess that was the thought. I think the pattern distance can really throw you through a loop sometimes. Because that's not always going to tell you where to play.
Correct. Yeah, and that's I'm always been a big proponent of the lane telling you where to play,
Absolutely.
right? And because I made reference to there was a time, and again, I think this was probably before you got out there, when the animal patterns started, right? The original ones, and I used to chuckle when you get people come out like, hey, can you tell me what ball to get and then how to lay it out and how to play this pattern and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, well, there's too many other variables coming into it,
It's
right?
not that black and white.
And the one story I shared with Emil that I loved was this guy came up to me and he's like, he was actually in the crowd at an event. We were bowling on Shark at the time. The original OG Shark was like 41 feet, right? And so, the guys started, 15, 18, kind of feeding it, and then you just keep chasing the left, right? And this guy was loud and just yelling. He's like, oh, these people, they're playing it all wrong. I average 240 in league on the Shark pattern, and I play 5. And I'm like, what, are you playing land Shark? Like, what are you talking about, dude? And, of course, your bowlers being bowlers, it's kind of what it is. But he doesn't know the variables, right?
Right.
And so, he gets into, what is it? And, again, converting a kegel pattern to a different type of lane machine to the type of oil. You can't replicate all the variables, right?
And how the different machines oil the lanes.
Yeah, and a lot of machines,
exactly the same.
a lot of machines, the rollers, the wheels or rollers are on lane 1, so there's no oil ever on lane 1, right? And it's just wild. That deal. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
It's quite the game bowled right there.
That was impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just so many things, and you get the high average in league sometimes, and people are asking the guy, why don't you bowl on tour? How come you average 246 in this league? How come you don't bowl on tour? And I think a lot of people realize that you can get really good at playing this one spot, and that's going to let you average really high in league.
Oh, yeah.
But
well, and I don't know if you remember, and that's another tour thing, but way back in the day, remember we used to have we had exempt tour, but it was a deal where they'd let the house guy bowl in the spot to try and PTQ, right?
Uh-huh.
And it was, man, we got well past half the season before there was a high average league guy that averaged 200 in a PTQ.
Yeah, I believe it.
And so they put that stat up every week, and everybody's like, oh, wait a second. Like, that guy averages 240, 248 in league. His average this week against the PTQ guys was 189.
Yep.
And the guys leading the PTQ averaged 225. Like, there's kind of a...
Yeah, those are the PTQ guys.
That's the PTQ guys, because then, as Dallas made a comment and brought it up, right, making it through PTQs, and he goes, the number of times I get in there, make it through the PTQ, and then all of a sudden, all those PTQ guys are down, 38th and below. It's a whole other animal when you get to
different game.
That thing.
There's nothing like bowling on the PBA tour. Right? You cannot simulate it. No PBA league. No, there's nothing. You take a field like that, and it's not even the patterns that we bowl on. It's how the guys change the lanes.
Yep. You got to give a shout out to Jessica here. It's been a great performance all week.
Absolutely.
Emil called the shot. I give it props to my boy here. He called it. He's like, I'm going to call it right now. She's getting to the finals, and I don't know if he said top 4, or he said deep into the finals, and here we are, the first round of 16 before we get to the next round of 16. She's definitely been on a run of late, and nothing to be ashamed about. Grinding out on something like this, right? That shows what she's got cooking, and the potential is there to keep going forward.
Yeah, I mean, and losing a 250, you know, like all you could do is shake your opponent's hand, walk away, and hold your head up high.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on this. I mean, 250 on this is. I know they've opened up a little bit, but it's still a massive game.
Got that right. They ain't opened up that much. With that, round 2 is on its way, so there's probably going to be at least a 5 minutes.
Oh, look at that. Landon Carter coming over, give D-Tang friendship dues.
Money.
He's
See,
like,
that's why
hey buddy, here's my friendship dues. Here's my.
You always gotta. You just gotta be nice to everybody. You never know when a friend's gonna come by and just give you 40 bucks.
He goes, oh, you know, it's what now? What was that in reference to? He goes, he said something about backpack. Were you the backpack, or was he in the backpack?
He was. I hopped in that thing.
Oh yeah.
I
So
mean,
Darren played the backpack.
I didn't bowl bad, but I didn't. You know, I definitely wasn't wearing the backpack.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I gave him 8 over. I felt like that was pretty massive. I could have gave him more though. I think that block I had a big 4 in the 10th frame the last 2 games in a row. So
all right.
that could have been a pretty big set.
All right. E, what do you think here, bud?
All right, bowlers, give me about 2 minutes just to update the bracket.
All right.
And then I will get your lane assignments for our next matches.
We're gonna get
If you won that round, you are skipping a pair. To
bye.
your rights. 17 and 18 was the last pair, so you'll wrap around.
Good to see you.
All right, what's my thought, you said?
Yeah, so Theo said he's going to get a couple of minutes here, get going.
Yep.
We're going to close this one out, so then reopen it to
No, we're staying here.
staying here.
Yep,
We're live.
This is our match play event for the entirety of this round.
Okay.
The only time we will go off the air is when it's time for the finals, or the step ladder specifically.
Okay, got
All right, so we're going to, I guess, take that 2 to 5 minute break to allow the clerical items to take shape, but the winners just skip a pair to the right, is what I just heard Theo say.
Okay.
So that means we'll be getting a little bit of Brett Wolf. Okay, all right, Mr. Wolf. We'll see Jeremy McElliott nearby. We'll go all over the winners, of course, and those who are going to, or who they're going to bowl, I should say. I know, Mr. Tang, you're going to shoot a little content, right? Is that what I heard you say earlier?
I'm not shooting content,
not?
but Simo's going to get mic'd up here. We
Oh,
actually
that's
have,
what-
if I can plug what we got going on,
Sure.
we have howtobowl.com. It's our, I don't think we're allowed to call it a master class, so to speak,
Okay.
but it's a platform for us to help educate bowlers. Myself and Simo are sharing our knowledge there, and that's basically what we're filming for.
As you mentioned, practicing with them, and you're learning. So
Oh, yeah.
it's 2 different levels of learning trees, and I'm guessing in the process you're learning as well on some of this stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, being able to pick Simo's brain about some of the things that he does, and sometimes it doesn't make any sense to me, or I go, yeah, that's
Or
just
some of the-
something that I could never do.
Correct, and now that you converted to two-handed, but some of the stuff he sees, right?
Yep.
Because again, he sees it differently than again. We talk about all the two-hander, what was it, Chris Vi, you take Kyle Troop,
yep.
you take Simon, you take Belmo, you take Jesper, you take them all. You all see it different.
There's just no cookie cutter way. There's no textbook way to bowl
Correct.
two-handed. I'm starting to learn, and that's the coolest thing about having Simon on here, and then myself as a new two-hander, learning the different things and trying all the different methods and taking advice from Troop and Simo and Vi, and then applying them to my own game, seeing what works, what doesn't. But there's just no right way to do it. It's kind of crazy how that is. There's some baseline stuff for the one-handed game, but for the two-handed game, there's a couple of things here and there. But for the most part, you kind of have to lean on what you do naturally and then sprinkle in a little bit of how can I add to this?
Yeah.
Real quick before you go, as a new two-handed player, and I feel like your situation is a little unique because you were a very good one-handed player. Right, and so I'm not going to say your transition was seamless because I'm sure it wasn't. But if you could give advice to the inexperienced two-handers out there, what would you say?
I think if anyone's, I'm going to start with the transition. If anyone's thinking about making the transition, if you can do it, I think you do it. We actually have a youth player at home that thinks he throws it better one-handed than two, but I think he just has more confidence in it because he's been doing it for longer. And the kid's only been bowling for a year and a half or two. But he throws it way better two-handed. His track is off the fingers. He's actually a full roller one-handed, so that kind of solves that problem.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's very interesting.
Wow.
But for all the
and you said he's more confident that way?
He's more confident. I think it's just because he's got the reps in using his thumb. But fit. Not having to use the thumb and the fit issue stuff and dealing with the swelling and the temperature changing, humidity, whatnot. not having to deal with that on my first shots has been very eye-opening and very, I think a blessing, honestly, because that not having to deal with the thumb is, I think the thumb is one of the biggest variables in the game. And if you can take that out of play,
Yep.
yeah, I think do it if you can do it. But yeah, I think posture is pretty big. If you got to be able to stay underneath the ball as long as possible.
And to not to cut you off, but to piggyback off of that, it was Emil. He asked me about obviously coaching. I worked with all the players. And Osku was kind of the first one we had on tour that was doing it before Belmo got here, right? And then having all the guys as they started to come out, and then as I transitioned out, I go, yeah, I've worked with them all. I said, but I can't do it. He goes, what? I'm too fat. I'm too old. I'm too fat. I've tried I said, I can teach it, but I can't get my body in that position, right? And again, I've seen the conversion we're starting to see more and more of the older generation, like people older than me, going to two-handed. Some are good at it naturally. Some are terrible at it. But I think it's just a deal of they see it as, oh, what do I got to lose? They're like, I'm not bowling on tour. I'm not, I'm just want to have fun with it.
I think it's awesome to see, too, because people are, they're staying open-minded. They're seeing that that's the direction the game is going, and they realize if I want to keep up or if I want to throw some more strikes or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, make it more fun. Throw some more strikes. Let's watch the messengers bounce back and forth, right?
Let's make a change. Yeah, I mean, I've been bowling this league series on YouTube for the longest time, and I never one-handed had – I had a couple pops at 800, but it wasn't a consistent thing. I've had a chance to bowl 800 5 times in the last month bowling two-handed now. Like the flat 10 and the ring 10, it's if I leave one, it's like, okay, I got to make a pretty big change here. It's not a little micro thing, but, once I start striking, it's striking.
It's fun, and it probably makes it more fun in that aspect, too.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a lot more enjoyable in league. Typically, I'm not a big league guy just because I don't think it's productive personally for me. But, doing it now, especially for entertainment purposes, post a video, I bowled 800 with this ball, or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
It's just become a little more fun and entertaining, and, just seeing some bright spots here and there. I could get a lot better here. I can get a lot better here. So to our one-handed, it was like, okay, we're maintaining. Let's try to pick up on a couple of skills here and there, but it got really monotonous and honestly just tiring because my one-handed game was so high maintenance. So,
like it.
Personally, I'm very happy with the switch so far. Missing the cut here? No, not as much, but we're gonna have those. We're gonna have those here and there.
All right, my man, I appreciate it. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out.
No problem.
Carl's going to join us next. Round 2 is next, and it's just a few minutes away, so do not go anywhere. If you need to, check on your favorite football team because that's happening right now. Grab yourself something to drink, catch that afternoon Sunday lunch or brunch still. And we got round 2. So, again, Troop is coming on board. Kyle Troop, he's the number 1 overall seed. He's actually got 2 squads of 120 or better. He's got plus 120 today for 4 games at the Captures round, and then plus 137. Squad 2, that was way back on Thursday afternoon. The other players include Josh Kennedy, Anthony Simonson, Bob Wiley, Chad Lucci, Wesley Lowe, Dylan Taylor, Michael Haugen Jr. That is your 1 through 8. And again, the highest seed bowls the lowest remaining seed every round in match play. So lane assignments and such are coming up next. We'll take a moment to step aside and hydrate ourselves. You're watching match play from the Agent Ong Open, the trilogy, right here on Bowlstream TV.
All right, bowlers, lane assignments for the next round on 3 and 4. 3-seed Anthony Simonson and 18-seed Cortez Schenk. 5 and 6, 4-seed Bob Wiley and 17-seed Cesar Padilla. 7 and 8, 9-seed Jeremy McElliott and 8-seed Michael Haugen Jr. 9 and 10, 7-seed Dylan Taylor, 10-seed Brett Wolf. 11 and 12, 1-seed Kyle Troop, and 22-seed Keith Fung. 13-14, 6-seed Wesley Lowe, and 12-seed Kyle Duster. 15 and 16, 2-seed Josh Kennedy, and 20-seed Paul Younts. And on 17-18, 5 seed Chad Luch and 14 seed White Trzowski. We'll give you guys just a quick second. Is everybody on their pairs? Anybody not ready to go? Cool, we're going to turn them on for 5 minutes of warm-up. And again, it is best 2 out of 3. The higher seed in the match will get to choose who starts in what lane. higher seed gets choice of lane. Best 2 out of 3. Good luck.
Right, you say you got so many.
Okay, officially now, round 2 is underway in match play. Round 2 officially underway here in match play. Run down all of the matches for you. Per lane, or by pair, I should say. With, let's see, Cortez Schenk, the 18th seed, also known as Tyler, taking on the number 3 seed, Anthony Simonson. It's a really good match there. On 5 and 6, Cesar Padilla, taking on the 4th seed in Bob Wiley. On 7 and 8, Jeremy McElliott. He is the 9th seed, taking on Michael Halligan Jr., the 8th seed. On 9 and 10, of course, in front of you right now, the 7 versus 10, Dylan Taylor, who got the first round bye, taking on Brett Wolf. Next door on 11 and 12, the number 1 overall seed, Kyle Troop, taking on 22nd seed Keith Fong. On 13 and 14, Wesley Lowe, the 6th seed, taking on the 12th seeded Kyle Duster. On 15 and 16, Josh Kennedy, the number 2 seed, taking on Paul Younts. That matchup intrigues me because, between every match, I think there isn't, or the distance between the styles, right? They're doing something so different from one another because Younts is in at 4th arrow, probably moving left. And assuming Josh Kennedy is still going to be playing close to the gutter.
Well, I was going to say, and that's what we got to look and see, right? Is he playing? Is he still playing the out? Yeah, and it looks like Paul's still using the hyperdrive Pearl. Then it's a matter of, is he in? I'm assuming he's still in wheel in the spot, right? Which is what. Got cooking here on lane 12.
Final match, by the way, 17 and 18, Chad Lushi and the 14th seed, Wyatt Kelsey. Chad is the 5th seed.
Yeah, we just got Bree's attention for the score change up there on Kyle's match.
Needs to be 6.
Yep. Yeah, because he's on a spare, so we want to make sure we get that.
So those are your matchups. Yeah, Simo is bowling. Hector.
Yeah, they're down here to the left, right? Yeah, 3 and 4.
Yeah, they are be off camera, unfortunately, but we'll give you the radio.
Or no, Simo's bowling Cortez.
Yeah, but he's off camera.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So if you base it on what we just watched, right, so yeah, it'll be about an hour and some change perhaps. Only one match went the distance, meaning 3 games. These are best of 3.
Correct.
It was the Fong Jessica Noshbush match, of course, which
yeah,
Keith,
she bowled great.
big 253 in game 3 to get the win. He won game 1 and Jessica won game 2.
Yep.
Dylan Taylor.
And to back up what you asked about here, I just caught Mr. Kennedy out of the corner of my eye. He is still playing the lip. And yeah, Keith is wheeling 20. So
that's crazy.
again, it just proof in the pudding that there is no set way, right? It's a matter of what you can do and repeat it to get the right thing cooking.
That seemed impossible on Thursday. To some degree, both
Yeah,
items did.
but
That's funny.
you know, it's a deal like we were just talking about, like D-Tang was talking too, right? Like it's a deal of with the now the pattern's been run so many times, but it's the even though it's only 35 feet, it's the volume of oil, and that particular oil is now we're starting to see the memory build from this pattern, right? I mean, well, it's been built, you know, with each passing round, but yeah. Kyle Troop there. That is a for those keeping score at home. That is a pitch black.
He's been about his business this week.
That is THEMM, and in true form, y'all can't see the camera back here, but Kyle does have the phone up. He is keep pounding. He's watching his Carolina Panthers play the Dallas Cowboys. You know, so he comes back. He's got a fan. He's got football, and he's going to throw some bowling shots in between, right? So we'll see how this all plays out. But you know, Michael Haugen trying to play an inside, a little bit deeper line. So we'll see how that cooks for him. Right on, my man. We just got a delivery of beverages from the beverage waitress, also known as the founding father, Captain Carl.
Delivery. Someone asked a good question. I did answer it in the chat, but it is. I'm sorry. The first round losers received $600.
Correct.
Losers in this round will receive $700 for their efforts.
Yep.
You mentioned it was going to be interesting, Schlemer, and if we got into it, I had to take my attention away briefly on a couple of things. But what would it have been, or would it be interesting, or is it interesting because of the varying styles of those who got a first round bye and are now on the lanes, and also along with, you know, the matchups, of course, the transition. What is it? And obviously, it's multiple things that make this round interesting, in your opinion.
Oh, for sure, right? Like it's a matter of, as we were talking this last set, right? With D-Tang, it's one of those deals of based on the pair, right? And so, like Cortez and Simo down there, they're playing both in a similar zone. They're not getting super steep with it. You know, the way they're playing the pattern, they're playing a spot closer. They're playing a break point closer together down lane. And so, good rolling, dude. Yeah, we're going to bring Carl in here. You know, so you get the Cortez and Simo thing. They're doing the right thing. Yes, sir. And, you know, and I think the styles are going to vary pair to pair. And it's just the way the natural characteristics of how this building plays, right? As we're talking about the way that we've now developed some house memory, a pattern memory, I should say, now that this pattern's been run so many times with the strip and re-oils. But again, when you got guys that are similar in style, a la like now on 7 and 8, right? Like we saw Keith come off of there. He was wheeling it. But Jeremy and Haugen are both a little bit more direct, and actually more like Jessica was there. She was playing a little farther right with bigger balls. These guys they've chased it in a little bit, but again, they're not as deep and not creating the angle, say like Cortez and Simo down there. Now, would those guys do the same thing on 7 and 8? It's hard to say without them actually bowling on this pair because of the variables, right? We do see more people. Starting to see more guys jumping in and wheeling it, though. And obviously, even McElliott right there, he just jumped in and, I mean, again, kind of just come off the spot, more so even than Haugen. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unravels, right?
A lot of intrigue. Carl, this is we're about halfway home on the day, I would say, at this point, right?
We're getting there. We're definitely cutting down. What an amazing field, though, with the round of 16 here.
Yeah, this top 8, as a whole, certainly the 16, but just looking at the top 8 as an individual or as a group, I'm pretty impressed, and I think for me, and we've talked about it this week, just the multiple squad aspect of things, and not the re-entry per se, but if you're going to do that, just watching how players tweak things each time they bowl to ultimately get a chance to be at this point today here on Sunday. And again, someone like Paul, who I talked about, man, I just watched the dude. If he wins today, I'm gonna take. Even if he doesn't win, I'm gonna take away that I watched that dude throw a few gutters on Thursday, his first couple squads.
Yep.
And at worst, he's going to finish in the 17 through. In the 9th through 16th pool of this term. At worst. So it's simpler to say that if your look isn't what it is or what you think it should be or what you hope it is, keep grinding, or as the Carolina Panthers would say, for
Keep
God's
pounding.
sake, keep pounding.
Keep pounding.
Jonathan Orozco, that'll be a takeaway for me as well. 14 years old, out here playing with the big boys.
Yep.
So, speaking of Jonathan, so Sal, his dad, also bowled. They came with the whole Ventura crew with Robert Smith. So last year, Jonathan wanted the bowl, but he kind of like, we'll wait. So he came out.
So to piggyback
watched.
off of that, Darren, prior to you, right? Darren goes, I remember bowling the Pro-Am with him a few months ago.
Right.
They bowled the Pro-Am in Cali at a regional, and Jonathan bowled the Pro-Am to bowl with the pros or whatever. And he's like, yeah, he goes, I remember watching the first couple shots and going, man, that kid throws it pretty good. What now? Can you hear me now? Good. Sorry about that.
What was the overall reasoning, Carl?
Oh, so yeah, I think his dad just told him, just absorb the first year, watch it, see what it's all about. And then I remember Sal calling me earlier this year saying, my son's going to bowl. I'm like, is he eligible? I go, absolutely. We are smart. We're good to go. He can do some smart bowling. And let's go ahead and have him sign up. And here he is, making cuts. So
Like that.
good on him. I mean, he finished further than the whole house, pretty much, except Paul Young's here.
Hey, man, if you
I was going to say the whole group that
He
came.
beat the whole group.
He beat his dad, beat Robert Smith, he beat the whole posse. Yeah.
It's funny. Normally for for adults, right there could be, hey, you owe us a couple of adult beverages or something like that. But we got to get my guy. I don't know what he likes, but he's 14, so
Some video games, something.
video games, some
Yeah.
trading cards.
Right.
The old guys better hook a brother up. Like, come on
something.
now.
Get the kid a PS5. Let's
Something.
do something.
Yeah.
But,
Ask him
well,
for
he can
tips. Ask
shoot.
him how he did it.
You can actually buy one in his own now.
Well, no, he's got to take advantage of his crew.
Well, fair enough.
Take advantage of his crew.
And that's a story he's going to be able to carry for a long time. We're like, hey, Dad, remember that time when we went to California when I was a kid?
cashed and you didn't?
I made the cut and you didn't? That's awesome.
But that's one thing I've heard from everybody throughout the weekend, especially since earlier today, is there's a whole lot of people telling me they're coming back. So again, for everybody, every single person that's come through these doors the last few days.
And there is something I want to touch
Appreciate
upon
it.
with that too, Carl. Again, kudos to you. This is the trilogy. There were a few bowlers. I know people are going to come back, right? Because now this is a thing. And a couple of players that asked me, "Hey, why is the condition so hard this night?" I go, by the way, this is the third installment. I said, have you bowled in the same pattern every year? And they look at me and they go, well, no. I said, okay, so next year's a new pattern. And they go, oh, okay. So, and that's one way to look at it, right? Like, and like I said, and then I explained it to them in reference to, as I've been mentioned a few times this week, is the Open Championship, right? Again, the pattern is not impossible. The pattern is the equalizer. It just, again, you got to throw some quality shots. Here we are later in the week. Now, we're a few games in on what the pattern. You've got people playing the gutter. You got people wheeling 20. There's no definitive of there's only one way to play the lanes and one way to make it. And that's what's cool about something like this, right?
Right. And if you look at the field that we had in regards to the sheer difference of styles and everything else that bowled this tournament all weekend. I mean, I don't think there was one way to attack it, and
No, for sure. Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
ooh, and
Just had to
one
speak
right
that
after
into
the other.
existence, and Kyle misses the headpin left.
But no, it's again, just everybody that came out over this weekend. My family and I thank you. The support of our sponsors, we thank you as well. But yeah, this has been, again, a very long road to get here. And especially to you two that have been in this booth from start to finish. Can't thank either one of you enough.
Unforced error. And Simo down there, 4-9. So him and Cortez are in a pressure cooker. As is, well, Caesar's, that one's okay there to start. Just left a bucket. All of our matches are actually, for the
Very
most part,
close.
kind of close, right? Like
No one's running away with any
nobody's
game
setting
right now.
anything on fire and, mad dashing to the finish line.
Just a quick update, folks. You can see on the right side of your screen, thank you to Leia Zweig, first and foremost, for her great handwriting. That's the bracket board that is being manually updated in the building. So we're on round 2, which is on the right of your screen, but you can see the results of round 1 there. And then round 3, of course, will be at the bottom. And then I'll ask Leia to take another photo of that for me if she doesn't mind, so I can post it for you here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I have to thank Leia as well for, she's writing all their checks. So thank you.
She's going to have a hand cramp.
She already has one. She already had one.
Okay.
So we chopped the bucket
Look
over
out.
there.
But the pace of game 1 is considerably faster than the pace of game 1 of round 1. Is it just me? Am I making that up?
No, I think you're right. I think it's one of those things that it can attribute, because it's not, you can't say that, it's because their striking mark is like over here on 15 and 16. Between the two of them, there's only 2 strikes on the board. And both are about Paul. Mr. Kennedy has not thrown a strike yet.
Now, that's somewhat surprising, but as we discussed earlier, I think if this was on fresh, he would be destroying this right now.
And so, again, it goes into how much longer does he go, because he knows it's a race to 2. And the thing is, he's still within shouting distance, the way that match is going, right? But does he try to make a move in and change balls? Because he's seen it all around him. You're seeing other guys do it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out.
I mean, for someone that hasn't struck, it's 14 pins.
No, that's what I just said.
Yeah,
I mean, it's one of those things
crazy.
of, is he willing to take the sacrifice? And you might see it probably in a fill ball at this point, just to see how these next couple frames go, if he jumps to reactive and jumps in. Speaking of unforced errors and making it interesting, Blue Hammer Brett right here.
Blue Hammer Brett.
Just, again, unforced error. Throwing an OG Blue that you gotta wonder if he could throw reactive or throw, drilled differently. Simo down there throwing a hyperdrive. Gave it a run, got one. So again, I saw Simo down in the far corner going through some ball stuff. He catches a double. Again, him and Cortez, it looks to be pretty close. It's within, 12 pins? 46 and 34?
Yes, it is a 12-pin lead currently
All right.
for
What are we cooking there? All right.
Cortez.
Never say never there on 5 and 6.
Kyle Duster, big shot there, bottom right of your screen. Those matches are in the 7th. We'll keep it here because Brett Wolf is in the 10th frame. And no longer with the chance to shut out Dylan Taylor. So Dylan's going to have a chance to win game 1 no matter what happens. Wolf with the fam here, wife Angie. I think one of their sons is here as well.
Yeah, little man sitting right there.
Maybe the oldest, Bennett.
Yeah, I met him and talked to him last night, and Brett goes, Yeah, he goes, oh, that's one of Daddy's old friends. Daddy's known him a long time. I said, yeah, well, I met your dad way before you were born. Converts a spare, so this one's going to come down to the 10th. See how that shakes out.
Buck 76, the max for Keith Fung, but he was already trying, it looked like, getting prepared for game 2.
Yeah, and I think that's a fact-finding mission. But speaking of, so going back, we got Brett here in front of us. We're going down to the match. We said to the right with Mr. Kennedy and Paul down there. Paul split and opened. So, again, even though Kennedy hasn't struck yet, he's still in the match. And again, now it's in his head of, well, I just got to keep doing what I'm doing to hit the 1-3 and take my chances of filling a frame.
Yeah, so there's no searching anymore. It's trying to just get something.
And you picked the spare? Yep, okay.
He did.
Looks like Simon put, 2-0 up on the board?
He's at 203.
And so it's a matter of what Cortez does on the shot. I'd like Cortez's chances.
Well, 9 out would be a tie. Oh, my. He just went runaway Brooklyn for the 1-3-5.
And again, not a, how do you put that? It's not a...
Not a gimme.
Not a gimme?
So
a 1-3-5?
He's going to make that. Yeah, that's the 1-3-5.
Okay.
It's even weirder looking at it from this angle.
I was going to say, looking at it this way, and I'm
from
like...
here, it's a mess. I can't tell what it is.
Yeah.
Let's go quickly to 5 through 8. You can catch it on the left side of your screen.
Catch it there. Look at that. Ball change for Kennedy down here, far right. Catches a strike and takes the lead in that game with two frames to go. Yeah, so now, as we just mentioned, Cortez, just like you said.
And Dylan Taylor, by the way.
Oh.
Just barely clipped it.
Barely clipped it, right? And that gives him enough?
He needs 1.
Okay. Well, stranger things have happened, I think.
He needs 1.
If you cloud that way, that would be absolutely absurd.
I would probably leave the building.
I mean, that would be a whole nother level.
I'm just saying, I've seen stranger things even this week.
On Netflix?
Kyle with a, no, I've actually still not watched that. Kyle made the ball change, give it a look-see, 220 there to fill out. He takes the lead in that match, 1-0. And Cortez just fires it at the head, fires it up the middle.
That's a good idea.
He wins game 1.
210, 203. Dylan Taylor needed the first one in the 10th to give himself the chance. He went 9 spare strike against Brett Wolf. So Brett has an early 1-0 lead over 1 and Dylan Taylor. While we're at it, Bob Wiley taking it to Jeremy McEllie, and it's been McEllie. I'm sorry, not Jeremy McEllie. I beg your pardon.
Who's Bob Wiley ball? Can you see who won down there on 17th?
It cleared too quick.
I'll make the walk here in a second. So this Kennedy Younce situation.
Yeah, so he puts us. He caught a strike in the 8th on a ball change, spare up in the 9th. Yeah, Yount. I mean, like I said, he went back-to-back opens with spare up in the 8th. So yeah, this is literally going back and forth. We'll see. Could go either way. Duster. Oh, I was going to say that was almost a backdoor bouncing around kind of thing.
Update: Trzowski is down 1.
Okay.
I didn't see the final score. I just
so Lushy won game 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chad was up 1.
Okay. Luche.
Good cover by Brett.
Mm-hmm.
So Bob is bowling Cesar Padilla. And Bob Wiley just opened in the 10th frame to give Cesar Padilla the opportunity to step up and throw all 3 in the 10th to tie.
Wow.
Ties in games during matches are
Same
broken
thing.
how? 9th and 10th frame? Okay.
So we shall see.
Leslie Lowe is going to get a 1-0 lead early.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Cesar. he had to double and get 8 to beat Riley, correct?
And he went 10 back, 10 back, 10 back down here. So I'm
10 back on the first.
Not going to argue that possibility over there because that was 10 back right there.
Jeremy McElliott, after just looking,
he won.
So good. McElliott won?
Yeah, 203 to 189.
Thank you. So still winning.
And Yount actually caught a double. That's what the clapping was. Now we're here to off to the right. Kyle catches the crossover. Talking to himself, walking back.
Padilla.
Whoa.
That one was a hair right.
Yep. And
that one was a hair right. So Bob Wiley. Now again, Bob Wiley gets 5 pins. He won via scratch anyway, but again, got to keep that in mind for Mr. Wiley.
that is correct.
So he technically has 215.
Yep.
Right, Carl?
That is correct.
Padilla, 199.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Okay.
Keith Fung, 138. And the fact-finding mission for the few frames there. Wesley Lowe, 223. I've been impressed with Wesley.
Yep.
His approach this week, again, the way he utilized the squads bowled and the sweepers. Of course, taking advantage from a sweeper perspective with an opportunity to win a couple extra bucks and all of the above.
Mr. Yount caught a 3-bagger, so he's looking at putting on a count here. And that is 195.
I can't wait to talk to that dude after.
And
for real.
And exactly as projected, Kennedy is changing to reactive, and he's going in. So we'll see what this ball does for him.
He's going in.
He's going in, folks.
On the mission.
Fact-finding mission. And he's looked at it, 10 back. Guess that was pretty good. So the best he can get, again, just kind of grinding out, chasing it. The best he can get here is he gets next to is 182. So Mr. Yount takes a 1-game-to-none lead there. And down there on the far end, looks like they're a couple frames in. And yeah, looks like Chad actually has an early lead there. Spare strike split.
Sorry.
You're fine. Brett Wolf crossing over, carries it, baby.
Nice. I'm going to get to Arch's question because Arch
Manning?
It could be. He could be.
Trying to figure out where he's going to get drafted next year?
Could be watching from Austin, Texas in the locker room.
What do they say down there? Hook 'em?
That's right. He asked about the thoughts on the left versus the right side here on this pattern. And, I mean, shoot, if we I don't have the captures round in front of me, but plenty, I won't say plenty, but I thought we had multiple lefties in the captures round. Obviously Brett's still bowling, but just
Wesley Lowe.
Wesley Lowe. Jason Cragen was close. He bowled. He was left-handed this morning. If we take a look at it.
We had a handful of them this morning, for sure.
I mean, but it looked, they weren't shut out by any stretch.
Oh, no, not at all.
Not by a long shot.
And Kennedy catches double.
I know that's always a
180 something there. Yeah. So, and again, that's the whole thing of, right? And having the pattern built the way it is, like we were talking about how it plays. You got some guys that are in curving it. You get guys playing, well, Kennedy was playing straight, but now he's kind of jumping in. Kyle's not curving it by his standard. Simo had the front four and just ran away Brooklyn to leave a, what was that? Looks like a 3-9. So we've got, he's going to move some cameras around here for us. But, and again, the versatility in, Kyle catching some luck, rolling some stuff, leaving only the 10 there. Again, he's talking to himself. You know, I think the deal in the pattern, like I said, right to left, it wasn't one of those deals where, you know, the lefties were definitely not locked out of it, right? So, and that's all you ask for. It's one of those deals, and that's what they ask for. They just want to fight and chance. Because, again, there's less traffic. As we mentioned a couple days ago, we had the one squad, I think it was Friday morning, we had Ben. I can't remember Ben's last name, but, you know, he was the only lefty in the entire squad of like 16 people. Oh, yeah, Ben Perry, yep. You know, so we had, you know, he was the only lefty of the entire squad. But, yeah, we had quite a few lefties this morning, and we got still 2 remain. So it is more than fair in that regard. Cortez, messengers all around it, leaves a 4-pin. So him and Samo are in quite the match down there. Both started with the front 4 or 5.
Forgot to get Josh's first game score, but I know he trails 1 game to 0, but I just like writing scores down.
Josh
Kennedy.
Oh, yeah, it was 180 something. 181? Because he caught the first 2. It was like he went like double 9. Oh. Plucks 3 off the bucket there. Kennedy with the 7 spare. So yeah, they're off. They're finally getting going in their second game. The game next to it looks like Chad actually has a lead because now that's split. Not a split, but that's a 2-8. So yeah, I think looks like he's kind of questioning what's cooking there down on the very end pair. Yeah, we're moving and shaking and moving.
We said that Wyatt or Chad had the game 1 victory over there.
Chad won the first game,
okay,
and he's leading this game because Wyatt went split, 8 out.
Got it.
This game, so that could be a quick 2 and done.
We will have a new champion, and continue to have a different champion each year. Antoine won the inaugural in 23. Kyle Ponzo won last year. And now we will have a different champion for the 3rd year in a row. No re-oils, by the way, during match play. Next time we'll see fresh will be the step ladder. Just as an FYI. Does that favor anybody? I don't know. I thought Mr. Trzaskowski, though, there was no doubt earlier today. He shot 220, 250 in the last couple of games of the Cashers round to get into match play. So, you know, from that angle, you're like, oh, okay, well, somebody likes it. Likes the way the lanes are cooking right now. In fact, if you missed the Cashers round this morning, I'll tell you or give you the link to the standings if you haven't seen those, so you can understand how things went down. Wow.
Bada boom.
Mr. Taylor.
I can't use hers.
I like Boom Shakalaka though.
Yeah, that's I was just
talking about iconic phrases and voices and games. NBA Jam.
He's heating up.
I tell you, and so Cortez is indeed heating up.
Mm-hmm.
He is absolutely heating up down there.
Kyle gets out to peel off the spot. Again, he's going through some ball changes over here on 11 and 12.
Simo could lose because of an open in the 5th. In that match. So Cortez has got front 4, 9 spare double. Simo went front 4 again. The wild shot. He left it 3-9.
Chopped it. He didn't pick that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, dang.
He chopped it. and he's working on a double. So
Uh-oh.
it's an interesting match. We'll keep an eye on the game. Got the radio call for you over there.
Haugen bouncing around.
If you wouldn't mind, good people, if you are able to smash the thumbs up on this video, and also if you haven't,
Tickle.
please subscribe to Bowlstream TV. That may have some new viewers. Thank you for those who have subscribed this weekend. Really appreciate you. We continue to look forward.
Shout out to everybody who joined. Got you to 10K.
Onward and upward. Cortez strikes again. That sounds like a Star Wars episode.
Dun, 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 dun. Wow, what is all that falling forward?
Elliott's. He needed a break too.
Yeah, he, after I think the mindset changed with the chop bucket there in the third, which led to another, a couple back-to-back bad shots, right? And Haugen's got a pretty good look. Oh, Simo, what was that? 7-10? 2-10? 4-10? 4-10.
Yeah, 4-10. His run is not over. But 2 opens to what Cortez right now, he's pacing 250.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Simon knows it's done. Of course, stranger things happened.
Again, just posted the cashers round standings so you can get an idea of how things went down this morning. The 4-game block to determine the 24 participants for match play. 54 people advanced. 24 advanced to match play. 54 advanced from qualifying to the cashers round, and then 24 from the cashers round 2. Match play, and that one is indeed over. So just like that, it is a single elimination tournament. Best of 3, single elimination. First match, Cortez, who made the show back in 2023. Of course, the year that July won, getting one round closer to perhaps returning to the stepladder finals. It's the top 4, by the way, who get to the show. Top 4.
Yeah, so after this round, we'll have another round. Have yourself a round.
Oh, hello.
What's that?
Hello.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have another round here after this one.
Mr. Taylor, 2, 4, 5, 7. Okay. Brett Wolf leads 1-0 here in this match on 9 and 10. Dylan had a chance to win game 1 with 9 spare strike for 195. Kyle Duster over on 13 and 14. Good shot.
Pitch.
Yep, wraps 10 true.
And I wanted to say, let's see this shot right here. Looks good. Reactive. I was going to say, it just out of nowhere, that match down there flipped because Wyatt there caught a 3-bagger. And Chad opened the last frame. So that match has gotten a little interesting down there on 17 and 18. As we have to give you the play-by-play baseball style because we don't have a camera on every pair. I've put my request in with Bowlstream TV with the powers that be to see if we can get mobile cameras, get the players wearing GoPros so they can every single shot from every angle. I don't like my chances of that getting accepted, but I figured I'd submit that request.
Well, the 10K helps.
Okay.
10K subscribers do help.
Okay.
Help towards those kinds of goals.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine you had GoPros on bowlers' heads.
That'd be fantastic.
Be kinda cool.
I think that'd be great for bowling, period.
Or I guess the the Ray-Ban glasses
We
or
could get
the
some meta glasses.
yeah.
Now, Belmo back in the day had the
original
one of the first Google
glasses. Yeah. And it was I don't know. It was one of those things. They tried to do it to where they could show it on TV. It didn't quite, I think, pan out. But obviously, technology has advanced quite a bit since then. So I think that would be something cool. just perspective-wise to see what that looks like, right?
It's official. Cortez Shank has advanced. Defeats Anthony Simonson 2-0. That is the first match done here in round 2 of match play. This is game 2 of these matches. Right down the middle goes Dylan Taylor for a strike.
Wow.
Oh my.
Wesley Lowe is just, I think that's what you call 5 on the deck. To catch a double. You saw that. They kind of just tumbled, fell, and laid there. Interesting. And again, Duster's clean through 6, so we'll see how it shakes out. And down to the end, trying to see. Chad's got 170 something. Obviously, depending on count, he can post.
Good match, game 2 specifically.
He cannot win.
What are you talking about?
He cannot shut out Wyatt down on 17 and 18.
I think that is correct.
If he gets good count here, he can force him to double. Which he did. Because Wyatt has, looks like 140 something with a spare up. So yeah, he's gonna have a chance, but he's gonna get the first 2. Well, he's gonna start with the first one. And that one missed the head pin left. So that match is over. Down on 17 and 18. Chad Lushy's going to advance from that pair. What do we got cooking down here? What is down here? Brett Wolf. He's playing that safety zone, right? Like getting it. He's not trying to force it, not trying to overthrow it. Just kind of manage the 1-2. Kyle Duster remains clean over here on 13 and 14. Haugen again keeping it in play, flat 10. He's going to try and fill the frame because again that's a pressure cooker of sorts. Because again neither guy's striking. Well, take it back. Jeremy he caught a double after the back-to-back opens, but now he's open in the 8th. So these are what is that? A 210? Yeah, not so good. Not so good, Tim. Yeah, we got some back and forth here, dude. Oh, tickled it. Only got to touch it.
That was Haugen on the left side of your
touch
screen. Gets the 10 pin in the Vans. They hit the Vans outlet. There's probably one at the Phoenix outlets just down the street.
Well, he lives in Cali, so
that's right.
He moved a year and a half, 2 years ago, but he does come. I know he does still kind of come visit here, so I'm sure there's plenty of Vans outlets between Cali and here, in both places.
Well, you could even just get it done before he even makes the head back. Go straight from here, hopefully with 5 figures, and then he can get as many Vans as he wants.
That's it. That's what's up.
I might go with him. That match again is McElliott, Haugen.
Oh, choppy chop.
And Jeremy. That's going to all but do it for Dylan, unfortunately. I really thought we had talked about the benefits. Sometimes we talk to Dylan, he was talking about his ball not seeing the front. I thought on this, as we mentioned yesterday, I thought he might be able to make a run because of his attributes and what he does very well today. And he was close. He was right with Brett. I mean, there were minimal opens from both of these players in this match. Minimal.
Speaking of close, this match right over here with Kyle Troop, too.
Yeah, it's snuck in.
Kate's
been hanging
Wesley
around.
Lowe bouncing and tripping stuff. The people back in the crowd, that was the big O. And it's made some noise back behind that pair. Wow.
Yeah, trauma ER. Dylan did not. He went 9 spare strike for 195. Needed the first and 10. Ooh. No trip there. The left lane enjoys Wesley Lowe over there on lane 13 in particular. We'll go back to the Kennedy Younson match because that one's really good.
Yeah.
And then, well, they're all really good as we just talked about.
Oh, Messenger to the 10.
Let's go next door real quick. Bob Wiley just missed a 245 in the 8.
Come on, Bob.
So he's got 199 left, but it's really 204, which is his max. Cesar
35
with
left.
235 max. Okay. And over on 7 and 8, like Elliott can only get to 180. And Haugen on the locked up one here. And getting ready to move on potentially, but Jeremy McGelly was really good. Really good. Not over, but the bowling mathematics, if you will. Duster. 1-2-4, missing the head pin right against Wesley Lowe. Battle of the two-handers, righty and a lefty, respectively. Cesar Padilla. Shot to ninth. 3, 6, 9, 10. Not over with yet. Next door. Oh, wow. Oh. Runaway Brooklyn with almost a messenger on a 5-pin. I don't know if I'd ever seen that before in my life. Wow. And Troop.
There it went.
Cannot get the carry to cooperate. Brett Wolf on another run, folks. He is now on and moving toward round number 3. Another win. He defeats Dylan Taylor. Brett Wolf shot 202 and 203 and won the match 2-0. Again, the highest seed remaining bowls the lowest seed remaining in every round. Jeremy McElliott did strike out for 180. Well, it's going to force Michael Haugen to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Needs a mark.
Mm-hmm.
9 out is a tie. Not quite over. And Cesar Padilla, I think he just left a 10-pin. He's got to make it to secure a win here. Haugen, big strike, and he is on to round 3.
Boom, shakalaka.
Kennedy.
Pressure cooker down there.
Who is up in that match again? Did I write that one down? Paul
yeah,
is up,
yeah.
right? Okay. Thank you. Padilla. You know what? Schlem, now this one is important. Oh, my.
Oh, he missed it.
Well, I was going to say a couple things. Here's where Mr. Wiley's pins would come into play.
Because he just missed that.
Well,
so that's why he's changing the score.
Well, if he had struck out, assuming, again, before that, assuming the spare strike from Padilla, that would have been 204. If Wiley had struck out, it would have been 199. He gets 5 pins. They would have tied. Now it's simply about Bob Wiley stepping up and throwing good shot, because 179 won't do it, so he does need the first and the 10th. He needs 2. Let's see. Well,
Didn't sound like much.
well, sir, Bob had his chance.
That's what you asked for. Ball in hand.
Had his chance for 6-7, and that's going to do it there. Justin, Jeremy did not win game number 1. According to what I'm sorry. Jeremy did win game 1.
Yep,
Beg your
they're
pardon.
going to game 3 on 7 and 8.
That was my mistake. I wrote that one backwards. Inverted writing. My bad. Good call there, Justin. Thank you. And, yeah, appreciate that. I get my one mistake for the day.
And Wesley Lowe is going to move on here on 13 and 14.
He's going to reset himself there. Let's see. Spare strike for Keith Fong would be 179. We'll force Troop to mark and good count, or strike and good count. He does make the spare. Wait, so now I'm confused on what's going on over there with Padilla and Wiley. Oh, I wrote 2 ones backwards. I wrote 5 and 6, 7 and 8, both for the reverse.
Well, and folks, that is not a Schlemm deal. I'm over here just innocently watching. It would be Emil.
That was my bad.
Who confused his own handwriting.
Yep. 5 through 8. I wrote the reverse of both those matches.
So they're going to game 3.
Both of those matches in the game 3.
And we'll see what. Do you like it? That is 8. So he's got 177 on the board.
This one I know for sure. Kyle Troop is leading. He shot 224. Keith Fong shot 138 in game 1.
Yes, as it's visible on the board. And yeah, Kyle just needs a mark here.
Bart Krepsky says hello to Schlemm.
Yo, Daddy.
Kennedy.
And Kennedy with 10 back.
Heck of a shot there. True. Bang.
I think he wanted that one. Oh, just a hunch.
Oh, that was that one looked like a Kyle Troop, as you just said. Need it, want it,
gotta have it.
Let's get to the next round.
Took it.
Take a look at it. So it's just 10 back, no doubt about it.
Haugen converts the spare over here, so they're off and cooking. And yeah, so we're looking. Interesting play with Kyle changing, making a ball change, see what he's got. Much respect. Kyle thanking him for. It was a good match. I mean, it came down to the 10th right there. Mr. Kennedy punching it. He said, give me some of that. I ain't done yet. So we're going to game 3 over there as well.
I'll get you the final tallies over on 15 and 16 in a moment. So update it as we go here. Cortez Schenk was the first to move on to round 3. He defeated Anthony Simonson 2-0. Cesar Padilla, Bob Wiley tied at 1 game apiece. Jeremy McElliott, Michael Haugen Jr. tied at 1 game apiece. Brett Wolf defeated Dylan Taylor to advance. Kyle Troop has defeated Keith Fong to advance. Wesley Lowe has defeated Kyle Duster to advance.
And Kennedy is going to try another ball in the fill. I don't know what that is he went and grabbed. He caught the first 2 in the 10th. So, again, this is a fact-finding mission for him, forcing that game. Again, because as we talked about, he went from playing the gutter using, I think it was level, or maybe pitch black or something, and now he jumped in with an optimal pearl. And that's a different ball. And that's 10. And that is 267 points for Mr. Josh Kennedy down there.
267 points.
Yep. And Yount has, what's he got? 39 left.
Great match.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like I said, it started, it was spare 3-bagger and the other, and Yount went strike spare 4-bagger. And I'm like, oh, here we go.
If you joined us late, the recap here
slinging
is
wood.
the recap here is as we can change that graphic now to game 3. This is round 2. Already had a very nice round 1. Let's find my paper. All right, so in round 1, Jeremy McElliott defeated Gabe Alvarez. Brett Wolf defeated Anthony James. Keith Fong defeated Jessica Noshbush in 3 games. It was the only match to go 3 in round 1. Kyle Duster defeated Brianna Cote. Paul Younts defeated Lizzie Reese. Wyatt Truskowski defeated Jonathan Orozco. Cortez Shank defeated Landon Carnett. And Cesar Padilla defeated Riley Woodward. And now, of course, round 2 just went over those again, but 3 matches remain. 3 matches remain.
Going to game 3.
And it looks like the Kennedy Younts match will be the last to finish, so we'll keep it here on 5 through 8.
Yeah, because they're still, he's still finishing off game 2. Haven't even started game 3 yet, so.
I'm going to go nudge this camera just a little bit.
Which one? Okay. He's going to go do that, and he's going to make a little camera adjustment so that way we can actually get both scores in screen there, 5 through 8. And again, folks, all right, DT, out here, bro. Yeah, so as you're watching this, these matches over here, 5 through 8, game 3. We're going to have a game 3 as well over here on 15 and 16. So I think maybe I'll get with ask Emil to maybe they have to go to the 3rd game. Do you want to move that camera so we get that too, because it's going to be so late? He's going to go just that right quick. So we can bring you all the coverage here, folks. And we got cooking down here on the end. Mr. Bob Wiley catches the double. Caesar has spare double, so cuts loose through the face. So again, nobody's off to a dominant lead here on in the match between McElliott and Haugen. Again, both guys taking advantage of what they could. And we thank you guys for tuning in. I know you can't see the full screen here. Thanks for the coverage, but yeah, no, that's what Emil does a great job covering all the bases, right? Like, that's what's awesome about it. And I'm just fortunate enough to be here hanging out and just helping him, right? So we're gonna watch this match right here. McElliott, sorry about that, boss. McElliott, again, a few pins. Both got a spare up in the 4th. See how it's cooking. We're gonna do a picture-in-picture. And does not catch it there. That right there is a pretty good pitch. Ooh, that's kind of weird hit. Tickled the 2 forward, left the 8.
What did you ask me to do? Move what?
Well, I'll just make sure we had the camera on to catch that, because they're just starting game 3. These guys
no, they were good.
Oh, they were already good. Okay.
That camera was.
Yeah, okay.
I think you said 17 and 18. I was oh yeah, let me go do that. No, they're already.
Okay,
they're already good.
Yeah. I knew we were close. Didn't know how, because you had to nudge that one. Didn't know if you needed that one.
Yeah, I needed to nudge that one because it just wouldn't line up the way I needed it to be.
All right, all good. And I think he's going to go make an adjustment, look at something here. In the meantime, you're stuck with Roto Schlemer giving you a play-by-play here at the Agent Ong Open, the Trilogy in Chandler, Arizona, outside of Phoenix. And McElliott, yeah, keeping it clean. Keeping it clean through 5. Haugen is going to step up here in the 6th. Looking to, seems to be the right lane's been okay. Left lane, middle suspect. And, got to think maybe Mr. Wiley here's running out of gas over here on 5 and 6. I noticed the ball speed kind of going down a little bit. You know, he bowled this morning, bowled the first round there. Yeah, again, he's hooked a couple through the face. So, oh, that's an execution deal right there for Haugen, leaving a 3-pin.
What you seeing here, Schlemer? I mean, is it?
Like I said, I think Mr. Wiley's maybe running out of gas a little bit. The ball speed looks to be going down a little because he's had a few of them sneak off on him and cut through the face. Again, he's down in that match now by plenty. And yeah, over here, you got the Kennedy. I would say that one, if that one peeled back, oof. That one he got way outside. He got out to about 2-3. I mean, it tried. He left a 1-2, but yeah, there is a spot down lane that you just can't get it to. If you get to the spot where you can create angle and get it to, you know, we've had urethane play again. The lanes haven't been oiled since this morning, so this is all residue, if you will, or as D10 called it, sludge. We've got the sludge in different parts of the lane. Haugen there leaves a bucket. Again, nobody's running away with it over here. Kennedy converts the spare. So these guys are off and running this last game.
Thank you, Jessica, for bowling so well and being my sleeper for the weekend.
Absolutely, you called a shot. I don't know if you told her that. When she walked by, I told her great bowling. Like that was awesome, right? Haugen converts the bucket. So again, keeping it clean. Nobody's it's anybody's ball game there on 7 and 8. 5 and 6. Yeah, Caesar 7 through the face. Cool.
You know, it's interesting.
We'll see.
Michael Haugen last night, as he had put up a nice number in squad 7 to ensure he was in.
Yep. Oh
boy.
Oh boy. He had a baby this morning.
He walked by the booth and said, "Hey, I know how to grind." I'm like, absolutely.
He does. He. I tell you what. I think I made mention of it the other day. He made a career of it out on tour. Right. He was a journeyman. He didn't. He won his handful of titles on the kids tour. He's won a little bit on the senior tour. But again, he was one of those guys that, like I said, I added to my stable of free agents. Right. Like, because man, when they were a certain thing, you saw the lane a certain way, playing it straight. It's one of the guys you wanted because he could do it better than most, right? And that's really kind of ultimately how he got to throw in our equipment is because of the friendship and working together when I was out there many moons ago. Again, he talking about excelling and having an A game, and you look at some of his highlights in his career. He just took advantage when it was given to him, and you know that's what you had to do. Down over here, we got a 2-pin match on lane 15-16. Shenzhen match, 2-pin game. And down here, he makes another move. Yeah, see, and that's a tough part for him. He went through the face the last time, which I felt off his hand looked a little slow. He made a move, made sure he kept it firm, and then he almost bucket, but he ended up, he left a 2-8, but it was almost a bucket. So I think that gets into, just stamina, longevity. That's a pretty good back-to-back pitches right there.
Still looking like, for Jeremy, he looks like, what was it, squad 3? Squad 4 when we saw him bowl?
Yeah. It's a little different. He's getting his hand around it, right? Like he's not doing the tumble. He's not forcing the tumble like he was when he led that morning squad. How'd I do with the singing part? Did you catch that?
I did.
Yeah. Shout out to Pearl Jam.
We finally got you. Oof.
And yeah, even though, again, Haugen's not striking,
Bob, 9-pin, thought about it. So Wiley at 212. That's the max. Again, 212. That's scratch, actually. With the 5, it would be max score of 217. Max score 217 for Bob Wiley. Again, that's including his 5 pins per game. Padilla. Still, again, it feels just like the last game. There was a point where we said, yeah, Padilla can max at 230. We have losing.
oh, things are changing down there, huh?
That's slowly but surely looking like a pair you know maybe want a whole match on.
Speaking of changing, got a little baby split over here to our right on 15 and 16. Haugen with a pretty good pitch right there, puts 10 back. And again, it's war nutrition right now. It's going to be who can maintain these last 3 frames on 7 and 8.
I gotta tell you, if you're a fan of like, I'm using my age as an example. I'm an 80s baby, right? So I grew up watching the style of bowling that Jeremy and Michael are rolling with. That's the that's the style. Like that's what I grew up watching.
Classic.
Yep. This is fun to watch to me.
Fundamentally sound.
There are several people who will be like, I want to go watch Cesar, which is great because I want to watch Cesar too. I'm just talking about style of play. That's all. Referring to style. .224 max for Haugen. Padilla over there. This is the 9th frame. That is way right.
Just a bit outside.
Missed the head pin right.
And over here, far. Speaking of right, to our right. So Yount here is maintaining clean, but he leaves a 4-pin. We'll see if he converts. And he does. While Kennedy had chopped the 310, so it's an open, thus making it pretty close right over there. Ooh, that was close.
Ooh. Get the score. So the situation is still in favor of Bob Wiley. Brooklyn for McElliott. It's in the hands of Bob. He's in control. Again, with the additional 5 pins as a senior. Paul
catches the strike.
He's still wheeling on it.
Takes the lead over there. And so, yeah, Wiley is not done yet, is really what he was. That's a pretty good pitch right there. Catches the double. So we'll see how it goes. All right. McElliott creates the spare. Haugen stepping up in the 9th, looking to take full advantage and see if he can secure the win in this game. 52-82, 12. And he goes off the sheet right here. We have the possibility of a tie, but then Wiley wins because of his 5 pins.
It's the exact same situation as the previous game, except with
Does
the
he like
direction.
Oh. Plaxatoni Phil.
So now his max is 196 with his 5 pins.
Still forcing Caesar to show up. Haugen keeping it online. 10 back. Keeping it honest. Keeping it honest. Down here to the right, 15 and 16. It's a 1-pin match. Both have a strike over in the 6th, and we'll see how the rest of it unravels. Crosses over for the double.
One is now into the 7th. Bang. Well. Nine spare will be clutch here for Howden. I put him at 213.
Right,
It would be enough for the shutout.
Wiley's got 191 on the board.
196 total.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Good call.
Padilla needs some mark. 9 spare would be 213, and that would be enough for Haugen. Oof.
That's the 9 spot. So now we're going to see what Cesar's made of right here.
Oh my.
Wow.
4-9.
That was a really good pitch.
Has to make it.
And speaking of good pitch, we out down here with a strike 10 back. We got a pressure cooker down here at 15 and 16.
Man.
This is pickable. Does he do it?
It's got a chance.
It's got a chance. Oh. And just like that,
wow.
The seasoned veteran slides along.
2 of them.
2 of them. KG vets. KG veterans.
2 vets are moving on. Haugen, Wiley advance. Now back to 15 and 16. But they have struck a lot in the last 2 games.
I know, right?
Holy mackerel.
Holy macaroni.
Again, the highest remaining seed bowls the lowest remaining seed in each round. Troop is the highest remaining seed. He is the #1 seed, just an FYI. And just doing a quick scan, Paul Younts would be is 20th. He is the lowest remaining seed potentially still. Who's bowling right now, got a chance to advance.
1 pin game there. He did sneak out the. He punched out to
9 spare.
Be a pin short. Yep.
That's 20 clean frames over there. Those cats.
Oh, tickled the dime over here.
That's a great match between both matches. But again, if you like classic style bowling, you like straight up and down, front and back, launch angles in front, you love Jeremy McKelly and Michael Allen.
Vintage. And yeah, speaking of pressure cookers, like I said over here on 15 and 16, Josh Kennedy. That was, I mean, it touched it. It wasn't even. I can't even call it a wrap dime. I mean, it got nudged, just didn't fall. And yeah, we'll see if how this is going to ravel here. Converts the spare.
Those who have lost in this round receive $700. Of course, the winners move on to the round of 8. That's technically round 3. It's the round of 8. Yount's taking his time here. 225 max for Kennedy. Max for Paul here, 247. Someone yelled out push there.
He's got the cheering section with him
Yeah, he's
down
got the
here.
group. Came with the group from Ventura. So 9 spare strike would be a winner
Facts.
for Paul. I would put him. That would give him 226, and of course would shut out Josh Kennedy. Quiet it's been in a while in this building, and it took 3 days to get there. The wheel and deal. That's a huge break. Huge break. Because you don't want to be shooting a 310. And they would have lost the extra pin and count.
Correct, and that's what happened to Kennedy there in the fifth. That 8-1 was a 310, and he chopped it.
Oh,
June 14th.
No. No.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, Paul. Now here's the deal for Josh Kennedy. Strike, spare. He's a winner and advances.
Facts.
Count is super important. He needs no less than 9 on the first ball.
9 spare 9 is a tie.
If he gets 8 here, it's an L.
Facts.
Kennedy. Oh my goodness. Run away, Brooklyn.
Run far away.
That flew away. The Phoenix airport is just down the street. That's where that one is taking off from.
He's
Goodness.
huffing in his shirt right now.
I bet.
And I can say,
Wow.
it gives me Megabuck vibes when you get to that kind of thing where you can't explain it. And yeah.
Well, he's in the favorable position no matter what, no matter how it happened.
Now it's a matter of.
But he's got to make a spare or just go ahead and throw a good shot, which he's done the entire week.
Seemingly.
Everybody rallying around and watching Josh Kennedy. It's the lone match. This is for a win. He carries it again. 2 Brooklyns for Josh Kennedy. And his tournament run will continue. He will defeat Paul Yount's. There's like a weird, I don't know what the proper word or definition would be. But it's like the person who could have locked it up missed a single pin. But then that bad energy kind of goes. There's like the movie Taken. Or no, is it Taken? No, not Taken. I'm sorry. 7, I think it is. Whichever one it is with Denzel and like the spirit moves from person to person.
What are you talking? Well, I'm sorry. I was talking
Yeah,
to Simon.
you were
My
running
bad.
your mouth, man. No, what I'm saying is I don't know how to describe it, but it's like
Absolutely. Great bowling.
it's like the person who, obviously Paul's in control, right? He misses
Yeah.
a single pin. But it's like that energy
Self-induced.
then goes to
Oh, like
Josh.
the spirit of the soul comes out and
we just get something that no one could have quite anticipated. But hey, no one said it had to be pretty. And as Schlem's been saying all weekend here, it doesn't on the scoreboard. The scoreboard doesn't tell you how it happened. It just says X up there.
Facts.
And Josh Kennedy still has a chance.
There's no added style points.
He's got a chance to still win $10,000. There's some folks in the building who may certainly think, but you know what? And if I'm Paul, you know what? I'd be like, I got to shake his hand because I had the opportunity.
And he just did.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And he just did that.
That's on me.
He just shook his hand and said, hey, man, that is what it is. He had it ball in hand.
Wow. Well, all right.
That's the way it rolls sometimes.
All I'm saying is this. Again, if Kennedy ends up on the show and he gets a re-oil, that's a blessing for him right there. I'm just saying that right now. I've been saying it.
Absolutely.
With that said, so now that we know our winners, let's do some quick addition by subtraction. So Kyle Troop, top seed. He's going to bowl the lowest remaining seed now, which is no longer Paul Yount. That is now Cortez Shank. How about that matchup?
Doozy.
If my
that's what dreams are made of.
Let me make sure my eyes are correct. I think my glasses are in the car, so I'm already messing up.
You want to go find this for you again?
You're right.
I got you, dog.
Appreciate that. All right, so Troop Shank 1 versus 18. Bob Wiley is the number. No, Kennedy. I'm sorry, Josh Kennedy.
Right, I'm going to bail out.
Go ahead. Josh Kennedy is the number 2 seed. All right, so Kennedy would then take on the next highest advancer, which is looks like it's going to be Brett Wolf. Is that right? I'll get there in a minute. Then, who's our number? Simonson lost. Then you get down to Bob Wiley. Wiley would then face. Wiley would face Wesley Lowe. And then Chad Lushi, who is the number 5 seed, would face 8th seed Michael Haugen. Now, somehow, some way, feel like I got that together, and Theo will get on this microphone and say I'm completely wrong and these matchups are not even close. But wow. My goodness. Folks, next time you catch a break on the Runaway Brooklyn, don't even trip. Just remember that you too can possibly win $10,000 because sugar honey iced tea happens. Okay? With that said, my bad, big dog.
Oh, you're good.
We'll blame Tyler. We'll take a small break. Round 3 is coming up next. And then at the conclusion of that round, we'll know our top 4 players who are going to advance to the stepladder finals for their chance to win $10,000. Round 3 in just a few minutes. Hang on here on Bowlstream TV.
Bowlers, round 3 matches on 5 and 6. 1 seed Kyle Troop versus 18 seed Cortez Shank. On 7 and 8, we have your 2 seed Josh Kennedy and your 10 seed Brett Wolf. On 9 and 10, a battle of the seniors. Number 4 seed Bob Wiley and number 8 seed Michael Haugen Jr. I think this guarantees our first senior in a stepladder at the HM Open. And on 11 and 12, we have your 5 seed Chad Luch versus your 6 seed Wesley Lowe. I will give you guys just a moment to get to your lanes, and then you guys are going to get 5 minutes of warm-up. Is there anybody that is not ready to get going? got you, Kyle. Are you guys all ready to get going? Any no's? Cool, we're gonna go ahead and turn you guys' lanes on for 5 minutes of warm-up. Bowlers, please hold up on your warm-up. Once again, the higher seed will get choice of who gets to start the match on what lane. Final round of best of 3 matches. Give it up for these guys. The final 4 will get to bowl for $10,000 in our stepladder finals. After this round, we will oil a couple pairs and prepare for the stepladder finals. I would say the stepladder should begin roughly 20 to 30 minutes after the conclusion of this round. All right, guys, good luck.
Well, folks, here it is. This is round 3. Round 3. The winners of these respective matches will advance to the stepladder finals of the Agent Ong Open, the Trilogy. Our matches from left to right on 5 and 6. Kyle Troop taking on 18th seed Cortez Shank. Kyle, the #1 seed. Again, highest seed taking on lowest seed, lowest remaining seed. #2 seed, if you missed it, Josh Kennedy, in a thriller of a 10
survived.
frame. Yeah, survived and advanced. Versus Paul Yount, so he's facing Brett Wolf on 7 and 8. That's next door. And then on 9 and 10, Bob Wiley as the #4 seed facing Michael Haugen Jr., the #8 seed. And the 5th seed, Chad Lushi, versus the 6th seed, Wesley Lowe.
And the one thing we were throwing there about Bob, the Wiley Haugen Jr. match, is this is the first time an old guy is going to make the top 4 at the Agent Ong Open. I would say that respectively.
That's right, man. Put some respect on that.
Respect on the name, right? And again, we have to remember, because again, Haugen's got national titles, so he gets no handicap, even though he's a senior. Mr. Wiley does get 5 pins. Correct?
Bob, for sure, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Bob Haugen does not, because he has titles.
Correct.
How can go into a cleaner, more responsive ball? Carries the crossover. It's going to be interesting down there on the troop shank match because it looks like Kyle is taking the straight play and Cortez is in wheeling it again. So we'll see how long Kyle sticks to that, fast pitch going straight kind of thing.
Well, just if you recall, right, for Kyle, he did get a chance to experiment with the bowling balls late.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. It's not to say that he won't play the jump in. Yeah,
just for the viewers.
I know he looked at it in the practice because I gave him 5 minutes before this match started. Kyle feels that he is better suited to start with that more direct fast pitch, and that's pretty good. And he's got the front three.
And the format still has not changed. It still is best
two out
of
of three.
Best of three. First to two wins. First to two wins with regards to games.
Race to 2.
There you go. Much better. Formula One or NASCAR?
Thinking more like midgets, classic modifieds, dirt track. Because we got sludge on the lane. Sludge. How getting a little bit harder. Went away from trying to do the curve of that same clean ball and went harder, more at it. Similar mindset as to what Kyle's doing there, but with the fast pitch, actually, if you think about it. Wesley Lowe catching the double here. After the 7-2, I can't remember what we left there in a second, but yeah. And again, you're going to see Kyle getting a little bit more animated, and it's nothing against Cortez, right? He respects Cortez. Cortez was Rookie of the Year. Kyle they've bowled against each other on tour.
Nice. Josh Kennedy.
But it's one of those things that Kyle can taste it. He knows the next step. This is the step to get to the promised land.
So let me ask you a question, because I think I was talking to Carl about this with regard to how this tournament is kind of making its way around the country. Meaning people are talking about it. Hey, I might bowl this, or I've heard a couple good things about it, et cetera, and so forth. And when I have mentioned it, hey, I'm going there, streaming, et cetera, and so forth. Well, what does it pay? Yeah, it's $10K. People say, oh, that's real money. Like, what? When you hear that, right? And especially for those who bowl for a living, what does that term mean when you hear that said? Like, hey, that's real money.
Because it's actually because that's what it is, right? And that's what Carl and I talked about it prior to all this coming to existence, right? It's a deal of when you think about it like a regional, more often than not, even, which those are quote unquote the better tournaments, right? They're $1,000, $1,500, maybe $2,500 if there's a lot of donation or money raised, right? Wow, tickle. You know what I'm saying? And as far as tournaments outside of the tour level or regional level, then you go into the next. I don't know if there's any. I guess the other big one is the TAT, right? Which pays $20,000 on top, but again has progressives and all the other ways to make money. When you think big picture, because the Megabuck days are long gone. There is no other Megabuck tournaments, and that's an unforced error by Chad over here with a 9-out against Wesley Lowe. We'll see how this plays out, but yeah, I mean, if like you said, if you bowl for a living, and if you're, that's the whole thing, like a touring player or somebody who competes at that level, why wouldn't you be here for $10,000? There's not many other events you can bowl where the prize fund, especially the top prize of $10,000, is guaranteed. I think of some other tournaments. I think you mentioned it, the Bradley. Mm-hmm. You still got the
Mexico Open,
New Mexico Open. What did that pay this year? Was it 10? 12?
It's always been advertised at minimum of 10. I do not know what it paid.
Because think about other tournaments like the Hoinky, just rattling off random events, Hoinky, Hamtramck, stuff like that. But those are those couple.
Okay.
Yeah, those are multiple weekends, right? Or
few months.
Even the formal the artist formerly known as the LBC, kind of thing, because that's not around anymore as of now. That's been discontinued. We found out recently. So it's one of those things of, you don't have as many events, right? You just don't have that. So, yeah, when you have a chance to go bowl for 10,000, you think you'd figure out a way to make it. And, obviously, and again, if you've got to fly to get here, it's just like it's no different than going to fly anyplace else, or, like the crew from California or New Mexico, right? You get more people in a vehicle or two, and you load up and you convoy there, right?
Looking at these matchups and who's left, we got two lefties in Brett Wolf and Wesley Lowe.
We've got questions here. Hold on. We're getting Haugen asking for a clarification. I don't know on that. But, as far as the number of tournaments, and again, you think about bowling, whether it's 9-pin no taps or just local events. I don't even know too many scratch, like sweepers, or just scratch events. I know local areas may have, if even I know Florida's a hotbed for some of those weekend events where, it's 1,000 or two on top. And the big thing, I think, is just the side action, right? Brackets and sides, and that's where maybe the prize fund itself isn't so great, but it's all the side stuff. Kind of like this deal here with bracket sides, and then your doubles and all those different ways to kind of make cash.
Yeah, I know Carl had a lot of, or used the TAT in some ways as some examples to be able to add some different things. The multi-squad, obviously we got a progressive, which is 5,100, 5,180 in fact. So the winner of the championship will get one shot immediately following, and if they strike,
if they were in,
when they bought in,
yeah.
You're right. If they were in, also correct, they'll get a shot to strike and win. Is it 25% of that 5,180?
Yep.
If they strike, they'll also get the opportunity to essentially run it back. And is that for the full? Would that be for the full pot at that point?
The second shot would get you to 50.
Keep increasing by 25%.
Yep. And if you go for the second and don't get it, then you get none.
Correct.
So it's a risk-reward kind of thing, right? So, I guess whatever, 25%. What do we get, 5,100? Chop in hat, 25. Chop that in hat. Is it 1,250? So, say you get the first one for 1,250. Do you take a chance and go, I'm going to go for another 1,250 to get to, half of it? Or you just take that extra and run?
If you are just joining us, again, match play round 3. This is the round of 8. The winners of these matches will move on to the stepladder finals, which will take place about 20 to 30 minutes at the conclusion of this round. Okay?
Yeah, because they're going to sweep the sludge off and reapply new sludge, right? With the lane Zamboni. Cortez with split strike split down there. Wesley with a strike after a 9 out. Got some interesting plays happening here between these matches, right? 7 and 8. I think that's still kind of anybody's ball game. Same with here on 9 and 10. Same with here on 11 and 12. Tickles it, puts it in front. No dice. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Kyle with a little Tonka truck down there. Biggie 4. Biggie, can't you see?
Okay.
And Wesley Lowe looking a little confused when that walk back after that shot. Maybe thinking he threw it okay, but obviously the 3-pin means is lighter than what runs that 9 count down, so that's good. Bum 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 bum. Oh, hey now.
Okay. Wow.
Pretty sure Brett was talking to himself right there.
Yes, he was. 100%.
Haugen wiggle. Leaned on it, not enough. Looks like Chad putting up some pins. And he takes the lead. Oh, here's Wesley. Ooh.
Tell you, man, and obviously we've been talking about it, but I mentioned it this morning that Chad's been really throwing it well this weekend here.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, oof, oof.
That sounded good.
Wow.
I couldn't see it, but
Explosive 9-pin from Cortez.
Dimes gets it.
Well, I tell you what, I'll give Josh Kennedy a lot of credit. Right, he had a 10th frame, more or less. Right, he doesn't really want to remember, but he got the win.
Short-term memory.
But, and now, no strikes through 6, and it had some tough spares, and he's made them all.
And he's in the lead.
In the lead. There's that 9-pin, by the way, from Cortez.
The thing that pops in my head there, 7 and 8, is hashtag grindfest. The man's grinding.
Righty versus lefty there.
Ooh.
You wonder, too, Schlemer McElliott and Haugen were on that pair.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about, obviously, the classic style, but perhaps the pair itself had developed over time, since this morning into a grind fest. Bob Wiley, a couple of really big shots. Boy, how about Bob maybe about to turn what maybe was going to be.
Wesley gets a little tip. He's tickling and sticking in it, but another righty-lefty matchup over here.
An L to Padilla in the previous match, and now he might go ahead and turn that into a spot in the step ladder finals.
Parlay it. Parlay it. That is, Brett just threw his hands out like, I don't know what now. And Haugen catches a strike, so again, this one's the old guys here are pressure cooking, and Kyle breaks up a chunk of the bucket, leaving only the 2-pin. Wesley Lowe to Belay. He cannot shut out Chad, but he can force Chad to get the first 2.
All right, let's take a quick look over there. Haugen on your left. Wesley Lowe, as Schlemer just talked about. Big shot coming up here. And Brett got a little mixer to go. First strike for Brett Wolf since his first frame. Bang. And the emotion to go along with it for Wesley Lowe. Kyle Troop over there. It's the first one in the 10th.
Locks up game 1, right?
Yes, it does.
Boom.
Troop's going to be up 1
Boom.
game
Shaggy
to 0.
So as I mentioned, Wesley catch and break there, crossing over. I mean, he was already in the spot regardless, right? But now that forces Chad to throw the first 2. That was a pretty good pitch there, Bob.
I tell you what, looked like Bob Wiley just needed to get off of 5 and 6.
I'm with you there on that one.
It's like he
Based on that reaction right there.
He has unlocked something because I don't think he didn't have that over there.
I think he went and practiced between rounds. I think he ran down the street, bowled a couple games, and came back. Yeah, I know. And that swings that one. Wesley Lowe is going to take the first, which it didn't start that way. It didn't look that way at the beginning of that game. But that's why we throw the shots and fill the frames. Kyle puts up 230.
All right, Lucy, 180. That's game 1 in the books on 11 and 12.
Oh,
Fast and out the window there from
it was
Josh
fast and
Kennedy.
furious, right? That's what it felt like.
Pick your favorite car.
Ready Player One. What was the name of the Mustang? Or no, that was a different movie. Was it a Mustang?
Ready Player One?
No, in Fast and Furious. Or I'm thinking of a different movie.
I think Vin had a challenge.
Oh, that's what it was.
Schlemer.
Yeah. Wesley Lowe starting out here. Oh, no.
One more look at Wiley, and then we'll go back to 5 through 8 because all of a sudden Brett Wolf
Has a chance.
has a chance to steal game 1.
The door was left open. Slow floating it.
Nicely
Good.
done. Nicely done. A little bit of a move made there for Chad. Crowd continues to brew. Opportunity was knocking there for Brett. This one's still not over. Of course, it's best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Race to 2 wins.
Sorry. Oh, are we going to the karaoke channel? No? How about the phaser channel?
Oh, man.
Have you used that one
You
before?
gonna make me go home and really go through this board. Nice spare. Well, Kennedy's max is only 182. I mentioned yesterday, like how Brett doesn't rarely can you fool him.
But if he punches out here, he can force Kennedy to mark.
The test shot 179.
I don't have it. You just had it, right?
Yeah, that's classic me, though.
Classic
Oh, man.
me. Oh, there it is. Chinga.
Brett just out the window on that one.
I makes you wonder if it's what he's playing and what he's doing, or if that is something happening on that pair. I'm trying to think. But we had lefties come across the whole house this morning. You know what I'm saying? Kind of throwing out a pretty good shot up there to start the game.
The Panthers must have won.
I believe so. Wesley tipped a little too fast there.
Stranger things have happened. If Brett strikes, it's 161. 9 out for Kennedy would also be 161. All ties have to be broken by 9th and 10th frame roll-offs. That includes games, so it's no 1.5 to 2.5 situation.
Haugen had 199 there. Cortez through the face, breaks up the... He's only the 4-7 out of a bunch of stuff. Wow. Okay, that was a crossover for 8. 159.
Well, 7 and 8. Perhaps not friendly whether you're left or right-handed. It's like Michael Jackson was singing. It doesn't matter if you're right or left-handed.
I didn't know when as soon as you said it, I'm like, what song is he
I
going
know you
with
didn't
there?
know. I know you didn't know.
I was definitely cornfused on that one, sir. Cornfused. Not corn-fed, cornfused. That's enough.
Survive in advance. Josh Kennedy. You just got to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just see it. It's like, if I just get to the fresh. If I just get to the fresh.
That's all he's asking for.
Because he's
Give me a chance.
He's going to get back to first arrow if he gets to the show.
Give me a chance.
If he gets to resurface, he's going to have some oil. I don't know if there's anyone who wants to see the fresh more than Josh Kennedy.
Oh, I agree to that. I concur.
But the lessons that he's learning, right? And I don't know certainly that much about him, but I have seen him a few times, and certainly when the times I've seen him, he's been in contentions to win, and not just on this side of the country. I saw him recently at the 11thframe.com Open in Dubuque, Iowa, and I believe he is from Minnesota.
Correct.
I mean, this is how, I mean, obviously, Schlemer, you can attest, but, you know, no one ever said it's going to be easy, but the wins come in all varying ways. Ball change there.
We went a touch deeper and changed balls, and yeah, that was 10 back. That was a pretty good pitch.
He basically went from a scoring fest with Paul on 15 and 16 to a grind out with Brett Wolf here on 7 and 8.
Mm-hmm. Kyle was up on his tippy twos and a 4-9 there.
Who are you guys rooting for in this chat, by the way? If you wouldn't mind, I'd hit that thumbs up too. That would be great.
Taylor's fiance.
I'm sorry?
The Chiefs. Who are you rooting for? Taylor Swift's fiance. Go Taylor's. Well, it used to be Taylor's boyfriend. Now it's Taylor's fiance. No?
I was dead like it was. I'm sorry?
He's like,
I beg your pardon?
does he play for the Bears? How does that work?
I know we got plenty of folks, obviously, from the Phoenix area, and there's plenty of representation there with Cortez, Brett, Michael Haugen, Wesley Lowe as well.
Chad.
Lucy. He lives here?
Pretty sure.
I think he was from Utah. Did I make that up?
That's me.
Well, I know you're from Utah, bro.
No. Yeah, because I was here a couple years ago for, was it New Year's? Yeah, New Year's. And him and his wife were here.
Uh-oh.
Slinging wood.
Uh-oh.
Slinging wood.
You know Chad lived here.
Yeah, he was,
Thank you,
before
Aaron.
that, he was in Vegas.
Vegas.
And yeah, now he's here.
Thank you. That's where I
Yeah,
used to see
see?
him all the time. Team trials. He bowls team trials a lot.
See. Oh.
Great. So we are into game 2. Change the old graphic there. In 2 of these matches. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Team Agent On, My Home Group, Schroeder Family Electric Roto Grip. Hi, Chris Schlemer.
Yep.
Acclaim Garage Doors. Also, thank you to Tyler Embiggs Media, who is to my left. Brightside Catering from Chef Adam Allison. Create Proof Print, travel 24/7. Dude Wipes, Josh Kennedy with another good break. Mark Powell, Bowlify. Friggin' Jerk, Burke Brothers.
That hold. Oof. Looking good, looking good.
Also, thank you to Crate Bar. Jeff Krause brought in some bagels this morning. We appreciate him. Again, O&B, Chuck's Painting, B3 Performance, TMH websites, Ramsey Auto Center, and Swift Home Inspection. All right, in a moment, we'll go back next door for a few frames through 9 through 12. Halgan, bottom right of your screen. This is the head pin right. There's been a little bit of that lately. A couple of players. Chad made a nice move over there, but that match is going by pretty quickly. Very swift.
Like Taylor Swift?
Well, you got a. What's the deal here? Are you a Swiftie?
No.
Oh, okay.
I like old school Tay-Tay, but not. I'm not huge on the new. I haven't listened to Life of the Showgirl or whatever it is.
You're a Chiefs fan? Is that the deal?
You know, and people ask me all the time, like, Schlemer, you're a sports fan. Do you have a football team? Well, I grew up in St. Louis. I don't have a team because St. Louis. I've seen 2 teams leave St. Louis. One actually came here. The first one came here. The football Cardinals.
You can have them back.
Moved to Phoenix, and then we had the Rams for a while, and then they skipped town. And I love watching football. I love matchups. I love players. I've been to a Chiefs game. There was a short time when I was younger. Actually, once the Cardinals left, the Bears, because I was the next closest team for me when I was little. Like I said, then we got the Rams, so then I jumped on that deal. So. And that one peels back off of it. It's a pretty good pitch. I don't have a team.
I unfortunately have gone to 2 Chiefs games as well.
It's funny how he spins that. Yeah, Emil, it goes back to what you're saying about that pair down there. The fact that Bob's got this little float going, and he still has a bit of that hold there on 10, where some of the lanes don't have that extra spot down there. Wesley with a pretty good pitch right there.
That one's halfway home on 11 and 12. All of a sudden, Josh Kennedy put the right ball in his hands. He's looking like a new man. Fresh dressed like $1 million. Just came from the tailor.
Kyle converting the wash out there. Trying to hang in that match. As Cortez is clean through 4. Ooh. It was almost a rip rock 710. Per Wesley. Oof. No.
Could that be some kind of sand trap down there?
Again, it's like, I don't know. He was doing something different with his hand this week. And now I don't know if it's just maybe it's being tired or he feels like he has to fit it in a certain spot.
He'll take the count the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go to the right side here. Haugen on the left. Chad Lucy about to step up on the right. Haugen looking for his first double. Neither he or Bob Wiley have doubled yet. Cortez with the split.
Yeah, I clouded him.
Oh, picture in picture there, bottom right of your screen. Chad. Maybe. Oh. This replay. Love the reaction. Seven pin goes. High flush again for Kennedy. This is a pretty versatile young man.
He is, man.
He has played the extremes here on this pattern. And, as we talked about, doing what the lanes are requesting.
Yep. And Haugen's trying to play that. Unfortunately, with his ball roll, he doesn't have that float that, Bob is a little bit softer, a little bit more around it. Haugen's in that same zone. He's just that he's so far up the back of it. He's never been able to rotate it side to side.
Wesley handles. Kennedy gets a good break there. Spare for Haugen. Back over to Troop.
Bunch.
Dime.
Bingo 10. Wow.
Oof. Oof. Wesley.
That was loud. These noise canceling earphones did not stand a chance at all.
No. Look out. Look out, Josh.
Unforced error. Converts his.
Josh Kennedy there with the the wherewithal.
Get it? No.
Despite missing the spare, to look to his left and right, and knowing that when he went to change the score, he was going to make some noise that might catch somebody, and he looked left, looked right, allowed the people to go, and then pressed the button.
That's a bowler.
That's subtle goodness.
Yep.
Right there.
That's respect of the game. Don't look now. But Bob Wiley has a Dutch 200 going. Does he get a patch for that? Is there an Agent On Dutch 200 patch?
I'm sure we can come up with one.
Okay, that'd be cool.
Oof. Lucy and Chad Chad, who lost game 1. Still in good shape. Got to make the spare. He's going to need 9 on the fill to shut out Wesley Lowe. Next door to Wiley. Good break.
Dutch 200 intact. Through 7. Converts a spare.
This one is simple for Chad. On the right of your screen,
So here's a good one. I can throw at you because you've seen a lot of this, right?
you need 9 pins to win for Chad Lucci. 9 pins on the fill to win the game and extend it to game 3.
Yep.
If that does not happen,
Wesley Lowe has a chance.
or 8, Wesley can step up for all 3 in a tie. 7 or worse, Wesley could step up and win in the 10th frame. And it is 8.
So I was going to ask you, because you've witnessed a lot of bowling and you streamed a lot of events, have you seen the various strategies in that, knowing that you need, in that case, you need, at least, obviously he's got a tie, right? Wesley's got to throw them all. But it's a deal of how many times do you see somebody, they're looking at it going, 9? I'm just going to rifle it at the head pin and hope that it's fly around.
I have not seen that, especially with that much.
Okay.
Yeah, 5.
I've seen
6.
players do it.
Haven't seen the
With
9.
9, they're going to take their chances just
Going to
just
game
like
3.
that. We're going to game 3. I've seen players take their chances and just sling wood.
At the professional level?
Yeah.
For 9. It's impressive.
Yeah, especially if pins are flying a certain way. They're going to do it in hopes of getting the extra random bounce, right?
I feel that. I feel like that's what Anthony James went to. Right?
Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like that's what I'm saying is he did with reactive. I'm talking like there would be some guys that would take chances with, their spare ball just to try and, because you're like, okay, well, if you pure it and hit what you're aiming at, you're going to try and catch a Wally 5, skipping across the deck. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then you also run the risk too. I mean, depending on how you throw, if you don't throw it hard enough to mix them, like where they just kind of blow up and back, to where all of a sudden it's like you you hit what you're aiming at, but you may leave 6. Yeah, there's a strategy and philosophy to it, and there's, again, like anything else, there's no right or wrong way to do it.
Catch 22.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Cortez put together a 3-bagger, and he let Kyle know he was still in
Still
business. He let him know.
Yeah. Hashtag not scared.
I mean, Tez has been in my finals before.
2023. That's what I think you supposed to try to remember who made all the shows.
Josh Kennedy last year.
Ah, see, that's good information. Come on, buddy.
I've been watching the last couple of years.
Big fan.
You gotta add that to the site.
Huge fan.
Huge. Oh.
Josh Kennedy
You
was
want
on
the
the
Dutch
show.
200.
So he's trying to make back-to-back appearances.
Can't believe Bob would do that to you.
Well, I know. We're trying to get the guy a patch. He's passing on the patch.
Shout out to Brooklyn Rob and Big Mike and their patch pirates.
Yeah, there you go.
We will have a new champion again. A new and a different champion.
Cow crosses over.
So, in something like that, in this case of Kyle's match right now, is it time to? Is the mindset to now just go figure something out, or do you call it in, or you try to assume that you have a shot in this particular game?
Well, what has he got left? I mean, he's still got 190 left. And Cortez hasn't exactly proven that he's going to finish the game out. So, I think it depends on what Cortez does in these next 2 shots and what Kyle does.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Kyle finishes, so I guess that's just going to be inevitable.
Kyle's already played in. I mean, he threw some shots from in, so he knows he can get in there. It's just he liked the up it more direct better.
Well, the speed of the Wesley Lowe-Chad match is unbelievable in comparison. I had to look down to make sure that the other matches are still only in game 2.
Oh, it says in the corner of the screen.
I know, but it's just
And the color
it's
change
just
each
throwing
game.
me off. Like, they are bowling extremely fast.
Well, they don't have anybody next to them. I mean, not that there is a courtesy type thing, but these guys are just kind of going with that premise of we got nobody to our right, so we're just going to kind of go and make sure we don't crisscross with these guys left of us, and yeah, they're just going a little bit faster. I want to say 2023. Yeah, you had Simo. Who else was on that show in 23?
Cortez, Simo, Keplinger, and our champion, Matt Zweig. And if you're interested in watching all of the previous 2 years of the Agent on Open, you can view it on Bowlstream TV as well as forwarded from the agentonopen.com website. All squads. Everything.
Bob Wiley came over here to 9 and 10. Started getting it done. Josh Kennedy. It's okay, big dog. You did enough with the ball change and put together some good shots here. And you grinded your way through against a legendary figure to get back to the show.
He has.
Cortez left the front bucket.
Wow, that's
Because he. So again, that's what comes back to what you asked me about Kyle's strategy. So again, like I said, Cortez hadn't proven because of some of the errant shots he had, like even the game before, where all of a sudden, I mean, it was, is that staying on the lane kind of thing. And this is no gimme, by the way.
Josh Kennedy.
Moving on up like George and Weezy.
He's moving to the step ladder where the lanes will be redressed. And assuming that he plays out this time, he has had the best look out. And that spare is made. Cortez.
Tell you, it wasn't a guarantee. And so now it's still a count thing.
7. I have 7.
And he just left the front bucket, so.
How about Bob Wiley?
There you go. Hard one.
Bob Wiley had to wait a little bit yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He had to wait on it. He had to wait. Thought it would be. He thought it would be close. And he came in here and did what he had to do. And as mentioned, the first time we're going to have a senior player in the stepladder finals.
he threw the ball great.
Bob Wiley. A lot of love, of course, from the Phoenix faithful here. So Wiley is on Kennedy is on. Josh Kennedy, the number 2 seed. That's important because Troop and Shank now going to game 3. There is a potential, of course, for Kennedy to be the top overall seed on the show.
Hypothetically. Whoa.
To prepare for the stepladder, I'm going to bid you adieu for a little bit.
I think Chad changed balls there. He did, and he missed the headpin left. And again, I think it's maybe the press knowing that Wesley's obviously got a good look, and he's got double spare strike, but that ball accelerated for Kyle, off the spot for Kyle. And I think Chad was looking at it and like, oh, I got 9 spare, I got to try something, and I don't know if that was the intention or the plan. His reaction he didn't seem to think that that's what he expected it to do. Oh, wow. That's what, that was, yeah.
How about that?
Okay.
What are you thinking here?
Well, I think he felt like he was in a spot that obviously he didn't think that keeping it in that little spot he was playing was going to carry enough, so he's going big or going home.
We got 2 competitors in to the stepladder finals. We've got 2 more to determine, both in game 3 matches now.
Sounded pretty good.
The test starts with a strike down on the high end. And facing top seed Kyle Troop. Yeah, that's very bold.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
I will say that I think across the board, right, that actually could be a word that could describe a lot of our competitors this week, making bold choices and decisions.
Bold move, Cotton, bold move.
Which requires some guts.
Oh. Speaking of strategy, again, Cortez in wheeling it. Kyle was playing Schroeder, tried jumping in. Now he's kind of in that in-between zone, and that's 5, slice 5 through it. And Wesley goes 9 spare strike. But again, we'll see what this looks like with. And he converts it. Not how he intended, but he does convert the 5, so no harm, no foul there to start. But if you're going to miss or open, obviously you want to do it in the first frame. So that was a blessing either way. But yeah, Chad's from the ball return. That's a big wheel, and that's a double. That is a double.
Wow. This is again bold. Feeling like that's what you got to do to get it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're in the spot. You're in, like in Chad's case, he's only got a handful of frames left. He knows this is his chance. He wants to at least give himself a chance at the 10K.
Yeah, they got to leave it all out there, like we talked about last night. Don't go to the locker room and end the game with your timeouts in your pocket.
Facts.
Thanks, Matt Eberflus. Ooh, bang. Oh, my.
Let's go, baby. He gets a double.
Big dog.
Big fist pump. All up in it.
Just out here.
Kyle converts a spare there.
Even though I despise split screens, that's the best I can do.
Cortez putting some pressure on him.
Yeah, right, Alec? I mean, you know, one of the things I've learned, which has been so impressive over the course about, you know, true pros, is their spare shooting ability. I just remember when, like, Belmo really started taking that leap, the amount of splits he was making, not only during the week, but it showed up on TV as well, was incredible. Kyle's got that same ability. Daniel, that's funny. I mean, we saw like a couple people, but these were shots like on the fill. Week 7 where, you know, someone would take a run at 4th arrow. To be honest, the furthest left we've seen somebody play really was Paul Yount for the majority of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
But certainly,
Yeah,
you
saw some guys. We tried at different deals, and they were tried in different stages. Normally like game 5 or 6 of a squad, or a couple guys even tried it like in a sweeper, right? Just to say like, hey, is this a thing? Can I potentially look at that as an option? Yeah, but as we talked about with Kennedy down there, right? Like he went from playing the lip, and then he jumped in the round before, and then he just kept going left.
Troop with the 4-9 on the right lane. Now what I think Cortez is thinking, he's still control.
Bang.
Oh, okay. Okay, Kobe.
Bang, bang.
Okay, Kobe.
Boom, shakalaka.
Chad, Kobe, Loosh.
Kyle converts the 4-9.
Just talked about split making. Just talked about it.
Hey, like I said, don't leave anything you can't pick.
Just talked about split conversions and on cue. The max score for Wesley Lowe, 228. I mean, I think Wesley Lowe is thinking, you know, I still got to do what I got to do. But this is a tip your cap type performance right now, but it's not over. He got that one just a bit too, just a couple boards right. It's the Kobe, though, for me, from Chad. That screams confidence. Screams confidence.
Kyle liked that one. Pretty good pitch.
Wait, it's like, wait, you just gonna shoot a jump shot on me? In the 8th frame? Like, hold on a minute now.
Drop back jumper. A fade away.
Maybe stepping back on the
Fade away.
lanes.
I see you.
Here's the Kyle conversion. Tez looking for 4 in a row. Now he too playing the small loft game. Big shot coming up here for Wesley Lowe. Got to put all the pressure here, and needs this one in the 9th. Give himself a chance in the 10th. Oh my. Oh my. 6, 7. Very much, as the kids say, it could be mid, but I think Wesley thought that shot was actually very good.
And that's why I was watching it off his hand. He got it there a little bit faster, I think, than he wanted, and that's why it stood up faster. So at about 20 feet, I'm like, oh, that one's going through the face. It's a matter of how far it goes or if it crosses over.
Max score 205. needs something very funky at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if he marks there still, even if it's not a strike, if he marks, he still gives himself a chance. And now, he's got to stay behind the foul line for Chad. So he made the ball change in the 4th frame and missed the head pin left.
Yes.
Made the spare and then rattled off a 4-bagger, but 5 really good shots. But the 4-bagger.
Well, and went, I mean, like 2 zones left.
Big zones.
Like all of a sudden, I mean, like way left, right? Like, again, leaving it all out there, forcing the hand, and it paid off.
Good folks, step ladder finals will be about 20 to 30 minutes after the conclusion of this round. Oof. It's all good. He threw his best when he needed it. First of all, to make that kind of move.
That was
right. It's the secession order for me. Right. He's thinking it, so he was all right. I got to leave it all out there. My opponent has been bowling very well. All right. So I'm gonna make the move. Okay. I got to change balls. Okay. My first shot misses the head pin left. Right, to then to remain confident that that is indeed the right move.
yeah.
And then just throw shot after shot after shot.
I'm flashing back to a movie you referenced earlier this week, Major League. Marbles.
Yeah.
Marbles.
Well, Major League 2 definitely from Chad Lushi.
Like,
and he's got himself to the stepladder finals. He's going to have a chance to win $10,000. But here we got one more match, but this about sums it up right here on your screen. Just Kobe. That right there says it all.
Mama mentality.
Says it all.
Kyle picks up the spare there again. He got lost. Kyle's a little bit lost in transition down there, and now it's, as we saw the last game, right? This is Cortez's. This is purely him, right? Like, he's got the upper hand. He just has to throw good shots, fill frames. And I'm not saying that Kyle can't throw the back 6, but
Tyler, carry it.
a restaurant quality shot. You want to get him in the booth? Ask him about that move?
Sure, if you'd like to. Yeah, absolutely.
Because we need answers.
Yeah.
All right. Joining us here. We got. You want to go? This is your show. You ask the question.
It's okay. We got Chad Lushi joining us here. First of all, Chad, congratulations on advancing to the stepladder finals.
Yeah, that was definitely a much more grind. I told Wesley every time we seem to bowl each other, whether it be in regionals or anything like that, you know, it always seems we have really close matches. So
it was that was that, but I think
it's the way you did it.
The world wants to know where the hell did that move change That came out of nowhere.
It did. So it's kind of funny. A lot of people always ask, why do I, practice in league, like launching gutter caps and stuff. It's kind of for this reason. But
Okay.
the big thing I kind of saw was there wasn't a lot of lefties in the field. And so there was a lot more, I felt hold, and I kind of watched Wesley's ball, how it seemed to kind of hit some puddles and everything else. So I was like, well, if I can use a little bit of that left side of the oil to help kind of push, in that transition type thing. When I threw that rock star the first shot, it hooked probably at least 5 feet earlier. And I was like,
and
where
that
did
was
that
the
come
whole
from?
deal, right? Like, well, that's exactly what we said. Because what you had, the mentality is you were looking at it, you had 9 spare, and you're like, okay, am I going to beat him with that?
Correct.
And then, you changed balls, and then it missed the head pin left. And me and Emil looked at each other like, what just happened? And then when you made the bigger step left, and I think that's the other thing, too, of, as we've been talking about, with the pattern being 35 feet, and you take the rule of 31, or like, oh, you're supposed to play 4. Well, again, on a short pattern, it's 1.5 to, 1 point whatever to 1.
Mm-hmm.
But the volume is there, right?
Correct.
And so there is such a thing as you create hold with angle.
Correct.
On top of what you were seeing with that push. Because, again, we saw some of the folks getting into, like, hybrid drive pearls and some other cleaner pearl balls that went down the lane and popped off the spot. So, obviously you knew there was something there, but, yeah, no, it was that's why we wanted to ask. We were like, oh, well, and that's kind of what my thinking was of you figured maybe you weren't going to catch a 4-bagger throwing that other ball, doing what you were doing.
I was watching it, and I could get it into the pocket. I just couldn't get it to shape enough to kick out corners. And, Wesley definitely had a look. I felt
for sure.
that was better than mine.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I was like, this is a go big or go home. And luckily I was to go home, or I was able to go big.
I was going to say, it's exactly what we said. You're running out of frames, and you're like, well, you got this far, and you got to punch your ticket to the dance. Now, how you getting there, right? And sometimes, and again, that's having the confidence. It's understanding your equipment. In your case, as you mentioned, using the league environment as a practicing grounds or practice session, if you will, in trying to get to do something. Because, again, you made that move, and the shots you threw were high quality.
Right. And even that wrap 10 that I had on the fifth shot and stuff.
Oh, that was a great shot.
I thought that was the best shot of all of them. And
Right. Chad, I'm going to ask you one last question here,
Sure,
since we have you. As you just prepare yourself for the step ladder finals, the lanes will now be redressed.
Yep.
So what are the things you'll have to reconsider and rethink about with the fresh, assuming that, what you just did or how you ended this match obviously won't have to come into play, assume.
Right. No, during fresh, I felt like I definitely controlled the pocket well. I definitely felt like I could shape it. I definitely think there's a little bit of carry down throughout all the urethane use during the cashier's round and all the matches and stuff like that. So I definitely think, once they're redressed, it's going to be anyone's ball game, but it's going to be make spares, fill frames, get good counts, and, obviously where things lay is where they're going to end up. So.
Yeah, especially and now, because, again, that's the other part, too, step ladder.
I will say Mr. Wiley.
That's pretty good.
Mr. Wiley there was phenomenal. I watched him. I crossed with him in Game 3, and he was throwing a UC3 that was shined up, and basically I kind of lined up off him for the rest of the qualifying or the cashier round, and then that's kind of what I kind of used that mentality for the rest of the way. So.
Oh, see that? The old guy leading. Oh.
Lead by example, right?
That's still got it, man.
So, thank you for having me, guys, and we'll catch you soon.
All right, appreciate it. Good luck today.
Get ready for a little bit from now. 10K.
Thank you, sir.
That is Chad Lushi exiting the booth, and quick explanation on how it went down, what he was thinking, and paying attention to the lefties, which was the key takeaway that I got from that.
I'll piggybacking off of what he learned from Mr. Wiley.
Yeah, buddy. How about that?
That's strategery. That's what that is.
Always learning, always watching.
Strategery.
Well, 50-80-16 left there for Troop. Shank. There it is. Cortez Schenk. Practicing at B3 Performance on, I think it was, what day was that? Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
In advance, no, right before the second sweeper. Still such a incredible competitor. Doesn't get to do it all the time now. As Troop does strike in the ninth, he will raise his left hand in appreciation from the crowd. But he's been here before and understands the situation.
Mm-hmm.
That strike in the ninth was ultimately the one for Tez.
Mm-hmm.
If you're joining us late, this is the last match here of match play. Troop, the #1 seed. And now it's official. Cortez Schenk, who just turned around, exhaled, a couple of daps to the young Phoenix homies and his crew.
And his crew. I like that.
And there's the love there. The #1 overall seed is down. Kyle Troop will fall just shy of the step ladder finals. That means the highest remaining seed is Josh Kennedy. And Josh Kennedy gets 10 frames on Fresh, who has thrown it the best from the gutter. Very intriguing scenarios now that have developed here.
Mm-hmm.
It is Josh Kennedy, of course, Cortez Schenk,
Bob
Wiley, and Chad Lushi, excuse me. So Kennedy, the 2nd seed, Wiley, the 4th seed, Lushi, the 5th seed, Schenk, the 18th seed.
Sneaky. Now think about that. Cortez beat Simo and Troop.
He did.
And if you ask the question, that's why he was Rookie of the Year on the PBA Tour.
And his first match included Landon Carnett. He beat 3 players, and Landon still also bowls on tour.
Yeah, he's bowling.
Right.
He's not bowling. I don't think he's bowling full time, but he did bowl a handful of events.
He basically bowled a regional. Cortez bowled a regional against those guys by
it's
himself.
like a national stop. You think about it.
And then a national stop. Wow. All right, it's official. 236 to 184. Cortez Schenk will advance. Carl Long, founder of this tournament, just down there handling the last items for the respective match. There's Theo Duthay.
Of our final 4. Your top seed will be Josh Kennedy. Your 2 seed will be Bob Wiley. 3 seed is Chad Luch. And the final on the show is the 4 seed Cortez Schenk. We're going to re-oil the pairs for the finals. I think it's like 20 minutes or so. I could be wrong. And we'll be getting them started for the finals.
It will be 20 to 30 minutes, so you're looking at
roughly 20 minutes to re-oil and get them ready.
About 4:05, 4:10-ish local time. Again, about 4:05, 4:10-ish local time. I've got to move a camera down, but before we do all of that, Schlemer, I do want to ask you, and for those wondering, hey, how did the seating work, et cetera, and so forth, their seating came from the cashier's round this morning.
Correct.
All right, so just so you are aware of how that took place. And it's every round has been highest seed bowls the lowest seed. So whoever was going to be the highest remaining seed out of the round of 8 was going to be the top overall seed. And then it would just success after that. So that's how you get Josh Kennedy, Bob Wiley, Chad Lushi, Cortez Schenk.
Yeah, and I think the thing to note there is talk about the seeds, and again, we know they had the bye, but yeah, that is 2, 4, 5, and then 18.
When you look at that group, Schlem, what stands out to you?
That group, I think the big thing for me, looking at the 4 of those guys, none of them played the lanes remotely close to the same as a collective whole. On the fresh, they played them totally different. As they broke down, they played them different. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, they're towards the end, obviously, even Bob Wiley to move in. Chad made a big jump in. Cortez was in. But, yeah, it's just you got 4 different things. And I checked it back. I mean, Kennedy even moved in too, right? But we, like you mentioned, we know that on the fresh, of that group, he's the only one that can play the 1-2 like he had been doing. So, it's going to be interesting. Get your popcorn.
Get your popcorn ready. So I think I'm going to do something a little bit different. We got a nice little audience right now, so I think I'm going to keep this stream live.
Okay.
And I'll just put up the message. Hey, we'll get started at 15 minutes or so.
20 minutes or so.
And then you guys, basically, that's your alarm. All right. And then we won't have to worry
you have time to go to the kitchen,
Yeah.
buy some, or open the cabinet, get your microwave popcorn out, pop it, and get back to
Yeah, we'll do that.
your pad, your computer, your phone, however you're watching.
Don't worry about the other event there. Let's keep our base as we have it currently.
Okay.
And then we'll be back. So, yeah, give it about, again, a solid 20 minutes.
Yeah, they're
You can see what's happening right now.
yeah, they're installing more sludge into the sludge machine as they're gonna wipe the sludge off the lane and put the new sludge out. While using the lane Zamboni.
And while we wait, I would love to hear from the chats. Now that we know who our 4 competitors are, who you're rooting for, what has to take place for your favorite player to go ahead and get this thing done today, and again, and walk out of here with $10,000. I always wanted to be kind of a game show host, so I always like to say it in a very game showish like voice. $10,000. I'd love to hear from you guys, and I'll read those responses when we pop on here. So, again, about 20 minutes, and let's just call it 4:20. That's a bad name, huh? Some of you might get that. About 4:21, just in case.
I was going to say 4:18.
about 4:21. 4:21.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, obviously, that was just the guesstimated, right? Because we're talking 3:49 there. So, what's going to happen is we're going to have the stepladder final here in front of us. They're burning the machine over here on lane 7, as you probably see off the edge of the camera. And so that way we have we'll do a strip and re-oil. So that way we have, I believe. I guess did they say we're using 9 and 10, 11 and 12?
11 and 12 is the step ladder pair.
Okay. So that means 9 and 10 and 13, 14 will be backup pairs as needed. So they are going to burn 7 and 8. Again, and that's priming the machine as we've discussed this week. As you saw them dumping the oil in. So, yeah, this is consistency. This is just commonality. So 7 and 8 won't be in play. They have to use the machine. They got to strip and re-oil. It's going to do its thing, and then they're going to come across. They're going to do 9 and 10, 11 and 12, 13, 14. Then that way we have that in order to be prepared for any possibility for the step ladder final that will be, I'd say probably another solid 15, 20 minutes, right?
Yep. That's.
I don't even, maybe quarter after 4, honestly. As we're doing, they're doing celebrity, they're going to do a photo shoot out there with the crew.
Yeah, let's do that. It'll give me an opportunity to go ahead and
move some cameras, right?
Yep. All right, so let's do that,
like
folks.
a GoPro? Is that going to happen?
No, but again, with 10K, we can get there.
Okay.
We can get there. Now that I have Tyler is involved here, we already chatted, so we can correlate and do more cool stuff.
Oh, nice.
Next year, because I know he's here, with his cam, and we can do some
Yeah.
things. So
Oh,
I'm always looking
he's
forward to
super
that.
pumped, by the way.
Yeah.
He's like a kid in the candy store. So we were talking earlier. I said, what do you think? He's like, this is cool. That's kind of really how he's put it. Because he doesn't normally, because as we mentioned, he's one of the sponsors as far as the media stuff, right?
Yes.
And he normally does, like he said, he's normally basic product showcase stuff. So, again, he's not in the sports kind of thing, right? So
He'd like to be.
but yeah. So he's super stoked, and he likes what's cooking here. So.
All right, folks, you see the time? That's local time, by the way. 6:21 Central, 7:21 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, Bowlstream TV. Give us a few minutes, and we'll have a stepladder for you in just a little bit.
Really avoiding that whole 420 thing. That was funny.
He's like, I do people. Sometimes I do things like that on purpose. Get people to laugh at home. Because I know they smile.
What does that fella do in his spare time?
Hopefully see you again soon, man. I'd love that.
You know I'm around.
Yeah, we're going to cross paths again at some point. Sooner rather than later.
You know I'm around.
No, you're good.
Yeah, like my ear was hurting, so I reached up and I have the back was stuck in my ear. Reimbursement from the streaming guy.
It's his fault.
Jacking up my cheap earring.
And this is the only weekend I had. It was either now or it would be sometime in November. And then we have my local brother and my other niece and stuff come down. So my niece took her sister to round one and we went to go see it.
Oh, I need.
Oh, my bad. To put it up? Oh, my fault.
I appreciate it.
I just ruined everything.
No, you didn't. That's why we have time.
Yeah, but I think they want to make sure the oil pattern is going down correctly in case anything messes up.
Thanks for the kind words on stream last night. I woke up and watched it. Gotta know what I did wrong. I think instead of the ball change, I should have just started throwing the head 2 frames sooner.
Because once you did that, I'm like,
He might get there.
I didn't get less than 9 doing that.
based on that, yeah, maybe. A lot of people should get. recovery before I have to be back at 6 in the morning. Do you really?
There it is.
Is that pretty much not the way it's going?
There it is. There it is.
All right, well, appreciate you guys. Do a great job. It was great. We've been sitting back there watching. That's like halftime. I'm already on the way to a machine before because we could see what was going on. So it helped us. At least this helped. Everything is oil. 21, 22. I leave that to the tournament directors. So they're going to do their practice. Leave that on it, and I will take that all and get it back to you. It'll be back. If it doesn't, then have him do that. And you have to go harder. I've been flying Southwest and Midway a lot. Midway's just easier, everything's easier about it. It's about the same distance or time. It's just some weird way to do that for me. But I live in the South Side, so I actually live closer to. I live right on the Illinois Indiana. Southwest, not Southwest. Midway, the parking garage is just everything's fast now. It's always 50. Just like everybody else. So I actually flew in a lot of them getting some A-list. So that's now with
It's not my show. It's him. I can leave anytime.
Yeah, I'll talk this game, and then you can pop in. Because y'all don't have 4 headsets. Do you? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll do the first game. And I'll show you.
4 heads? 5 heads?
Wish I could see 4 heads right now. I also haven't eaten a lot, so I'm sure this tall IPA will be nice.
We just find whereabouts.
And some Hawaiian jerky.
Yeah, I seen that. What we got there?
It's actually from Hawaii. Yamamoto brought it in.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, have you ever had it?
What?
You've had some, right?
2.5 hours.
You got some?
I'm excited.
Yeah, so we have a reservation. When? 7? Okay.
Going to try to run there as fast as I can. Try to break this down as fast as I can.
Oh, wow, this is paper thin.
Okay, this is where most all jerky is out of Hawaii.
You try it once you get chewing it. You know, because then it, like...
It's been sitting open all day.
Choke that shit. I don't have a drink.
Want a hot coffee?
Hot mic? Where at? Right here?
Yep, Slim is hot. Fish. Yeah, this one.
Always assume that the food is hot.
All right.
Which it is.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Correct. Yeah, Snoop. Except Snoop's not here. He would get the
Facts. Oh, the Snoopy.
Before I got here. So I didn't say anything.
Yeah, no, that was going to say. You said it, right? Your team win?
Do what?
Carolina won, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm still not sold, though. I mean, the Jets suck. Like, we scored 13 points on the Jets. Like.
Colts rolled the Chargers.
Yeah. Too many games for the THEMM boss. Give me 3 or 4 more games still in resin, then too many games for me to stay tricking. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
They call that faster advance? That's a pick. You gotta pick that flag up. No.
They did run one when Goddard got penalized last week.
since that takes one more shot. Go ahead and start intros. At least you made it a good one, Tyson. Carl, give me a thumbs up when you're ready.
That's for me. I needed a favor.
All right, we're going to go ahead and introduce our top 4 finalists after this extremely long weekend. As always, thank you guys for hanging around to watch the finals. Our first player is our number 4 seed from Chandler, Arizona. He is a New Mexico Open champion, Team USA member, Junior Team USA member in his past. The 2013 U15 Junior Gold Champion, the World Youth Championships gold medalist in the Masters round. And last but not least, Theo's favorite bowler, Cortez Schenk. Our number 3 seed comes from Gilbert. He is the 2022 Pat Patterson Award winner, the 2015 PBA Midwest Regional Champion, 2019 ABT Nationals winner champion, and the 2019 5th place finish at the TAT. That is Chad Lucci. Your number 2 seed, hailing from Victor, New York, now resides in Arizona, the AZ State Senior Masters Champion, the Super Bud Bowl title in Oswego, New York, Mr. Bob Wiley. Sounds like a crowd favorite. Our number 1 seed hails from Blaine, Minnesota. He is a CBA champion, the one-time KFYR TV champion, 3-time CBA All-Star team, 12th place finish at the 2025 Team USA Trials, and his best finish was last year at the Agent Ong at 3rd, making back-to-back shows. That is Josh Kennedy. Your first match will be your 4 and 3 seeds, Cortez Schenk and Chad Luch. Lucci, you get choice as you are the higher seed. Good luck, fellas.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you back. For those of you who hung on, we appreciate it. 4:35 p.m. local. And in just a few minutes, we will have a champion. Someone's going to walk away here with $10K and the right to be called the Agent Ong Open, the Trilogy champion. We're underway. Cortez Schenk with the match's first shot. Cortez technically the 4th seed in this one, and that is via his seeding from the Cashers round, which was he is the 18th seed, meaning he's the lowest remaining or seeded player. He gets to be 4th. Chad Lucci, the 5th seed overall. That means he is the 3rd seed here because Bob Wiley is the number 2 seed, again 4th seed from the Cashers round, and Josh Kennedy, the highest remaining seeded player, as number 2. He gets to be the overall number 1 seed for the step ladder finals here today. We welcome in Chris Schlemer and Kyle Troop, the pro with the fro, who has had a fantastic week, comes up just short of reaching the step ladder finals, and we appreciate you joining us here in the booth, Kyle. Guys, what with this top 4, I asked Slim, Kyle, obviously you just got off the lanes as we watched Chad's first shot here. Your first thoughts about this 4-player step ladder finals?
It's definitely, a little unique. But I'm not surprised at all, just with the amount, well, I would say the amount of re-oils, but we had about 12 games going on throughout the day without a re-oil, so the lanes get so choppy, and And honestly, there is no correct answer on how to play the lanes. So no matter what the style or where you play the lanes, if you can find something to repeat shots, I feel like that was the most important thing to get to this point.
Mm-hmm. And that's one thing I referenced earlier with this one, looking at this crew. Yeah, what we saw early on, and now the fact of the amount of stripping reels, and now this memory has started to build up over the last few days. Again, even though it's 35 feet, there's plenty of volume. If you jump in there, you can use angle as hold. Given, again, and I think it was also, you can attest to this, pair to pair, actually even lane to lane.
100%. I mean, lane to lane, yes. There was a difference, it felt like, on every pair we bowled on. And then especially, moving through the bracket with just the 4 games this morning to start, before you even add in how the matches go on those pairs. You had to have an open mind, that's for sure. But resin definitely came into play like we kind of expected. I know we talked a few days ago about urethane looked great, but after a bunch of re-oils, the urethane just starts hooking so early.
It looked less great.
That you have to get out of it faster. And then with the amount of traffic that we see today, which we don't see throughout the entire week, I even expected to get into resin a little bit, which I did. And you can see Chad's already got a decent look with resin, and he's hooking it. I do remember on Thursday, Friday, he was like throwing the Ion Max from the right, like big roll, big stoppy. But he's already
using flare and cover to kind of blend it. But it's one of those things he told us when he got done. His mindset of the jump he made against Wesley was watching what Wesley had and knew if he got far enough left there, he could use, with them not being enough many lefties, use that as hold, and that's why. He went rock star and went that plan of attack. So
yeah, just going with a symmetric, a much weaker ball, still very slow for him. It seems like. Yeah, but it just gets a lot further down the lane.
It's got some nano in it, but it's only a 50% nano load as you've thrown that ball a little bit too. Even though it's lower RG, higher diff, it's reaction-wise, it doesn't dig super early and it's not super responsive coming off the spot down lane. It gives
clean
you
and slow. That's what we're looking for. Since the urethanes are early and slow. Sounds like we had
I think there was a goal scored.
There was a touchdown scored.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh boy. Well, we'll keep our eyes on, or ears peeled for that. Shank, bang.
Much better shot there. Being able to bowl all weekend, if you are throwing the urethane or even the resin balls, the hand has to get all the way through it. And at this point, with this many re-oils and how flat they are, if you get around the side of it, yeah, you're just hoping for the Brooklyn. But you see Cortez got there in the second.
Yep.
Made a much better shot. Probably didn't move at all. Just said, hey, got to get through this one.
Hey, throw it better. Yep.
Of course, the story on Chad Lushi, for those who may have missed the end of match play, he was in a great match with Wesley Lowe in the 4th frame of Game 3. It's the best of 3. As he crosses over again, and those fresh back ends are very telling on this 35-foot lane condition. But Lushi, and of course, we were in a situation where the lanes hadn't been re-oiled or oiled since 9 a.m. At that point. So he makes a bold move. As
it was a bold move, Cotton.
Bold move, Cotton. Ball changes. First shot in the 4th frame, misses the head pin left, makes the 1-2-4, and then proceeds to just dead ace the next 4, lofting the gutter about 4/5 arrow, and then ultimately that was the difference in the match. Of course, Wesley
put the clamps on Wesley, and that's what. Yeah, like he literally went from kind of that rightish zone, and like I said, I looked up and he missed the head pin left, and I'm like, oh. And next thing you know, looked up, his next shot, he took a big step left and threw it that way, and it was 10 back, 10 back, 10 back.
I mean, you got to see what Cortez done in our match. I mean, it was. Heck, in practice and even the first game, I was looking back at Bree and I was like, this is sweet. Like, just the fact that he can slide in the left gutter and get it all the way over there. But, that shows with that much traffic, 10, 11, 12 games bowled on the pair with the amount of people on it. Way different than what we've seen throughout the week with only 6 games maximum on the pairs.
Yep.
All right, the light mixer goes for Chad Lushi. Hello to Steve Mackey. Steve, we actually talked about you earlier. It literally, it must have been meant, because I referenced how you always refer to Chad and you guys obviously go way back with regard to the Uncle Fester reference. And so Steve is actually listening and watching. Hello to the Miller and the Mackey families, respectively. And as he mentioned, also New Mexico Open alums. Absolutely, Cortez took down the New Mexico Open a few years back. Actually, it was right after his father had passed. Very emotional victory then. He's looking for another 10K plus opportunity here this afternoon in his backyard in Metropolitan Phoenix. What do you guys think about that shot?
Pretty good. Maybe the right lane hooks a tad.
I was going to say
or
both
you
of them
still
are
didn't just
fighting.
get out of it as clean.
Yeah, I think
both
both
this
of them.
right lane may hook a little bit more.
It's in reference to what I was going to say. It's a little chirpy because even Chad's got that same thing, right? Like he thought he threw a couple good pitches over there, but it's popping off the spot. Pretty good, right? So
yeah, and then he carried the mixer on the left lane.
Yeah, so
I would say I have some experience on this pair. I bowled an action match on this pair, but I can't even remember what the pair was doing now at this point.
It's been a long week.
We've
and that was late at night on a
Yeah.
weekday. Now we're to a Sunday.
You're right. That was a weekday.
Emil, I do have to ask while
Yes,
we're
sir.
waiting for Cortez's next shot. Did you take the Panthers today?
I did not take the game. I didn't pick that game. Actually, no, I think I did. I think I did.
I just remember I left you with 1-16 on the road.
Oh,
And
you're
then,
right. No,
you know,
that turned
so
me
that
all the way
probably
off.
turned you off.
Yeah, I think that was the turn. He's like, yeah, I ain't touching that.
I was very
Go
close.
Panthers.
Did they win?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Beat the Jets.
Tez.
Good shot.
Oh.
Yeah, I do still think the left lane's definitely a little tighter.
Wow.
You know, maybe just overall because that gets to the front a little bit better, and then it's definitely not as sharp off the back.
Correct.
Either.
So then it gets into, okay, well, how far, and obviously I think that's what Chad's going through, or over here going through his head right now, how far does he have to move, to get it to shape and do the right thing? Because it's one of those deals, if you edge, like you said, with it being flat, you can edge and you can miss the head pin like you did the last time.
Especially with throwing resin this early
Right.
on the pair, I don't think he can move again. I think it's just got to, like we were talking, just got to get that hand through it a little bit better,
Like I said, he got in front of the ball return on 12, or whatever lane he was
Jeez,
on over here.
that's impressive.
Mhm.
I'm not familiar with many of the West Coast guys.
And so we asked about
I've
that,
seen
right?
Chad a few
and
times,
and he
but-
made mention of he practices that in league for instances like this because he goes, I don't always see this type of environment. He goes, but in order to be versatile enough, he goes, so I do that kind of stuff in league. And we're like, oh, so he uses that's his training grounds for regionals and events like this.
Got through that one better.
Oh, that lane's cooking.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
it's
that
a little
lane's
chirpy
cooking.
off that spot because that was a good move and that was a good pitch. And so it's going to be a matter of who can figure that out faster or maybe not figure it out, but maybe just control it. Because then the ultimate question comes in with the guy sitting up top, Kennedy, because on fresh, my man was piping 1-2.
Cooking. With oil.
And he made him look really good from 1-2.
And whatever oil you want to. Coconut, avocado, olive. That dude's cooking on the gutter, on the fresh.
I was going to say, I was not too upset today when there was no re-oil because I have not seen the fresh very well. But then it, comes back to bite you when there's a ton of burn. But I watched Josh bowl. He bowled beside me in the round of 16 and the round of 8. And with his unique roll, God, I felt like he was almost bowling on a
Well, that
house
was the whole
shot.
deal when
I
he
mean,
when he survived the match down here in like 15, 16, or 17, 18, wherever it was. He was playing out, but he got to a point where he then switch balls jumped in and he bailed out the match. And so
he
he's
was like
another one
getting the
that's
ball to
versatile.
hold like
Yeah, so
17
that
to
one,
12. Yeah, like
he
right
got
there.
around it a little bit more and it took off.
And right there, Josh's ball was holding and throughout the matches. I was like, man, like that's impressive. But yeah, it's a whole new ball game now. But like we said, if you cut it off, you got to hope for the Brooklyn. He's 1 out of 2. Tez got 1. He got 1. We're fair. We're even.
Cortez Shank. She living in Chandler. Again, New Mexico Open champ. been on Team USA, Junior Team USA, PBA Rookie of the Year, Junior Gold Champ in 2013, won the U15 division, World Youth Championships gold medal, the Masters round. Obviously, his resume
speaks for itself.
Indeed. Didn't like it from the start. 3, 6, 7, 10.
It was left, but around it. Left and through it, it probably holds. Because I feel like he probably made that move to, you know, just get away from the friction and get the hand through it. But if you miss left and cut it off, that's one of those where you wish it was an even worse shot, so it crossed over instead of like
and that's something we talked about.
It was a decent one, but
all week, right? Like if you wanted your misses, you want it to be enough to where it cross over and you could kind of splash the pins around and not leave a design like that. Like,
oh my God! I don't know if I've ever seen the 3 wrap around like that straight.
You know, it was one of those deals that you wanted the misses if you did get up the lane or overturned it. It was one of those things you want to cross and splashing them around. Because we saw too many designs, dude. It was 4 through the middles. It was random. It was some 5 counts. There was one I was scratching. I don't even know if I've seen that one style 5 count before. So you wanted to make that. And, we'll see how this.
Definitely a bad break there for Cortez.
Yeah. It was good footwork, though, walking back from the foul line.
Well, that didn't work.
He was trying to give us a replay.
I love it when that
Talking
happens.
about the three wrapping around it. That's what he was trying to get our attention. But we got Cortez's footwork coming back off the right there.
It's quality.
I thought we were looking to see if he fouled on the spare shot or something.
Nope, that's good. All good.
All right, see if he can bounce back here. It's been go. Ooh, that's got a hook. Yeah. You know, and this, I feel like this moment right now that Cortez is in, he's probably felt a few times throughout the weekend, even in qualifying maybe. You know, you got a feeling for the pair. They're hard. You know, you got a double, couple nines. Here's the replay of Cortez's 3 around the 7.
Went around it quick.
And he was throwing it straight. Like what?
Let's see what he's got here.
Hook a little.
Knuckle, chip, bounce. Unfortunately, no.
So yeah, you know, those were 2 errant shots from Cortez. You know, in this situation, as hard as they are, you have to, you know, he does get a few minutes to think about it. You've got to just reset and just execute a better shot, knowing those were not 2 good ones. But they're hard. Like, I mean, you got to just buckle back down. Put the seatbelt back on.
See if Lucy. Well, at this point, it feels like as long as Chad can leave items that he can make, and he has managed to only leave single pins despite obviously the ball being sharply boomeranging off the spot down lane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's about as fortunate, I would think, as you can get. And I don't know if fortunate is the right word, but I think it seems to be applicable at this point.
I do remember my father, Guppy, always said, I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Chad's not good, but, you know, he's definitely gotten lucky with leaving 9 spare. You know, just a single pin through the face. Has he hit the pocket yet on the right lane? No.
I don't think so.
But
that's what I'm saying, and that's what I was wondering if. And now he's looking at it as it's damage control, right? Because you don't want to make too crazy of a move to then gift it back to him, knowing that he's in that zone that he's leaving 9, right?
Yeah,
like even if you cross over,
he's safe. That's fine.
That's
Oh no. Oh wow, that one goes light. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe they're I think that gives us our final answer. Left lane's tighter for sure.
Well, that one, and obviously he pushed through it a little bit harder, a little bit going that way. But
I was
still,
watching the TV, so I guess I couldn't quite tell off.
Yeah, it's a deal of, like I said, controlling it,
just shoving it
making
through
sure,
there,
making
doing
sure
what
you
can.
Yeah, because now he looks at it as.
Hold on. Yeah, you saw that one start to get going.
Yeah.
But he's fresh backhands. And it's interesting too. It's like your eyes have to readjust. It's like when you go, outside to it from a very well lit place to something that a little bit darkness and vice versa. It's like, oh, forgot that we bowled on this at 9 a.m. this morning. Cortez takes a moment.
This is huge right here. What's the move? Do you think he moves off of it, or he just tries to throw better?
I think he made the move in the 6th. I think it just tries to throw it better.
I feel like he jumped left a little bit.
He got through that one better, and it's still hooked. Wow. Oh, my God. I appreciate Cortez having these orange grips so we can kind of see the ball roll a little bit.
Emil Williams Jr., Chris Schlemer of Roto Grip, Kyle Troop here with you. Appreciate Kyle not only for being here this weekend, but spending some time on multiple occasions with us in the booth, and he's here with us here during the finals. This is the step ladder opening match. Shank the 4 seed, Lucy. That is chopped.
Oh no.
And Cortez, after a really good start, 3 consecutive frames in the open category, and it's a 17-pin advantage for Chad Lucy, who in his own right needing to take a moment as he goes and just kind of walks. Doing a little bit of pacing. As Chad, as he now comes back to the back table here behind the pair on 11 and 12. Silence across the building.
Oh, he moved.
High flush.
Good bounce back there from Cortez. You know he's frustrated right now, but I mean, hey, he's still got 190 on the board. Steps up, throws 3 in the 10th. Chad has to find a double here, and it looks like he's making a ball change, going to a level. This be fresh surface on it too. I don't know if he threw it in practice.
It was in play in his match versus Wesley Lowe.
I seen him curving something black. Wasn't quite sure what it was, but curious if this went down the lane at all, because it does look like it's got some fresh surface on it.
Bold move again. And still got 9 on the right lane, and that's a win.
Safe. Yeah.
Not a win of the match, folks, but a win in regards to
the situation.
Not leaving something that he cannot make.
He did just miss the 2 on the 2-4 in the last frame. I think he's got it, though. I think he'll be all right. Much better. Rolled through that one. Didn't get around it. Didn't cut it off. So the situation here, Chad needs double 4 to shut out Cortez Schink here in the 10th. Left lane has been his good lane for the most part. Just one errant shot in the 8th, but is he throwing the rock star? Yeah, so he's staying with the resin ball in the left lane. Double 4 to win the match.
Maybe. Great shot. Walked
Did he
it
fill
out.
the level?
Liked it.
Wow, he ball changed on the left lane too. My man Chad ain't scared of nothing.
No, that's what I'm saying. When I asked him, he goes, yeah, I figured I made this far. He goes, I can't be scared of it. I'm doing it.
I mean, strike, 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 bad shot, ball change. Wow. Cover the spare. All right.
I got to tell you, and this is from personal experience, because I've been at a lot of tournaments that Cortez has participated in, and I've seen him, step up and double and do whatever else he's needed to do in the 10th frame to win matches. And obviously that opportunity, one that he may not have thought he was going to have 2 frames ago, has presented itself.
Facts. Hashtag facts.
Respectable 184 on the fresh. Cortez, double 5 to win the game. The only strike on this right lane was a Brooklyn to start in the second frame.
So you're saying there's a chance?
This is what you want as a bowler.
Oh, absolutely. Ball in hand.
Step up here.
Yeah.
Throw a double. Especially kind of being lost in a sense. Like.
And he's throwing pitch black, so
it's not ball changing. So.
He knows he's got to throw good. Let's see what he's made of.
Oh, that's a ball change. No orange grips on that one.
That was pitch black.
Was he not throwing the orange thumb slug or something?
I don't know. I just saw the black with the green logos whenever he picked it up.
Yeah, but he definitely had some orange.
Without a question. I think there is a ball with a whether it was orange, it did look orange to our eye.
I think that's got to be a ball change because there was no orange, which I think the thumb slug or something in the other one was orange, but either way. Needs this one.
He's got the hand in the rosin inside a plastic bag, courteous of his fellow competitors to not get rosin everywhere. That's a good tool or trick for those of you watching. That is a pitch black in hand. Look at the score. Must strike.
Trip it.
Carry. Oh, and there it is. Oh, my.
Look at him.
He had to walk it out, and he will walk back in the screen.
What a shot, does he? Yeah, I guess he's the hometown boy here. He's feeling it.
There was no doubt about that.
That was a good shot. He knew it needed to push a little. It did. Got to respect the trip 4. Open, open, open. Steps up. Turkey, and now needs 5 to win. He's probably throwing it straight at the headband.
That's a good call there.
He did that in our match. Yeah, he's throwing it at it.
Needs 5.
Dang.
And has 8. Cortez Shank defeats Chad Alushi. 188 to 184.
Finishing 4th this year.
Great tournament by
Tez
Chad,
is going to
man.
move on to take
Absolutely.
on the super senior Bob Wiley.
Great tournament.
And so 4th place, he is taking home $2,000.
Very nice.
It's very nice. I like.
Some nice cabbage.
Bob Wiley. I get his opportunity. The lone senior, he bowled Michael Haugen Jr. And of course the winner of that match was going to officially have a senior for the first time in the tournament's history in the stepladder finals.
Does Bob get handicap? Is he over 60?
Bob gets 5 pins.
This is definitely a first. Okay, so 3 years in the tournament history. They do have a small handicap. What is it, 5 pins for women and seniors, 60 and over? I know I asked Carl about that beforehand, and he said they've had a few people make it to Sunday, but nobody make it through the bracket into the step ladder with handicap. So, you know, it's all part of the format. I respect it. I think that, you know, helps with the entries. They are figuring out the practice.
Good one.
Looks like Bob will be getting, great ball, Chad. Bob will be getting 2 shots on each lane. And then they will fire right into the next game.
Bob is originally from New York. He moved to this area a couple years back and immediately made his presence known in some of Theo's tournaments from Complete Bowling Events, or CBE. Our first look at Bob, and boy, Schlemer, if you recall, yeah, obviously 9 and 10 was fantastic for Bob Wiley. He had he was able to do something that he couldn't do on 5 and 6. But his first shot, oh yeah, the heebie-jeebies. I hear you, Bob Wiley. They're hooking over here on 11 and 12.
A lot of bowling all day with a lot of hold down the lane. Because that was a good shot from Bob right there. That first shot.
Yeah, no,
I mean, like he expected that to hold.
And that's what we talked about whenever he came out 5 and 6, and again he was battling some of the crossovers and stuff like that, but he came over yonder, and the match against Haugen, he had one where it was on the right angle, he missed left, and it kind of laid there, and it like smacked the 10 out, and he's like, oh, I kind of freed up the swing, but he just kind of had to get it feeding, but he actually had that extra push in that spot. Obviously, the right lane, there's not extra push there.
Okay, my man rocking UC3.
That's
he
vintage
was throwing
right
that
there.
from like 17 earlier today. Falling it back, had 2 teen. I'm like, man, I love this kind of condition though, because literally whatever you can do to make 7-8 shots a game and hit the 1-3.
What's the, I don't know what he was throwing before. IQ Tour. So from the product perspective, where do those two bowling balls fall in line? Like how far is the UC3 for viewers at home from the IQ2? And I know there's a lot of space in between those two bowling balls.
Actually, believe it or not, they're actually closer than you would think, right? The thing with that, the UC3 at the time, it's called, so it's turethane, right? So it's a blended material. It was our version of urethane at the time whenever we were producing it.
Sorry, Warmup, did you say turethane?
Turethane,
okay.
Yes. It was our version that we had on the Roto Grip side. So it was we had the original Rubicon, we had the UC2, which was a pearl reactive, and then we have UC3, which was the turethane type stuff, which, again, it just calmed friction down, right? And with it being that core shape, being the low RG, higher diff, but the mild asymmetry was the key to that. And so it's just something, another way to control friction. Where IQ Tour is low RG, lower diff, and reactive. So it gives you a decent flare, but with it being solid reactive, can see it a little hard at times. So UC3. Yeah, I mean we'll see if
off.
They're closer in play, but I think you see how it doesn't. The UC3 didn't violently bounce off the friction, right? So it's a matter of, is he just going to try to control the friction, just kind of keep it around the 1-3-2, or the 1-2, or the 1-3, or the 1-2-3. Just keep it to where because again, you're watching what Cortez did. It started good, then it was kind of lost in transition for a few frames there in the middle. That's a pretty good pitch right there, I think. And that sparked up.
All right, we're officially underway here.
Game 2, climbing the ladder.
We are underway, and I got somebody wanting to kick me out of the booth, fellas.
Really?
Yeah?
He says no. He doesn't want to kick you.
No? I mean, I'm cool. Yeah, you can come in.
I could bounce out too.
No, that's all right. I'll go finish my 8th place beverage and enjoy the show from the back.
All right. All right now.
Thank you, Kyle. Hey, great bowling this weekend.
Thank you, guys. Shout out to Carl, his team, and everybody here.
Oh.
Greatly run event. All right. Thank you, fellas. We'll see you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro.
It's Kyle Troop. Early open for Cortez Shank. Some uncharacteristic miscues from Cortez.
And again, I think that's just as we've talked about this week, tournament rust, right? Like not
great point.
Bowling competitive. I don't know what kind of events I think you said you saw him at something, but again, if he's not bowling much in between,
right?
It's one of those things. And is it tickling it forward? Again, utilizing it. Again, using
such an incredible. It's just the violent nature of this re-oil, and that's why bowling is so unique, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think anyone could have expected that. Like they didn't even look that violent at every squad that we watched in the fresh every day this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just kind of goes with anytime you strip and re-oil. Obviously, there's the process. The machine touches the lane. It heats it up. It does things. Yeah, they tend to get crispier. And remember they had some shots of practice. So yeah, you're going to see a little bit more friction. And again, it's based on pairs too. This pair is right here by the desk, so we know that has a natural tendency to probably hook a little bit more. And the friction spot's more defined, obviously, as we're seeing. Oh boy, is that coming off of it? All right now.
All right, yeah, safe on that one, Bob, but you'll take that. To the booth now, of course, Carl on, not Bob Wiley. Bob's bowling.
That'd be cool if you did.
It would be. Actually, Carl. All right, so year number 3. Finals are here. Championship belt to be won, and of course, $10,000 and a little bit of history for you, Carl. As you mentioned, the first senior here, Bob Wiley, to make the stepladder finals.
No, definitely. We got a couple of familiar faces and definitely a couple of new faces. So it's definitely nice to see a super senior make my cut. I wouldn't necessarily call him a super senior, but I guess that's the moniker for 60 plus, I guess, these days. But he can bowl. He can obviously hang with everybody.
And like we reiterated, he is getting the 5 pins.
He is.
So again, that's something that's going to factor into this game as well. And yeah, it's going to be a matter of Cortez can, when he stepped up through those first 2 shots of the 10th, amazing. Because he started out with a great game, and then he had three frames in a row where it was kind of little, yeah, I don't know, miss up the lane, maybe miss a little bit, a couple different things, and then all of a sudden it's like he knew what he had to do, stepped up, did it. But yeah, now we'll see how it goes the rest of the way here.
All right.
Spare on the board.
A little, couple of golf claps around for Cortez. Mentioned the resume.
Speaks for itself.
He's done everything, especially at the youth level. I mean, you're talking about someone who quickly ascended upward.
Mm-hmm.
He just had that also, to me, right? He always seemed to be bowling like he was much wiser beyond his years.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he was definitely in that category for sure. Again, I think it just comes, like, as you and I have talked about a little bit this week, both on and off the air, is the access to more resources in his generation and below than what we had growing up.
Right after the open, 9 spare. And of course, the strike on lane 11 for Cortez. Bob Wiley, first couple shots, and even including the practice again. Had to make some adjustment, go out and get another bowling ball, test the UC3 out.
Mm-hmm.
Now back on the right lane. See how he handles this. And even going back to Lucy, of course, the right lane, which seems to be, as we talked about, hooks more than the left, right? Lucy kept himself in the match because he was able to leave makeable spares on the right lane in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see Bob, although this is on its way to being possibly made.
Good effort.
Give it a run.
Again, thank you to all of our sponsors here. Your support of the Agent Ong Open, the Trilogy, of course, Team Agent Ong and My Home Group, Acclaim Garage Doors, Roto Grip, Schroeder Family Electric Dude Wipes, Mark Powell, Bowlify, Tyler Hemmons Media Travel 24/7, Brightside Catering, Create Proof Print, Wiley, and a 2-pin. East Valley Fans and Blinds, Burke Brothers, Swift Home Inspection, TMH Websites, Ramsey Auto Center, the Crate Bar, and our guy Jeff Kraus. Spartan Family Plumbing, Chuck's Painting, B3 Performance, O&B, and Friggin' Jerk. They got a good product too.
Oh,
hold on, hold on. Well, boy, that might be just what Cortez needed to just loosen up ever so slightly. Not that he needed it, but when you see your opponent really give you that big of an opportunity, of course, you got to take full advantage.
And I think that just comes back to, if I had to look at it, it was one of those deals where he just kind of rushed it, went through the motions, didn't maybe put full effort into that. And again, I think that's just a mental lapse a little bit, right? At least that's what it felt to me. Pretty
What
good
a
pitch
shot.
Pretty good pitch right there.
What a shot. Look at that one again quickly here. Well, he wasted no time getting that one to do what it needed to do.
I love that angle that you have, by the way.
Side view, yep. Hey, you know, just trying. I like to do the things that I like to see, or at least try if I can.
He looks great.
Big exhale. A lot of, again, folks, if you're watching, a lot of things you learn with regards to pre-shot routine, like not getting sped up. You go at your own pace. Even if there was a shot clock, still you figure out the way to go at your own pace. Asking it to lay off. That's a good layoff. Oh, swing, maybe.
And speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up, Emil, is I just noticed it. The fact that he's throwing urethane, but not using a chamois. As opposed to like Kyle and Simo and all the other guys that were using Thane, they couldn't get it cleaning up every shot.
Okay, so the natural follow-up for me is why?
Just because urethane tends to slime up. It tends to, you have the oil on the cover, and for two-handers, their hands will start to slip off the ball, right? But in essence, for even though one-handers typically use it, more often than not, they're using a chamois to keep the oil residue off of it. You know, because watch. Oh no, Bob's changed balls. Okay, he's going to make a ball change here, and he's, you know, even with his regular routine, he's got a chamois right there, right? You know, it's one of those things to keep the oil buildup off of it to make it to where you get a more consistent read and roll on the lane. So yeah, again, that's a different type of strategy with in regards to urethane and no chamois.
Ball change. Oh, that one just set up shop, didn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
Good ball change. Wow.
Just set
and move
up
too,
shop.
right? Because that was, he went a little bit deeper and played that that little float thing that he showed us he can do really well earlier in his matches.
Oh, that was a heck of a shot. Great ball change. Why Schlem that type or piece of equipment, right? What does that give him in your estimation? Based on what he has been throwing,
And so based on that, because, you know, that is a symmetrical piece, right? Even though it's a lower diff, there's no asymmetry to it. And even though it is IQ Tour, I can't tell, you know, if it's shine to help calm it down or if it's oil soaked to calm it down. You know, that one right there, it looked like he caught it a little bit more, and that's the reason why it responded a little bit harder off the spot. Because predominantly, as we've seen up until this point, the left lane's been tighter in comparison to the right lane, but that one, you know, obviously saw it and came off with it pretty hard. So that is, you know, like I said, in comparison, IQ Tour and UC3 are in the same window. Oh, okay. As far as, you know, motion and that kind of thing, he just kind of threw his hands up.
knows that's obviously some opportunities, but you do have to control the controllables. And in this situation, it's the spare shooting.
Oh, absolutely.
Folks, if you wouldn't mind, hit that thumbs up. Please share. We got a championship match still to go. The number 1 seed in this one is going to be Josh Kennedy, the highest remaining seeded player. He was the number 2 seed overall. Oh!
Wiggle, wiggle,
Mercy.
wiggle, wiggle, wiggle,
Hashtag
wiggle.
team no 8-pin. New pins? Oof. Oh. This is
Look at
just.
this replay.
This is just not cool. Wiggle. There it is.
That's why we play the game. Bowling happens.
It's like just when you think you're about to really get going. Oh no.
Ooh.
And now Bob Wiley pacing left and right, just kind of getting himself prepared for his next shot.
So again, as we're now square. We get, I should say, even number of frames. Right, they're both through 6. For Bob, we have to add 5, so he's at 85, and Cortez is at 106. So it's a 21-pin match with 4 to play.
Wow.
85 plus 20 is 105, 106. So it's a 21-pin match. Carl's trying to math in his head.
Rebound shot. There it is.
Bang. What?
I'm getting 26. I see 26.
He's got 85.
Thank you.
Yeah, he gets pins.
I forget.
Remember, we discussed that.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
and for me,
I'm mad to
I
give him 5.
apologize.
Yeah. I got you, dog. I got you.
Yes, I am. Been up for a little too long. My apologies.
So
So
how
again,
does,
can he answer the call?
absolutely, how does Bob Wiley respond here? Threw a great shot the last time up, specifically on the right lane. Oof. And he matched that feat,
That's a great pitch.
and he wraps a 10 this time.
Great pitch.
Again, Bob originally from Victor, New York. He's already won the Arizona State Senior Masters Super Bud Bowl title back in Oswego, New York. If I believe or remember correctly, Bob was either an officer or a firefighter. I wanted to say he was a police officer while in New York. And now, well, the one thing I would not have expected would be the amount of missed spares that we've seen thus far.
And that comes back to, as we've kind of talked all week, right? With this pattern, we just ran them. They just ran them fresh. There is both physical and mental fatigue, and that's where we're at this point in time. You know, it's 5 o'clock, 5:20 local time, Sunday evening.
Yep.
It's been a grind, right? And it's been a full day grind. These guys got here at 9 a.m. or before that, they started bowling at 9 a.m. this morning, and here we are. You know, and now you factor in a couple other things too. Now they've made it this far, so they know where the money's at. And as we've seen, the response, the response to friction, especially on that right lane, lane 12, as we talked about at the beginning of that first game, hooking a little bit more, seemingly. Again, as they get cleaner, gets a little bit flatter, a little chirpy reaction-wise, and not coming back around it. No, there we go. Give it a little hand signal to help spin it around the corner. And, you know, throwing the double up there after the unforced, 9 split, as I like to call it.
Just as a reminder, this is what the players have been bowling on all week. Right, no graph, just some details. The ratios: 1.25 to 1 on the left, 1.41 to 1 on the right, 35 feet, 32.8 mils.
Pretty good.
Kick the 10. just like that, boy. Cortez, you know, obviously got to have the short-term memory.
Well, and again, it goes back to, you know, again, nobody's questioning his ability. Like you rattled off his resume, but again, when you're PBA Rookie of the Year, you don't accidentally get that. So he definitely, shots like that, definitely earns it, puts it in the right spot.
X4 to lay off 4-7-9. He has to chuckle and smile at that one.
He's like, okay, this is what we're doing? All right.
And now, Josh Kennedy just waiting here. Make it. Well, a heck of a run here from Bob Wiley, who had to wait it out last night. Of course, until the final and the end of squad number 7. I'm sorry, the Desperado, I beg your pardon. No, it was, yeah, squad 7. Removing of the duplicate names and all of the above to see his spot rise into the standings and to advance to this morning's Cashers round. Had himself a very good day this morning, the first 4 games to qualify or be the 4th seed for match play. Had some great matches against Cesar Padilla.
Pretty good pitch right there.
Yeah, great match against Michael Haugen Jr. And now taking a little bit of a victory lap. You can tell the amount of respect that the local players do have for Bob just by listening. So our championship is set. It's going to be Josh Kennedy and Cortez Schenk, Minnesota versus Arizona. Josh coming down to the desert. And he's trying to hop back on a flight with 10,000 large.
Great run by Bob. As was mentioned from everybody around here, everybody's excited to see he was the first elder statesman to advance to a top 4 here in the 3rd installment of the Agent On. So now it's Cortez. You know, he's got the win. Is he gonna? I don't think there might have been a ball change. Maybe fish around a little bit because you know. Again, we don't know what Mr. Kennedy's going to bring to the table here when he comes over, right? Again, nobody's played 1-2 like he can. Does he have it on this pair? Will he even give it a look? You know, because again, he had success here later today from that inside angle. So is he going to play that inside angle just instantly when he gets over here? That's a good question. I don't know.
You know, it's funny, right, how my
you were probably going to ask me that, weren't you?
I was, but my thought process has kind of changed slightly after watching what's developed on this pair, right?
Okay.
And now, as I was completely sure that he was going to, you know, play the gutter. Now I'm like probably 60% sure that he's going to play the gutter. But I feel like if anyone could benefit from how much the right lane hooked, it would be him, based on the angle he would be playing.
Oh, for sure. Cortez is sticking what got him here, right? He's not even. I thought for sure he might do a little recon. Yeah, pretty good pitch right there. But sticking with it, and he's now through 2 games, right? So
this is reminding me a little bit of from the Cortez aspects. When you said he's sticking with urethane and not giving reactive a look, I think when he won the New Mexico Open, we had the same question as the stepladder was happening.
Okay.
Is he going to make a ball change? Is he going to try reactive? I think he decided to stick and remain with urethane.
I'll say, I think it's a deal of he's just riding with what got him here, right?
It worked.
So maybe that's playing in the back of his head. I mean, that's. And again, you can't argue it. If it worked before, why wouldn't it work again?
no doubt he's just comfortable, right? He can throw anything.
Oh, for sure.
Of course, but I've seen him enough. I think you've seen him enough to know, like, his urethane bag of tricks, if you will.
He's got more than most.
Runs deep.
More, yeah, exactly. He runs deep. More than most. You know, 'cause especially, again, like I said, there's a number of guys out on tour that are just not a fan of the urethane, right? And it's because they don't have those bag of tricks. Even when they try to work on it, they still can't make it happen. They're like, got any other ideas? Because I can't do that. And that just speaks volumes to not only his just natural ability, but also the work ethic and the amount of time and effort that Cortez has put into his game to make that become a thing and make it work, right? What's going on here? Now we have a bag issue.
I feel like Josh was trying to open his bag.
You can't open the bag.
And
the bag is broke.
It got a little.
Maybe you should bowl with a backpack on. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
All right.
Well, I'm interested to see how Kennedy does this. Now, the first couple balls that I see him put on the rack, purple hammer and pitch black.
Mm-hmm.
He did practice. At least saw him warming up with some. Now, that might have been intentional, right? Because if you're throwing urethane on a step ladder, generally speaking, you're not trying to throw many shots with it in the warm-up situation, correct?
Facts.
You've been to plenty of TV shows in your day.
Mm-hmm. And again.
Still hooking.
He tried, and again, he's looking down at his hand. That's not, when he was on his run and piping and doing his thing, he was out more on 1-2. So we'll see how it shakes down. But one thing I want to throw in there, and I guess maybe we haven't really talked about it much all week, because I wanted to wait till we got to this point, right, is the Roto Grip Dream contract. That is something that, obviously Cortez doesn't count for because he's a storm staffer, right? But, in the case of Josh, obviously he's a free agent and he's got some other stuff. He's wearing a Storm logo, but he's got, like you mentioned, the other brand bowling balls up there. So, hypothetically, if he wins, gladly talk to him and say, hey, in case you didn't know, there is a Roto Grip contract, which in turn, and how with it being a dream contract, it'd be one of those things where, in terms of Roto Grip, he'd have to have a Roto Grip logo on his shirt, but he wouldn't have to exclusively throw Roto Grip bowling balls, right? It would be the family of Roto Grip balls, SPI. So he'd have access to Storm, Roto Grip, and Global. But anyway, yeah, so that's a little something here for the, still 10K on top.
And so he had to, how did folks, or how could you have gotten, was that an enter with regards to, or it was just available as part of the tournament?
We just have it available as part of the tournament. Something we put in the sponsorship.
The dream contract.
Living the dream.
I like it.
Well, it's not living a dream. It's actually what we call a dream contract. We've done it in some other events. Like it's something that's always available at the Storm Utah Open. Is a Storm amateur contract. And I believe, what was it, this year or last year? It was one of those where you go through the Storm people and other brand people, and it got to like the 6th or 7th person or something like that, right?
All right, guys, let's give them a big round of applause. This is
that's good info, Corey B. It's on the line for him.
Yeah, I didn't talk to him about it. I wanted to let him stay focused and doing his thing. I think if it's printed in the flyer and it's on the wall over here on the big banner,
right?
But yeah, no, it's just there. So yeah, we'll see how this shakes out, and yeah, we're ready to play the game.
Shout out to my wife Shanice, who was watching from home with the boys. It is 7:30 Central. First shot, title match. Cortez, bang.
That was loud.
That's a nice way to welcome yourself to the title match. And now to Mr. Kennedy.
And the ball he has in hand is a pitch black.
Number 1 seed. He was the number 2 overall seed qualifying this morning. during the Casters round 4 match play.
Behind the Catering.
First shot.
Tickled
Maybe.
it? Oh, okay.
No. It's a good opening shot there for Kennedy. Yeah, there certainly could be some nerves here. It's TV-like environment, a lot of money on the line, a championship belt to his right. Quick look there, you see just Cortez. The belt is just to the right of Cortez. Kennedy goes to his bag, grabs his spare ball. There you see it. Blaine, Minnesota native. (31 300 games, 13 800 series. He's at 846 as his high. And look out.
All right. And to answer the question in the chat there, second place gets $5,000. Mr. Wiley finishing third collects $3,000 there. So, yeah, the winner takes home 10. Second place will take home 5.
Yeah, this has got some CBA titles, some all-star teams, KFYR TV champ.
And truth be told, I mean, if you're going to have an open, you'd much rather be in the first frame and just kind of fill in the rest of the way. Rather than, you know, start so hanging and all of a sudden you throw that open in the middle there.
Hook a lot.
Okay. Different ball in the left lane.
Okay. All right. So, I mean,
obviously he's seeing the pair a certain way from the where he's at playing out. He saw him different enough in his couple shots there in practice that made him choose a, you know, different ball on each lane.
Very intriguing situation here. I'm guessing, though, if the left lane is to be the tighter one, he's going with the something he feels might hook. But different one for the spare, and he misses that one to start. And not, obviously, what he was looking forward to start here. This is his second consecutive appearance here in the finals here at the Agent-Hong. He finished third last year in this very building at this very tournament. There is also a progressive pot attachment to this match, ladies and gentlemen. And
Are both guys in?
After this shot, we'll have Carl discuss that. Shank. And a split.
The progressive is on the line. I just have to verify with Theo if both of them are in the progressive.
It was $51.80 was the number we gave. $5,180. And so if both these players are in, whoever wins, then they would throw one shot afterwards. After the match is over, maybe, and get
give it a run.
Their shot at 25% of that pot. If they strike, then they would then have the option to either take what they just won, or roll it over, try to strike again for 50% of that pot. If they don't strike, if they decide to press their luck, a whammy could pop up, and they would go home with $0. Well, at least for the progressive. They'd be okay, though. They still got 10,000.
Yep. And as we, and both players come off opens there in a second, Cortez did have the strike in the first, so we have an 8-pin match as we enter the third frame.
Wheel. Grab 10.
So it has been confirmed they both are eligible for the progressive.
Okay. So someone's going to have at least one bonus shot.
At minimum, correct.
At the conclusion of this match. Been a great day of competition. Great week. This thing started on Thursday morning at 9 a.m. local with Squad 1. Had 2 squads there, 6 games, 2 sweepers. Repeated that process on Friday with 2 squads at 9 and 2. 2 sweepers, and then a fantastic action match that featured Kyle Troop and Matt Jones. Shout out to Matt Jones, Tat Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Then yesterday, Saturday, excuse me. 3 squads, full, 8, 1, and 6. All 6 games there, and then a Desperado last night, which actually was very intriguing. Came down to it. Anthony James took that spot, and he bowled pretty well today as also.
Mm-hmm.
Now back to Josh Kennedy. Oh.
That ball picked up so quick.
Josh Kennedy. Well, I tell you what, he's on the board, but the way that just went down takes me back to his round 2 match against Paul Younts, where Paul had the opportunity to close him out, missed a single pin in the 10th frame. That allowed Kennedy the opportunity. He did need to double, and he went runaway Brooklyn on the first, and then not quite as runaway, but the second one was also on the Brooklyn side. Got both breaks to carry, and sometimes, as we talked about, sometimes it is better to be lucky than good. Had a great match against Brett Wolf in a grind-out match, and here he is in the title match against Cortez Shank. Oh, there it is, Kennedy. Big double.
Thank you, Landon, for the kind words. I appreciate it.
What's this here, boy? Someone that was ever in need of a good break. Here it is.
So now the question is, when he gets back to that right lane, we'll see how that shakes out. But in the meantime, Cortez. There's that hook spot again.
Got out of
from
trouble.
the angle. Yep.
I'm sorry, Paul, but you bowled great. But as part of the recap, I got to tell people what happened if they missed. But I didn't black cloud you, I promise. So I've been doing that to other people.
Boy, has he ever. In fact, you might want to file and see about getting a new driver's license.
Hey, man, don't say I still got a flight to catch. Oof. All right, Cortez did chop that earlier. He had taken the 10 off the 6 a couple of matches ago.
Speaking of flight, what time is it for you?
Well, I can't tell everybody that.
Yeah, you don't need the paparazzi and the whole thing.
Oh, I apologize. You're absolutely right.
Come on, man.
My mistake.
You gotta understand, TMZ's already probably waiting on the parking lot.
I have a red eye.
The only reason I ask is I pushed 7 till 7:30.
The red eye. That's funny. Cortez. Oh, that was pure pretty. What a shot there from Cortez.
Okay, we'll see if there's any adjustments, but that is, looks like he made a ball change.
Tez?
No, Josh.
Josh, okay.
So that is going to a 78 black.
Let's go here. This side angle view should give us everything we need to see.
Oh, that scout was coming back the other direction.
That one was certainly online, without question. As, of course, it's tough of the start for Josh, and as many, of course, in the chat mentioned, plenty of frames left. And he is not only in the match, but for the moment, with a lead. Get 10,000 to the winner. Good spare. And the reality is, and it's just not one or the other, it's across the board. All 4 competitors have had an issue here in the step ladder with spare shooting. So There are no gimmies. If you joined us late, Cortez Schenk trying to run the ladder as the 4th seed here. He defeated Chad Lucci, then Bob Wiley, now facing top seed Josh Kennedy. Top seed. Oh, yeah.
That's
fast and furious.
That was some heat.
When's the last time you threw a volleyball ever?
That hard?
Yeah.
Probably when I was a kid.
Okay.
I grew up playing the gutter, obviously, because I'm so old. It was before reactive, right?
Well, you got to fire it in St. Louis.
We got to fire it up the lip in the loo, right? And
they hook.
There was a time when, I could do it, but now as I'm old, I struggle to get 14 pounds down the lane. I think at 14 miles an hour.
I'd be in traction if I tried to do anything remotely that hard.
I mean, that was okay. So that's one thing we have to add for the request. I'm going to put in the my Bowl Stream TV request. Besides the extra cameras, is a radar gun.
Maybe just the 2-pin.
That's interesting. You saw it you saw it make the move, and then it that was a thing, right? I don't know if you can have a slow-mo of that.
Not that one.
Okay. Yeah, it was making its way into the pocket up the hill, and then it just had that little thing wiggle to it.
Which is kind of a unique eye visual, right?
Yes. Yeah, you got to watch it, right? On the spare.
Well, if you had told Josh Kennedy that he would bowl for the title at the Agent Ong Open in 2025, and he would start the match with a single pin miss, an 8-1, and be leading by 3 in the 6th frame, I think he would take that.
Oh, I 100% agree. 1,000,000% agree to that.
Because this could be, obviously Cortez could have the lead right now, but to have that type of start and still be leading halfway through helps breed a little bit of confidence. Cortez trying to steal away that confidence. Give me that confidence. Tyler Cortez Schenk. Out here like the Grinch. Give me that confidence. 7th frame now. It's winning time now.
True story.
Wow, that one was over the cap. Wow, what an impressive shot that was. That went right to left, just like we talked about all weekend.
Again, and that was something you and I talked about. When coming over here, right, he did that, and there was nobody out there with him this week, up 1-2. And you heard him talk to it, too. As soon as it got to a spot about 45 feet, he's like, sit. And then she froze. Look at that.
What a humongous double. Max score 237. Bang. Josh Kennedy. Wow. Silencing the local crowd here.
Not backing down. Not hashtag
I'm
not scared.
here. I want all the smoke, says Josh Kennedy.
I love that.
He is here. Not here for the play. Yeah, I think what happened to him earlier helped him. With regard to the, got a couple breaks, yada, yada. I don't think he ever doubted his talent. But, boy, when you know what you can do. It's a bad dude. Now Cortez trying to quickly answer. He does. Gave it the subtle shimmy. It's incredible. These are two really good bowlers. One that certainly the local players and even those watching this have heard about Cortez Schenk more than likely. You may not have ever heard anything about Josh Kennedy, but he is informing you and educating you as you watch that great shot there from Cortez. This one to make Kennedy work for it. In the 10th frame, maybe no.
Restaurant quality shot.
Here's a look.
Off his hand, he liked it. I mean, that was a great pitch. So again, on the conversion. And yeah, Mr. Kennedy stepping on up.
Again, for those who missed it, Josh finished third. All right, so he's got that experience, but I think again that experience in round 2 may be the one that got him over the hump here. Big moment. You'll see this one be online. Watch for the loft over the cap, folks. The right gutter. 9th frame. There it is. And, oh, baby. Josh Kennedy. Who was that bowler in the first couple of frames? It's clearly not Josh Kennedy.
I'll tell you what, man. Once he got past that, he came back in the, after the missed spare in the second there, talking to himself, and we'd have to ask him what it was, but I want to say at one point it was like I guess read his lips and he's like, "What are you doing?" Right? And maybe that was just his reset to say, "Okay, let's get after it. Let's get back to where we were." And I'll tell you what, that's pretty impressive. And Cortez even nodded his head. That's respect.
Don't want to leave a chance here, but 9 would do it. Kennedy to win the Agent Ong Open. Upper deck 7, but that is okay because Josh Kennedy has won the trilogy. Josh Kennedy has won the Agent Ong Open. Josh Kennedy is going to go back to Blaine, Minnesota with $10,000 and maybe more from the Progressive here in a moment.
And the Roto Grip Dream contract.
Oh,
you got it.
Slap that out. And as somebody mentioned, it's okay, big dog. It's all right, big dog.
That was, he threw good. And like you said, upper deck, that was upper deck 7 for sure.
Great bowling to Cortez Schenk.
Gave it a run.
Certainly disappointed he will leave with $5,000. Right, Brian, that's funny. Yeah, what time is Josh's flight? So that's why he can't be putting people's business out in the street. But it's truly always a pleasure to watch Cortez bowl.
Oh, absolutely.
He just goes about it differently than others. To me, he's got a little bit of Anthony Simonson to him, like Cortez, like how his brain thinks bowling. I think it's more or less like Simo.
Always processing, yes, absolutely. Always thinking of options, alternative options, trying to think outside the box if there is an opportunity outside the box. Because not all bowlers actually do that. So Cortez, respectful. Good finish right there.
204, 190. Josh Kennedy still in a little bit of disbelief. Now he's trying to gather himself to throw a shot in for the progressive.
Agent on Open, the Trilogy winner.
All right.
Josh
and
Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy collects the $10,000. He is the winner of the Agent Open, as you can hear Theo in the background.
All right, we still have a little bit more bowling to do. Josh was in the progressive pot. The total is worth $5,180. He will have to strike 4 times to get to that. There's no practice on the lanes. He's going to start on lane 13. The first shot is worth $1,295.
All right, so as you can hear there, we are not done throwing shots. $1,295 for the first shot. He's going to step over here, and now here's the thing. Stepping over lane 13. There has not been a shot thrown on lane 13. This is on the fresh, based on when they stripped and re-oiled earlier, and this is for $1,295. And well, that was fun while it lasted. That was fun while it lasted. And
$5,180 is going to roll over to
that carries over. Hey, I think the big thing for that is you can't be. I think the big thing to take away from that, folks, is the fact of you can't be scared, because he was doing that on the fresh, so he knew what he had to do. He knew he was playing 1-2. He knew he was, as we saw in that match, going right to left with it. I give him mad props. I mean, my man went after it. Unfortunately, I think maybe he could have been a little there could have been a little bit of a shock to the system still going on, because the fact of he just collected $10,000. So yeah, I think that's what we're cooking with. So, all right. I don't know. Emil, I don't know what we got cooking here. You want me to sign off, or what do you want to do? Nope. All right. All right. Oh, we're going to have a post game. All right. All right now. So it was a. Now we got Carl doing some closing comments. And again, yeah, Josh, yeah, like I said, you got to give him props there.
Thank you for putting up with this. It's a lot, I know. Again, to my wife Kathy, my daughters Caitlin and Haley, my son Nathan, truly appreciate it. And to everybody here in the building, thank you very, very much. Couldn't do this without anybody, and especially the JJ, the staff of Bowlero, Kyrene, Emil Williams Jr., with Bowstream, Chris Schlemer, Storm, and the rest of all our sponsors. Again, thank you very much. Josh, you're $10,000 richer. You're coming out of a.
Okay, to start with, am I even dreaming? Someone pitch me, sign me, I really don't care. Still super nervous, so right now the kind of this everyone is still a fucking week. Stage right, I started going tournaments, trying to put my heart 10,000 hours in, whatever it is, since 2020. Being at league something like first OSU trials, that was
chat with Josh Kennedy so you can hear what he's saying. We'll chat with him in just a minute.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. All right, folks, you couldn't hear it. We are going to get an inside scoop up close and personal with our winner, Josh Kennedy, who just collected his $10,000. All right. There we go. We're getting some, my man's getting some directive on how to hold a big championship belt, how to hold the check, how to do a little bit of everything. Yeah, we got some stuff cooking. So, yeah, we're going to get him in the booth here shortly. We're going to get that going. So bear with us here, folks. We are moving some cameras around. We're doing some things. Emil's got it cooking as usual. All right. I think it's good. You got it? All right.
We're waiting for Josh to get him squared away here. But we don't have a real good spot to grab him. We want him to be seen.
Absolutely. You want to put him in this spot right here?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Come on in, dude.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, check.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Are we good? We got it going on here, E?
Yep, we're good.
Well, we will give the stage to Josh. So, Tyler, if you don't mind, just frame him.
Yep.
Yep, just frame him. We both have the height situation, so
yeah,
just frame our guy here. And okay, all right, we're on. Okay, Josh Kennedy, you just won the Agenong Open, the trilogy. Obviously, I can tell certainly some emotions, but a tough start. But man, I'm so impressed with how you finished. What was going through your mind after the first two frames? How did you tell yourself that you can still get this thing done?
Really, it's just all about staying in the process and just trying to take it one shot at a time, trying to fill frames the best I can, which that was obviously not my best. That was probably one of my worst. But either way, really just trying to keep that metal game sharp, having just a couple keys I can focus on, which was keep my feet very slow and just trying to keep my swing loose in general.
You made the show last year. What experience did you take from last year's opportunity to this year's, not only tournament but finals, to help you get the win today?
More about just considering how different the lanes will play. When I came in last year, the lanes were significantly different than what I expected, because same story last year, I did well on the fresh, but unfortunately my 128 game did not show that. Clearly I was splitting, washing out a lot, and couldn't tell you much right there. It was just not a good showing.
I thought your look on the fresh may have been the best by any player. in the building. Why was your look so good on the specifically from out, like playing the gutter out?
So yeah, I'd say I think the big thing this year is one thing we took away, and Emil and I discussed it. You were able to get farther right than anybody else in the building this week, and when we talked about, you were playing out, then you actually made the jump in your match down there. You played in down here. Me and E talked about it. Well, they're gonna run it fresh. And I go, man, I got to think that Josh is going to have that look from 1-2 again, because there ain't nobody else on the pair going to get out there. Did you have that confidence going in, knowing with the strip and re-oil that you were going to be able to play that zone and do what you did?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did get some intel that 11 was significantly tighter, so aka the left lane. So that's where I chose to throw 2 different balls.
Okay.
Knowing that one lane was going to be tighter than the other. If I threw the same ball on both lanes, it would have been more likely a struggle. I probably would have big forward here and there.
Okay.
Probably try to force some speed out with a 2-8 tent.
And that was actually, and I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because that was the first thing I noticed. Because actually you even started on the right lane. You started with a pitch black.
Right.
And then you stepped up on the left lane. I'm like, oh, hey, that's a ball change. That's a different ball. Went to a purple. And then when you came back to the right lane, that's when you went to the other ball? Or did you go 2 frames on 12 before you switched?
So I actually threw a pitch black on 12 at first, and I thought that was way too early.
Okay.
A little bit earlier than I really wanted, but I went to a black hammer 78.
Okay.
With a harder cover, I figured it's going to get a little bit further down lane, kind of like jump the fronts a little bit.
Yep.
Which was kind of where that strategy was all week with trying to play the 1-2 was, if I really have to, I can just use speed to my advantage, try to stay versatile. But the challenge was obviously trying to stay accurate out there, as trying to hit 1 every time is just a task.
Oh, absolutely, and especially you threw some absolute bombs from keeping it firm and straight, playing up the 1-2. I mean, obviously it sounded like the ball weighed 30 pounds going through the pins. So yeah, I mean, obviously you use that strategy. I don't know, and maybe this is the first time you're hearing this, or maybe you know this, right? You know about the Roto Grip Dream contract?
I have heard about it because I didn't get it last year, and I was told I would have won it.
Okay, so guess what? It's yours.
Cool.
Congratulations. Welcome to Team Roto Grip. We'll get that. We'll do all that fine detail stuff when we're off here. But yeah, we wanted to. I didn't know if I know I'd probably mention. I mean, so again, I gotta ask too, and I'm sure he was probably going to segue into this. But so you win 10,000, and they go, oh hey, by the way, now you got to throw a shot for $1,295. I commend you. You were committed to going to the next lane who had not had a shot thrown on it to play 1-2 again. And were you still kind of coming off the not understanding? I mean, you just won 10 grand. You're like, oh, now I got to throw another strike for 1,200, or what was cooking there?
It was all nerves, 100%
Okay.
nerves. So back where I'm from, we really don't have tournaments this big on the single side.
Okay.
I mean, the closest thing we'll have is normally the GI Fall Winter Classics or the 11 frame. Or if we go to Missouri, we got the 10K doubles, but that's doubles. But other than that, 100% nerves.
Okay.
I've never been at this type of stage before, so I just try to use the money the best I can. And
So this is the largest win of your career so far,
by far,
because you're not done yet. Like, this is only a stepping stone. This is
Correct.
one of potentially many. Because
It's just-
what the performance, again, hats off to you. The performance you put on this week, bro, it was impressive.
Thank you. I
Very
appreciate
much.
that.
You bet.
My last question for you, Josh, and let you take more photos and get you out of here is, when you just think back, how old are you, by the way?
I am 29.
So 29 years of age, big moment, big opportunity. You do not let it slip away this time, which takes a lot of resilience as well. What is next for you, and just how will you handle and take away or utilize today's win toward your future goals, depending on what those are?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reflect more mentally than physically. Physically, I feel like I was fine, but when the mail game starts deteriorating or leaking in, then that's more the issue. So I'm going to focus more on the mail game, try to find ways to practice that back at home, and just make myself more uncomfortable, put it that way. Tried doing that last week, and was a little bit easier than I expected it to be, and then I come in and it's like, okay, I am relearning how to bowl mentally again. So
Well, I tell you what, man, You were fun. Oh, this is my true last question. All right. Against Paul Younts, he misses a single pin in the 10th frame. You get up. Opportunity, obviously, to close out the match and double. You throw 2 runaway Brooklyn shots. Okay,
Yes.
so you get by. In the moment, how did you feel like directly after? And then did you use that to the good, right, as a positive in some fashion to help you get this time?
I tried to use it to the positive. In the moment, I was actually very upset. I was covering my face because I was highly embarrassed. Back at home, we tried to avoid throwing Brooklyns, clearly frowned upon. Even on tour, you can see it's frowned upon. So I tried to not model after guaranteeing a runaway hit, terrible shot to win. And also ended up putting tape in that ball too because I started realizing I was squeezing it. So I think I'm just going to kind of take some of that stress off, put some tape in, kind of help that feel in the thumb a little bit too. So
excellent, man. Congratulations. Heck of a job. And, well, we'll see you back next year to defend that thing.
Sounds good. See you then.
All right, that is Josh Kennedy. He's got some more media to handle with Tyler. Truly an impressive performance, especially in the step ladder. I mean, after that start, Schlem, I mean, there's just no way he was going to win the tournament.
Exactly, yeah, dude. As he said, you know, he open, and he's like, oh, we've got to. he rallied the troops, right? He's like, hey, I gotta get back on this thing, right? And again, it was the confidence. He knew what he could do within that, and exactly what we talked about, right? You know, he knew fresh coming over. He saw it the way we were seeing it, and yeah, I'll tell you what, that young man, that was impressive.
What will you take away from this weekend, Slim?
I think the big thing that everyone should take away from it, right? When we look at what we got to, this is the 3rd installment of this event, but not necessarily just this event, right? It's any event in general that you can compete alongside some of the better players, right? By the way, Josh is not bowled on tour. He beat PBA Rookie of the Year. He also bowled against some really great amateur players to get to that point. He gave himself the opportunity because he did it, as you said, he made the show last year. Yeah, anybody can be beaten on any given day is my thing, right? And yeah, it's a deal of, you know, we saw, you know, Cortez, as we talk about, you know, Cortez, you know, it was like the tour channel, you know, obviously Cortez took out both Simo and Kyle Troop. But again, I think the big thing this tournament, it's the 3rd installment, and we have yet to have a tour level player win this event. So that is what you have to look at. Big picture, and again, if you were thinking about bowling or haven't bowled, we had women make it to the finals. We had to do everything. It was a great. We had a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I think that's what the big thing I'm taking back with it. Like I said, we had the few girls make a run, and man, I gotta say, one of them could have easily made it through as well, right? Like,
absolutely.
To get to the show. Yeah, I mean, there's just. There's so many opportunity, and I think this is and you know, like as I mentioned earlier, and some of you probably listened, this is the 3rd installment. This is the 3rd different lane pattern. So it's one of those things that you know, it doesn't cater to the exact same bowler every time, and I think that's one thing you have to look at. And again, the opportunity is to bowl for this amount of money and also make all the other amounts of money along the way too, right? So.
Right. Man, this is. I mean, the second time, obviously, for both of us. Mm-hmm. This one just felt different because I think of all the things you mentioned. A lot of opportunity to win across the board.
Absolutely.
You know, no matter obviously, you need some skill if you're going to, you know, compete at this level. Certainly, that goes without saying. But someone like Josh Kennedy winning does go to show. And really, you know, like Carl says, you know, no professional, right? No national title holders still yet to win the tournament.
Yep.
Right. So come on out, pay that entry fee, And
that's why, again, he bowls a little bit on tour now.
Yes.
It was that was actually kind of a catapult for him in 2023 to help say, okay, I'm going to go try this tour thing. Kyle Ponzo won. Again, Kyle Ponzo won last year.
Yep.
He didn't make the finals this morning.
Yep.
And now, Josh Kennedy, he made the show last year. He worked, and like he said, I wanted to make sure I wanted to do better. Here he is.
Here
Pretty
he is
impressive.
indeed. All right, folks, we will get out of here because we got to tear down.
It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun.
It has been real. Appreciate you, my guy.
Absolutely, my man.
Pleasure.
Appreciate you.
Please.
And again, shout out to you for cracking the 10,000
Thank you.
Bowlstream TV.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here and giving that insight and really the viewer the opportunity, of course, to learn.
Absolutely.
And kind of learn in real time as the balls are going down.
And that's the whole thing, folks. Every time you put and I had this conversation with Caesar, actually, when he finished up. He came up, he finished in the restroom, washed hands, and he's like, hey, man, he goes, I just thank you for being here and understanding. I said, hey, did you learn something? He goes, yes, sir, I did. So that's what it's all about. Again, no matter how old you are, every time you put your bowling shoes on, you're going to learn something. And that's just it's a never-ending process why we love this game that we do. So,
I thank all the sponsors before we head out. Of course, Team Agent Ong and My Home Group, obviously Carl and Kathy and his entire family. Blood, sweat, and tears, literally, of course, in this thing. Acclaim Garage Doors, Roto Grip, SFE, Schroeder Family Electric, Dude Wipes, Mark Powell, Bowlifi, Tyler Hemmings Media. Shout out to Tyler. I look forward to Tyler. Hopefully he's back here because I got some ideas. We've already talked about.
Oh, yeah, you guys are collaborating.
What we can do.
I mean, after all, this is western version of Chicago, so you're going to be here a little bit more.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
so hopefully, sometimes it's hard to do everything by yourself, and with Tyler, we can do a little bit more for the final. So I appreciate him. Travel 24/7. Brightside Catering, the kickoff dinner, of course, with he and the Crate Bar and Jeff Krause was fantastic. Create Proof Print, East Valley Fans and Blinds, TMH websites, Ramsey Auto Center, Ramsey's everywhere with regards to their sponsorships of Phoenix events, along with Chuck's Painting, Swift Home Inspection, B3 Performance, Friggin' Jerk, Sparta Home Plumbing, Burke Brothers, and O&B. That will officially do it now for, again, thank you to Carl Ong, everybody involved here, JJ at Bowlero, Kyrene, for Roto Schlemer, for Brett Wolf, who is admiring us, two tall gentlemen. He's tall too, so he wants to be in the deal. I understand it. Thanks to all of you, certainly, for watching all weekend long. We appreciate it. You can find everything, of course, in the archive on the Bowlstream TV YouTube channel. And thank you again for helping me surpass 10,000 subscribers. So, for the final time, congrats again to Josh Kennedy. He is the Agent Ong, the Trilogy Open champion. For Roto Schlemer, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We say so long for now. This has been a presentation, championship finals and match play earlier right here on Bowlstream TV. Good night, folks.